I don't know why they hate Greece so much, but they do.
The situation here is very, to be honest. The politicians are very corrupted, but the civilians are not much better. Everyone is corrupted here.
You know what they're going to start doing in the United States that's really going to change things? Is they're making...
Here they did some big shit. They took the economic data to put us in the euro. Before the euro, we have our own currency, but our economy was not strong enough to be in the euro currency.
So you don't have the euro?
Some corrupted banksters and some politicians cooked the economic data and they put us in the euro.
That's what I thought. I gotcha.
Very.
Well, do you like the euro?
Not really.
I think the euro is going to fail. To be honest with you, it's never been that amazing.
After euro, we just have a stop inflation and everything is getting more expensive and more expensive. It never stops.
Right. I know that.
I remember when I was a kid, with just every few money was very easy to eat a lot with not a lot of money. Nowadays, you need a lot of money to just buy one coffee.
Definitely. Everything's becoming very, very expensive. I know things are going to change in the United States in a bunch of ways, but one of them is going to be really big. They're going to allow like non-citizens, basically like people from other countries, to be police officers. That's a really, really big deal, because that means you're going to have people who basically perhaps came here illegally enforcing the laws of the United States, which is like American citizens are going to be like, what in the fuck are you doing? You're pulling me over and you didn't even come here legally, and now you've got a gun and you're able to, tell me to get out of my car and shit? It's going to cause a lot of issues.
I saw some question that Joe Biden proposed 50% in income. This is fucking crazy.
I could talk about it all day. I don't talk politics on the stream, so I'll just say at this point, it is what it is. It's unfortunate. All right, my friend. I'm going to take a shower.
What state are you living right now?
I'm based out of California.
California.
Yes, sir. I gotta go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna take a shower as well. So, my friend, I'm gonna be gone for like 30 minutes or so. You take care. I really have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, my friend, I understand.
Absolutely. You take care. I'm gonna do those air drops. Check in with me tomorrow, okay, please?
Yes, civil attack all the Telegram airdrops.
Excellent. I'm doing it right now.
See you, my friend.
Take care. I love seeing you on a daily basis. It's wonderful. Take care. Shout out to Sproto Grandmother.
Water District estimates new EPA regulations on PFAS chemicals in tap water will cost $1.8 billion over the next 30 years.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Jam by Jay, Joe Rogan podcast by us. All fucking day, dog.
And the best they'll have are dumbbells, and that's it.
I just realized you're the second celebrity to do that with us, and the second Hawaiian. Because The Rock did it. So it's like there's something going on.
Samoan pride here.
Something going on with Hawaiians coming here.
We'll have to figure out. Max Holloway is Hawaiian and Samoan too.
He didn't work out though. Max last time he was here, he was just off of his his wing.
He gets a break after that, man. Wow.
Yeah, it takes time.
No, I was telling you, like the sauna, I am definitely like from the islands because I'm okay with heat.
Mm-hmm.
So 20 minutes in the sauna, it was good. It was challenging, but it was good.
Yeah.
The cold, however, that ice bath. I've done that like a quick polar plunge briefly, jumping in, jumping out,
and that one was at the lowest setting in terms of the jets of water.
Okay.
So what we have is called a blue cube, and blue cube is the type of cold plunge that has an engine in it that you can turn on to higher levels of waves. So if you turn it like to the highest level, it's just rushing at you like a river.
Is that better or worse?
Horrible.
Okay.
It's horrible because you never develop a thermal barrier.
Okay.
So you can just all cold water immersion is very good for you. It's good for cold shock proteins, norepinephrine, mood stabilization, makes you feel better.
Right.
All those things are good. But the still cold is much more tolerable for whatever. I don't know what's better for you. See, that's the question. Like, is it better? Is it just as good and more tolerable? Or is it better to be more to suffer for the full 3 minutes? Because if you turn that bitch
Suffer
on,
more. Is the benefit proportional to the suffering? Is really
I'm
the
not
question,
sure.
right?
I'm not sure if you suffer more if you get more benefit, or
Right.
if there's a point where you're actually hurting your body.
Right.
Like maybe there's a point. I mean, obviously, if you stay in the cold water too long, you'll die.
Yeah.
That's what hypothermia is.
Yeah.
So, but there's a level where if you just get a few minutes in, it's really good for you. So I don't know if it's better if you're miserable.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. But if you want to test your mind, that blue cube is the one to do.
Yeah.
That sucker gets fast. That sucker gets like a river. So you're just
Wow.
laying in there, it's like
And
shit.
the salt of cold water.
The moment it sucks when you climb in, that moment never changes. That's the difference. Because in a regular cold plunge, after a while, you develop this thermal barrier. Even though it sucks, it only sucks like 80% of what it sucked when you first got in.
Yeah.
With the blue cube, it's 100% suck. The whole
Every
ride
time.
sucks. It just sucks.
So it sounds like you got to try it at least once
Yeah.
and figure it
We
out.
did the just doing it the way you did it for 3
Yeah.
minutes. Like I said, the first time I did like a minute 24 seconds. I was like,
I couldn't chicken out in front of all the guys. You know what I mean? It's like when
Yeah.
Hassan says, "Well, I did it 3 minutes to show up for the rocks." Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not going to be the one who chickens out at a minute. That's not an option.
well, you did it. You
Yeah,
did it.
no, it was good. It was good. It was very challenging. It was good. We don't have a cold plunge. It's like, okay, I'm not going to go and like find bags of ice every single day from 7-Eleven and dump in the bathtub. So I just, when I can, I just like dump my face in ice cubes and water.
That's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that'll wake you up.
Yeah.
All that stuff's good.
Yeah.
There's some pretty reasonably priced options for coolers that you could actually do in a bathtub now. There's a bunch of different ways to do it, but if you got the scratch, like one of these blue cubes or something similar,
Yeah.
Morosco makes a really good one too. They're really good.
Yeah.
There's a bunch.
I can see how that the after feeling
Yeah.
gets kind of addictive.
I'm sure someone will reach out to us. Try to get you to use their shit. It's very good though.
Yeah.
But it's also like the camaraderie, the fun.
For sure.
Have fun, listen to music,
For sure.
laugh a lot.
Exactly. Yeah. This is perfect.
Yeah, it's a good way to get a podcast going.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, congratulations to the marijuana enjoyers of the world, because the DEA officially rescheduled marijuana they're going to reschedule it to Schedule 3.
Wow.
Which still, it shouldn't be illegal.
Yes.
We know that.
I agree.
But big steps.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that it's making progress at all just shows
Yeah.
that the collective will of the people is being heard, at least somewhat.
There was, I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody was telling me that, like, the decriminalization crew, they gave an American flag made out of hemp to a member of Congress to fly above the Capitol. Because it's a normal thing, like, you know, I would get people when I was in Congress calling and saying, hey, it's, you know, my friend is retiring from the military from 30 years. Can you fly a flag in honor of him or her? And so you get a little certificate with it. And this, like, there are many flags that go up and down every day that are given as gifts to people. So someone did it with a flag, American flag made out of hemp. And apparently it caused major problems within the DEA and within the administration, saying, how dare you? How could anyone allow this to happen? It made zero sense whatsoever, but it just pointed to the backwards mindset and thinking and the sensitivity within the DEA and the government around cannabis, hemp, marijuana.
It just seems a massive lack of education,
Yeah.
too. It's not as simple as, you know, you're thinking of it in connection to marijuana. Hemp is a commodity that has existed forever. In fact, canvas that writers paint on, or that artists paint on, the original word canvas came from cannabis. It was made out of hemp. They made hemp paper as a better paper. They made hemp clothing.
Yeah.
It's far superior to cotton. The only reason why this is where it gets weird. There's a bunch of things that took place that took hemp away from being a common source of paper and clothing. But one of them was making slavery illegal. Because before they came out with the decorticator, with the primary way they used to process hemp fiber was really painstaking, because it's an incredible plant.
Yeah.
It's a very light plant, but it's insanely durable. Like, hemp clothing is so much more durable. Like, I have a hemp jujitsu gi from Datsura,
Okay.
and that sucker never rips. My cotton gis, they're good for, like, you know, you wear them for like 6 months, a year, the shit starts going. Even like really strong, stable cotton threads start going. These hemp gis are like, they're invincible. It's crazy. And hemp paper is so difficult to tear. It's like a completely different kind of paper. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's an amazing rope. It's like you could use it to make concrete. They make hemp. Have you seen that when they make houses with it?
Yeah, my dad is a state senator in Hawaii. He's the chair of the agriculture committee, and for years he's been the state's biggest advocate for hemp as an economic driver and to try to help revive agriculture in Hawaii. And so he's talked endlessly about the houses and just everything, all of the different benefits of hemp. He's got some hemp aloha shirts and the whole deal. This thing that you're talking about, though, the federal government and the classification is the biggest barrier to this actually becoming a really viable and thriving industry in our country, because people are growing crops of hemp, but they've got to go through all of this crazy THC testing. And I've talked to people who are farmers and business people who are investing in this, and they've had to throw like entire crops away because of, I don't know the details about the testing, but it just, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 when you look at the reality of the benefits of hemp and the farming process and the concerns that they have within the DEA.
So is the concern if it has any level of THC at all becomes
Right.
illegal, even if you're just processing it as a commodity and you're not using it?
Right,
But
correct.
they understand, like, it's very valuable as a commodity.
Yes.
This is it's so stupid. This whole thing is stupid because we're always concerned about, and rightly so, about cutting down forests to make paper.
Right.
Right? Well, guess what? Hemp paper, you can grow an entire, like, first of all, it's much more viable. You have much more product. It's much more durable. And you can regrow it quick.
Exactly.
It just grows right back again.
Right.
Whereas trees takes years and years to grow them back. Hemp, you got another season. Whoop.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the hemp plant. Grows crazy fast, super light, super durable.
Yeah.
Just got to think about it as a commodity and stop connecting it to marijuana.
Exactly.
And you're going, well, this isn't valuable because this could solve a lot of our problems, especially deforestation. And then if you look at it for building materials, like, wait, this might be the greatest building material we can use. It's incredible insulation. It's very durable and strong. And again, renewable, like instantaneously. It grows so quick.
Yeah. What's interesting, I mean, for us in Hawaii, I mean, tourism is the biggest economic driver we have. And every time there's, in the post 9/11, when people weren't traveling so much during COVID, when everything shut down, businesses go out of business. Small businesses are driven out because if they don't have that driver. So the conversation always comes up about, okay, well, we've got to diversify our economy. And this is one of those areas that has huge potential for a small island state like ours in Hawaii. And what's interesting is Mitch McConnell, I believe he's from Kentucky, their state is also a state that is promoting hemp as a major agriculture driver. So there's opportunity there, but it requires a lot more education from those both in the administration and in Congress to actually take down those barriers and allow it to actually truly be an industry in America.
When we first started selling hemp protein at Honor, we used to have to get it from Canada. You can sell it in America. You can't grow it. It's like, what? It's just food. It's just hemp seeds. It's really good for you. It's full of amino acids and rich in protein. And they're like, no, can't grow it. That shit's illegal.
You know what's nuts too is the military. People who are on active duty in the military, they can't put hemp seeds in their smoothie. They can't use any CBD balm that you can buy at the freaking gas station or anything at all because
CBD balm.
Yeah, CBD balm. Anything that has your energy drink that has
CBD.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not allowed. You could seriously get punished
So they
if you were caught.
Are they testing blood for CBD?
They're not testing blood for CBD.
So it's just illegal. So if you get caught with the product.
If you get caught with the product, correct. And their fear is like you're gonna piss hot because you take the random urinalysis tests and everything else. But I laughed. I mean, again, it's lack of education, it's fear, and it's like, well, this is banned by the federal government, so the military must comply. But at the same time, the guy within the Army, the civilian who was putting out this policy, he also said you're not allowed to eat anything with poppy. You can't eat a poppy seed muffin because you might piss hot.
Well, you will, yeah, you will. Like you can go to Dubai. Well, you go places where it's like serious these drinks, Saudi Arabia, they'll test you for heroin. You'll test positive for heroin. Yeah.
Unreal.
Poppy seeds are rough. That's a scary one. It's like, wait a minute, bagel poppy seeds?
Right.
Those things make you piss off for heroin?
Lemon poppy seed muffin?
Yeah,
What?
they tell you if you go in for a drug test, do not eat poppy seeds before you go.
That's crazy.
Like, what? Bagels. How
Right.
bad is your test?
Right.
How bad is your
That's
test?
the point.
Yeah, how bad
like
is your test?
technology, biology, like all this stuff,
Your
you guys
test
can't
doesn't
get
know
a
they're
better
just
test.
eating a bagel. It's so stupid. You're going to put somebody in a cage for eating a bagel?
Yeah, but like for a guy in the military, that could be the end of your freaking career.
It could.
You'd be kicked out for it.
Yeah. And, just being at a party and people are smoking.
Yeah.
And, you get secondhand smoke and you
Yeah.
test positive.
Yeah.
Like those tests are probably pretty rough because people definitely get high from secondhand smoke. I've seen it happen before. I've seen sober people go into a room that's filled with pot and everyone comes out like a little loopy, like, you're breathing in the same air. You're breathing in pot air. I used to have a dog that I got. She was a stray, and she was a little prone to anxiety as it is. And if she was in the room when people smoked pot, she would get high and she'd get paranoid. She'd start hiding under
wow.
tables. I was like, oh, Lucy, this is sad.
That's good.
You
didn't get
see
the
her
chill factor?
paranoid. No, she was like, the world is dangerous. She used to live on the street.
Man.
So it's just, I guess it's a good thing that they've scheduled it, Schedule 3. But for sure, forget about the drug part.
Yeah.
They should be encouraging hemp production in this
Yes.
country. It's an amazing food source. Hemp has all of the essential amino acids. It's very rich in protein. It's easily digestible. As far as like plant-based protein, for me, is my favorite one.
Yeah.
And the easiest one to digest. Like you just like easy. It goes down smooth. There's no problem at all. And it's very good for you.
Yeah.
And CBD is very good for you. But forget about all that.
Yeah.
Just for a commodity and for building construction and clothing, the first draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp.
Heard that.
Yeah. Yeah, like it was used for everything.
Yeah.
It was used for ropes for sailboats. They made sails out of it. All that's the canvas. It was all made out of canvas initially. It was all hemp.
It's just. I mean, I introduced legislation in Congress to deschedule it completely because it shouldn't be.
Well,
It
the
just shouldn't
wildest
be.
thing is how it happened in the first place. The wildest thing how it happened in the first place is because it was all William Randolph Hearst and Harry Anslinger. So what happened was William Randolph Hearst, who owned Hearst Publications, he also owned not just newspapers, but he owned paper mills and he owned forests. So he had all these forests that they would cut down the wood and use it to make paper. Well, if they were going to transfer over to hemp, this is going to be very costly. And the cover of Popular Science magazine in, I think it was 1930, find out what year that cover was. It says hemp, the new $1 billion crop, because they came up with a new machine. It was called a decorticator. And this new device was a device that allows you to effectively process the hemp fiber in a much quicker and easier way. So it's this machine that grinds it up. And so once they do this, they go, oh boy, we figured out, they've solved this problem of hemp, where it's very durable, but it's really difficult to break down to the actual fibers. So 1938.
Oh wow.
So this comes out in 1938, Hemp, the new $1 billion crop. And so it's the cover of Popular Science magazine. You see, do they have the cover so you can see what it says? Oh, just an article?
Oh wow.
Popular Mechanics magazine, I'm sorry. So the article's from 1938. And so when they come out with this, they talk about this new invention. See if you can find a photo of the decorticator, because it's like this grindy kind of thing. Is that what it looks like? Hemp, the new $1 billion crop. So once they had this ability to really quickly turn it into fibers, then big industry starts getting involved. And what they start doing is they start making these stories and putting them in the newspaper about Mexicans and black people smoking this new drug called marijuana and raping white women. And marijuana was not pot. Marijuana was a wild Mexican tobacco. It was a slang for a wild Mexican tobacco. It had nothing to do with marijuana. So they started attaching this name to something and calling it a drug because they knew that cannabis was so ubiquitous, and hemp as a commodity was, everybody knew it, what it was good for.
Right.
So they had to come up with some sneaky way to get it through. So they come up with the word marijuana. So marijuana was not a term for pot. It wasn't a term for cannabis. It was a term for this wild Mexican tobacco. And so when they started making marijuana illegal, Congress didn't even understand that it was the same thing as hemp. And so they had to come up with some sort of a tax stamp that you can have in order to grow hemp while marijuana is illegal. And then this is like right after Prohibition, right? So Prohibition ends. You got all these cops that were used to busting people, like, sick them on the farmers now.
Exactly.
And this is what happened.
Exactly.
And then they come up with these dopey movies that are amazing to watch today. Have you ever seen Reefer Madness? It's crazy. It's like people smoking pot, just jumping out of windows and killing people. It's just like, this guy smoking
Talk
pot.
about some propaganda.
Oh, it's the worst propaganda, but it was really effective. Like, this is it. I've got a few of these posters
Weird.
that I have them framed.
Oh my god.
Because these movies were insane, and they were just full
Wow.
on propaganda
Lust,
movies.
crime, sorrow, hate, shame, despair.
Find the movie. Find a clip from the movie Reefer Madness. We just watch it without playing it. It was so nutty, like, and they scared everybody. Like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So understand that media has sucked forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Just understand that. So this is Reefer Madness. So that dude on the piano, he's a reefer man. Look at him.
In this startling film, you will see gangsters more children to destruction. We have a next class that
enslavement.
Smoking the soul-destroying reefer, they find a moment's pleasure, but at a terrible price. Debauchery, violence, murder.
Boom.
Wow.
Look, she's just gonna jump out the window.
Oh my gosh. Jeez.
Apparently, it makes you act terrible too.
Right.
Terrible at acting.
Play fast and beat.
She's actually playing pretty good for someone who's stoned.
Yeah.
You know, imagine getting hammered trying to play that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so this was the propaganda from, and what year was that, Jamie? 36.
Wow.
So this is all, they're all like trying to stop hemp as a commodity. That's really what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's really not
Isn't
about
it fascinating
drug.
just to see the repetition of the propaganda information warfare to be able to serve a special interest,
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and it's ridiculous that it's always
fomenting
existed.
fear and
And that it was going on almost 100 years ago. And what's also important about it is the problem with something like that is that now you don't trust the media, right? Now, if you don't trust the media and then you go out and try it yourself, you don't have real accurate information because now there's like this, there's these narratives that have been created that aren't based on truth. And so you don't know where to go. You don't know what's real and what's not. And then you have people that tell you it's harmless. And then you have people tell you, there's people like me that go, because I'm like, it's not harmless.
Yeah.
It's not, marijuana is not a harmless thing.
Yeah.
You definitely shouldn't take it when you're young. And here's what's really important. Some people can't handle it for whatever reason, and it's most likely some biological thing. Just like some people are allergic to aspirin,
right,
or whatever. Like there's some people, they don't mix well with that stuff. And there's a real connection between schizophrenia with some people that maybe are susceptible to schizophrenia. Alex Berenson wrote a great book about it called Tell Your Children. It's very interesting because there's real instances of people taking high doses and getting schizophrenic.
Yeah.
But if we're being lied to about it, no one knows who's going to give me the information. Where's the truth coming out? Because if one group is saying that this is a Schedule 1 chemical and it's very dangerous, then all your friends are just smoking weed and going to the movies. You're like, well, clearly this is not that dangerous.
Yeah.
Like jiu-jitsu people and surfers, they're all getting high. Like, what's real here?
Yeah.
And because we don't have the ability to just honestly talk about things without everything getting so weird and like the hemp thing, like having a hemp flag,
right?
Like this is a problem with the DEA.
Exactly.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
don't you have fentanyl to worry about? Why are you
Seriously.
fucking with flags?
Seriously, it makes
There's
no
only
sense.
10,000 DEA agents. I think there's 10,100 some DEA agents. You guys got time for flags?
Yeah.
How many pounds of fentanyl is coming through that border while we're talking?
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
you and I are talking. How much fentanyl is making it across in people's shoes and underwear and where the fuck they're hiding it?
Yeah.
No one's checking everybody.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's and then of course all the medicinal qualities of CBD as well, and how many
It's great
people and
stuff.
kids and just people are benefiting from that.
Well, Dave Foley told me that his arthritis was so bad that his fingers were kind of like locked in this position. He had a really hard time straightening them, so he started taking CBD. And then it's like, it's so much better now.
Wow.
Just like my fingers have full range of motion now.
Yeah.
I know so many people that take it for like aches and pains, and it actually helps some people with anxiety too, which is interesting.
The conflict here is, as you know, as majority of states in the country have legalized it in some fashion, whether it's medicinal or recreational or whatever, all these different levels. But because of the federal prohibition, essentially, you've got banking. It is a multi-$100 million industry, at least at this point. But in order to be able to conduct business with the bank and the business owner faces a potential federal charge of a crime. And so it's, the second, third, fourth order of effects of this scheduling of cannabis is very, very far reaching and creating a worse problem, which, is, okay, well, so we do this on the black market? Is this become a cash industry, or where does this go?
Yeah, and the problem also is by having some states have it legal and some states have it illegal, then you still open up a market for illegal sales in the country. And what happens is the cartel comes in and they start growing it on public lands. I had a guy on the podcast, his name is John Norris, and he started off as a game warden. So he started off as a guy who's going to check fishing licenses and stuff. And one day they find that a stream has been diverted, and they're trying to figure out why the stream is dried up. So they make their way up the stream, they find this irrigation system that's set up for an illegal marijuana grow-off in the middle of public land in California. So then they develop a tactical team. So it goes from him being a game warden, now they have dogs and bulletproof vests. They're getting in shootouts with the cartel.
Jeez.
So because they're making millions of dollars, but they're using really dangerous chemicals and pesticides that are illegal to use on crops in America.
Right.
And they're just using that shit up there. So who knows what the fuck you're getting if you're living in one of these states that has illegal pot.
Yeah.
Because when California changed the law and made marijuana legal recreationally, they made growing marijuana without a license. It's just a misdemeanor. So these guys that are just doing it now from the cartel, they're like, you have nothing to risk.
Right.
It's a misdemeanor, and we can make millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And so they have these guys up there, they have rosaries and all this photos of Jesus and shit they find in campgrounds, and they pay these guys to go out there, grow this stuff, and then bring it out. Harvest it and bring it out, and they're selling it. He said that, John said at the time of our podcast that 90% of all the marijuana that's being sold in the states where it's illegal is all from these grow-ops, a lot of them in California, on public land by the cartels. 90%.
Yeah.
90.
That's huge.
Even good old-fashioned American pot-growing entrepreneurs, the illegal ones, they can't keep up with the cartel. And this is because it's illegal. And this is the same reason why fentanyl's coming in. The same reason, don't do heroin, kids, okay? But if you keep everything illegal, you're going to just prop up the government of these countries that is allowing this stuff to come in, and they're allowing people to grow it, or they can't do anything about it because the cartel has so much money and so much power that the government is basically helpless. And it's being propped up by Americans.
At 100%.
100%.
100%.
It's a rough thing to deal with because we don't want to say, let's make all drugs legal. Because, my God, the last thing you want is your kid to die of a drug overdose. So nobody wants kids to be doing drugs.
Right.
But also, if you don't do that, you're just going to empower our neighbors to the south, who happen to be drug dealers, some of them, and they're making billions of dollars selling drugs to America.
Yeah.
And you're killing kids at a rate higher than ever in recorded history. People are dying. There's 100,000 plus people every year that are dying from opiate overdoses, which is nuts. That's so much.
Crazy. It's crazy that it's happening here in the United States of America.
And the thing is, this is where it's hard. It's happening because it's illegal, which sounds so counterintuitive. The problem is, if it was legal, there would be a long period of time where it'd be really bad. I think if it was legal, too many people would try it that wouldn't try it.
Wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, they're not going to go to a drug dealer.
Yeah.
But if they can just go to CVS and buy heroin, let's see what the fuss is all about.
Yes.
That's spooky.
I think that this is the conversation that needs to be had, though. You know what I mean? It's the same thing about people unwilling to even discuss what is the right path. How do we handle this crisis that is a national crisis?
Yeah,
it's
that's
taking
just
so many
telling you.
people's lives.
Tell people not to do it.
Yeah, right.
Okay. It's like,
I don't know. Well, that works
that
out.
doesn't work. It doesn't work. We're in a good spot.
I was in San Diego a few weeks ago. We went out kind of to film a little mini documentary about what's happening at the border in San Diego. There's a lot of attention being put on, Texas and Arizona, but California's border is a whole different dynamic, both because they've got, a long stretch of border where you're crossing in and you're going straight to mountains, big open spaces, but then you've got the very dense urban corridor, I suppose, where people, whether they're coming in through the water or they're just coming across the border, where they can disappear into neighborhoods very quickly. But what was there? There's a few things that were very eye-opening and interesting. Number one is we know that the borders are open because we know how many people are coming through. The numbers that are being reported, I think, is close to 9 million now, just over the course of the Biden administration. What I saw there were people coming in, and we were just driving around, and we saw groups of people gathering in different locations from all over the world, illegal immigrants, and seemingly happy and going to the place where they were told to go, or they knew that Border Patrol was going to pick them up, and knowing that they will get processed, claim asylum, and most of them will be out with the plane ticket anywhere in the country within 24 hours. And so and I've talked to some of the Border Patrol agents, and they're not allowed to say anything on the record, but just the frustration that's being felt where they can't even do their jobs.
What is the justification for the plane ticket?
They don't have the ability to house people where they are.
So just like,
Where do you want to go?
Is it-
Utah? Okay, here you go. Where do you want to go? New York City? And I went and I talked to a lot of them. I sat down and talked with people from Brazil, from Egypt, from Colombia, from Venezuela, from different parts of Eastern Europe. People from all over the world coming here with the known plan in this well-oiled machine. And I'm talking about this because it is very directed to the cartel, directly connected to the cartels, who are being enabled in their multi-billion-dollar human trafficking operation across the border by our policies, by the Biden administration's policies at the border, which is connected to their ability to move fentanyl and other drugs across the border. So we spent a couple of days at the border there, and then went into the city of San Diego and went and started talking to some homeless people and talking to people who were clearly extremely high on multiple drugs. And we're walking around with one of the community relations police officers there. He's just plain clothes. He's walking around and keeping an eye on what's going on there. But we talked to this one guy who had a crack pipe in his hand. He seemed barely conscious, but he was engaging in a long conversation with us. And, I was asking him about fentanyl. He's like, oh yeah, I take fentanyl sometimes. But I usually take it at night to help me go to sleep. I asked, like, aren't you afraid of not waking up? He's like, yeah, I've had a lot of friends who died of fentanyl, but I know how much to take and I know how to manage it. Have you? He's like, yeah, I almost died twice and I was revived. And then asking him, the police officer asked him, what would it take to get you off the street? What would it take to get you to a place where you can get some help and to get off drugs? And he said, 27-year-old guy, nothing. He said, there's too many rules in the places where I could go and stay, and I want to live my life this way. It was so heartbreaking to see him. His eyes were barely open and clearly in an altered state of mind, but even in that state, in this conversation, how do you help someone who doesn't want to be helped?
you can't. It's the problem. I mean, you could talk to them. You could hope that they can get some information from you that shifts the way they think about things, but the addiction gets so deep.
Yeah.
And there's this thing that some addicts will say is that I feel better when I'm high. It's the only time I feel good. It's the only thing good that I have in my life is when I get high. And if you take that away, my life is terrible. And if you've been an addict for a long time, the longer you're an addict, in fact, the more that's true. Right? Because the more your life is a wreck. And then you're forced to deal with it when you come off and you realize, like, oh my God, I'm 45 years old and I'm a heroin addict. Like, what the fuck? How is this?
Exactly.
And then now you're sober and your life is in shambles, and you try to figure out, how did you go so wrong? And then the only thing that made you feel good was heroin. You want to go back. You want to go back to that. And it's also people that get really scared of success. Even success in staying sober, they get scared of doing things well, and they seek comfort in failure because they've become accustomed to failure. So if the pressure of doing well and of like staying sober and like keeping healthy, like it's almost too much.
Yeah.
Just the maintaining the psychological, the anxiety, all the fear that comes with failing. That you just want to fail just so you can just feel comfortable again. Because then you don't have
There's no pressure.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with the pressure.
Yeah.
It's scary. The human mind is so susceptible to so many different things, whether it's cults or addictions or, I mean, we're very weirdly vulnerable to a lot of like very strange things. And a lot of these things, I think, how the mental issues are accentuated by social media. I think that they exacerbate them badly.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of undiagnosed mentally ill people that are just killing themselves by being online all the time.
Yeah, I believe it.
I really do. I think it's terrible for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to get sucked into it.
It's so easy. And people that are like arguing with people constantly online,
Exactly.
my God, what a terrible waste of time.
Yeah. When that becomes your reality, dealing with people and perceptions and, measuring yourself
Yeah.
against whatever you're seeing and all of it, and you slip out of the real world and building real relationships and friendships and having real conversations.
Yeah, the comparing too. The comparing is
Yeah.
something that you and I didn't have to grow up with.
Exactly.
And we're very, very fortunate because especially young girls today, Jonathan Haidt's work on this is really, really interesting. His book, The Coddling of the American Mind, is a great one. And it's all about what you can see, like exactly when social media is invented, all this self-harm and all the suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideation, and suicide all goes up for girls. And it's comparing themselves.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's such a bizarre thing that a person can get super duper famous just dancing on an app that goes online, and then they make millions of dollars, and they're like your age, and you're like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah.
I'm a loser. You can't just live your life and hang out with your friends.
Yeah.
Everyone is in constant comparison with impossible people that shouldn't even exist.
And then you add the layer of AI onto that, where you have complete, you've got videos and pictures of people who are a digital construct.
It's just
and,
that. People are paying to talk to them.
right.
There's this guy, they were doing this study on AI girlfriends, where people have like interactions with AI. This guy was spending $10,000 a month on his AI girlfriend.
Oh my gosh.
ISIS could get that guy. They just gotta find him. If they just find that guy, they can talk that guy into anything. If you're willing to get an AI girlfriend $10,000 a month, yeah, you'll join the movies. You'll get whatever comes along, grabs you, son. You're vulnerable.
Yeah.
They'll get you.
But that's, you look at what's happening on college campuses across the country right now. It speaks exactly to that vulnerability of being manipulated or sold an ideology and then grabbing onto it as though you now have a sense of purpose.
Yeah. That's the problem. The sense of purpose is like so attractive to people that there's so many kids that want to be like so righteous and they just want to like criticize and yell at other people who don't feel the same way they do. And so it's like you're seeing these Israel versus Palestine things on school campuses. I'm like, my God. Which brings me to, this is an interesting thought. Like, what's your opinion on this potential TikTok ban?
I oppose it. I oppose it on the grounds of free speech and civil liberties. This is, speaking of fomenting fear, this is one of those pieces of legislation that's, if you just read the talking points for those who support it, and it's supported by many people in Congress on both sides of the aisle, you think like, oh my gosh, we've got a national security risk and we've got a concern for our kids and all of this other stuff. But when you actually read the language and understand the implications of what this legislation does, it's not really about TikTok at all. It's about government being able to choose what platforms are acceptable and what are not, and what we as Americans are able to either get information from or put information out. And then you look at, okay, well, if they're giving themselves that authority, how will it then be enforced? Then you get into the civil liberties concern of the Fourth Amendment of government overreach and trying to figure out, okay, well, now I'm going to have to look into your phone and figure out if you're the guy who's using the VPN to illegally download this app. Then you're looking at, the designation is that if you have 20% or more ownership stake or stake in a business that has been designated by our government to be illegal because of its association with a foreign adversary. There are a few countries listed there, but the president would have the power to designate any other country a foreign adversary without any kind of, Congress wouldn't have to take action. It's a unilateral move. You are also implicated if you are someone who the government determines to be influenced by or connected with one of these countries that is a foreign adversary. And so, Elon Musk has talked about this. It is not outside of the realm of the not only possible, but the probable that if they wanted to say, okay, well, Elon Musk is doing business with this country that we don't like, and he also owns this platform called X. X should be shut down because of this association. I think Ron Paul said it best when he said that this legislation is the most, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said it's the most egregious violation of civil liberties since the Patriot Act was passed in the wake of 9/11. And when you look at the arguments that are being made around both of those pushes, they are very eerily similar in invoking national security concerns. And the language and the way that's written is intentionally vague, that puts far more power into the hands of the executive branch, just like the Patriot Act did, to single-handedly say, well, this is a good guy and this is a bad guy. And that has a direct implication on Americans.
And wasn't there another recent thing that passed that allows more observation of people through cell phones?
Yes, and both of these things were actually wrapped up into that same bill.
It was the same bill?
Through. They lumped together a whole bunch of different things. They were separate previously, but the thing that the TikTok ban was lumped together with was the bill that would reinstate or extend the FISA authorities, the Foreign Intelligence Security Act authorities, for another 2 years. Section 702 of FISA gives our government the authority to surveil foreign actors, essentially, to try to identify terrorist threats. But part of that is they have the ability to capture all of the conversations. If you talk to somebody in another country that they're interested in, they can then go in and capture all of your information as an American citizen. And they can do this without a warrant. This has been in place for quite some time, but this legislation that was just passed recently expanded those authorities so they can go and actually look at like your Wi-Fi history. If you're connected to Wi-Fi, they can look at everything that you did connected to that Wi-Fi signal and in some other ways. It took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse. And again, they're just saying, well, it's for national security. The problem here is
that's the thing they always say.
That's the thing they always say, and it's like, I think it was Benjamin Franklin who said if you are choosing security over liberty, you will neither be secure nor will you have liberty. That's not an actual quote, but that's basically the point here, and that's the false choice that so many of these politicians are forcing on the American people is you can either be less free and more safe, or you can be more free and, oh, by the way, you're going to invite more terrorist attacks or more national security incursions on our country. And it's just BS. It is BS.
It's also very un-American.
It
And
is.
here's the problem with government overreach. The government is just people.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, if you thought of them as something other than a 3-letter name like DEA, CIA, NSA, just a bunch of people,
Yep.
you would go, well, why is this like the DEA? Why is this 10,000 people? telling all these other people what to do. That sounds crazy. There's way more of them than there are of us. If it was just in this room and Jamie turns out to be the cop and he says, hey, I'm going to put you two in prison because I heard you like hemp.
Yeah.
like, Jamie, fuck off. That's crazy. But if it's a government agency with a 3-letter name, you're like, oh, this is the government. That's the government. The government is just human beings. And there's just a natural inclination that people in power have is to try to gain more power. Rich people want to get richer. Hot people want to get hotter. Like, that's what it is. You know, it's like everybody wants to improve.
Yeah.
And the government's, they're in the business of telling you what to do, and they want to be better at that business.
Yeah.
And the best way is to be able to, like, constantly be able to surveil everything you say and do.
Right. And again, it
We
goes,
shouldn't let them.
no, and this is the problem. This is the problem is that, you know, every elected official swears an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Yet, as we saw with this most recent example, they are so ready to undermine our Fourth Amendment rights in the Constitution in the name of national security. And I know some of them are doing it with good intention, but without actually considering that the challenge and responsibility of those in government and those who have this power is to strike that correct balance between ensuring that our liberties and our constitutional rights are protected. You swear an oath to do this when you take this job, while also ensuring, okay, well, we can do both and we must do both. We can be safe and secure and also be able to live free without worrying about every time you pick up your phone or you make a phone call wondering if the government is surveilling us. And then you add on to that what's happening now where, you know, like January 6th, for example. I was working out in the gym, Marine Corps gym in Hawaii down the street from our house, bumped into a guy who I met. It's a long story, but I met him when The Rock's stunt double was getting his traditional Samoan tattoo. And it's a whole ceremony. It was a 7-day thing. And so this other guy is Samoan. We met, became friends. So I saw him in the gym, and he's with his 14-year-old son. How's it going? This and that. He's like, oh, the FBI just came to my house out in Laie, small rural community on the island of Oahu. What's going on? It's like, yeah, they came and knocked on my door because he said I took my son to go and witness democracy. So they were part of those thousands of people who were out there on the lawn of the Capitol. And they didn't arrest him, they didn't charge him with anything. But how is it that, you know, years later, they go and find this guy and his family in a rural Mormon community in Laie in Hawaii. They're capturing all of the data of people whose cell phones were pinging within that vicinity during that period of time, not only on January 6th, and they are continuing to widen that net, looking at flight records and who bought tickets and who booked hotels and all of this stuff. For what? You're going to go, the FBI is going to go and investigate people who showed up there on the lawn on the Capitol. You look at what they're, and this is my take. It is absolutely scare tactics. So we look at the power of the government and how they're now turning on the American people for political reasons. We can see where even the best of intentions with some of these pieces of legislation can lead to the very worst places. What to speak of the fact that we have limited resource and limited people.
Yeah.
What are they not investigating? You talked about the DEA. What about the FBI and all these millions of people are coming across our border? Are they tracking who they are? No, they're not. Are they tracking where they're going? No, they're not. We have no idea. People coming from the Middle East, Asia, and Eastern Europe, and Venezuela, gang members, like all of this stuff is happening right before our very eyes. And they're going and knocking on my friend's door in Laie because he brought his 14-year-old son to Washington, D.C. that week.
And here's the question. Was the FBI there? How many people were there? And how come they don't have to answer that?
Exactly.
They don't say.
Why not be transparent?
Also, they should be there, right? The government should be there in case some shit goes sideways,
Exactly.
right? So I'm sure they're there. But are some of the agents not good? Just like some dentists suck. Are some of the agents not good? And are some of the agents encouraging people to go in? Because that could be true too. Because if we look at what happened with the governor of Michigan, right? Was it Michigan or
Yes.
Minnesota? Michigan. That story is bonkers.
It is.
When you find, what was it, like 11 of the people involved in the kidnapping scheme were FBI informants?
Right.
What?
Yeah.
And these two dopes, they're just dumbasses, like 80 IQ dumbasses, that just get tricked into this fucking, they're cosplaying. They're like, I'm gonna kidnap her, definitely, we're gonna fucking get Liberty done. They don't know what they're doing. They're stupid.
Yeah.
And those poor fucks have to go to jail. And
Exactly.
the whole thing was scheduled and set up by FBI informants. Like, that seems crazy. Aren't there real problems? Instead of like creating problems and arresting people for those problems, aren't there real problems going on? And if there's not, like, you guys good at your job? Like, we're trusting you.
And there are, like, you know,
For sure.
I know some great FBI agents, and there are people who are doing good work.
Absolutely. I've met great FBI agents.
Phenomenal.
Nice people,
Absolutely.
good people, patriots.
Absolutely.
But they're like dentists. Some of them are great.
This is, I mean, it's just, you know, it's the
Humans.
military, it's the law enforcement, like, yes, you are going to find those few, for sure, they are there, but with, so I've talked to different people in the FBI, and what they've shared is that there's kind of like a bifurcation in the agency, where there are people who are really, really angry and frustrated about the politicization of the FBI that's occurring by the heads. And then there are others who are just like, full send, we're on board, let's go. And it's creating a lot of friction and a lot of fear within the agency. The agency, people get confused, that's the CIA. There's probably some similar things going on there. But within the FBI, a lot of fear that you got to watch what you say around even your own colleagues and your own peers, because there are people who are on different sides, which is horrible. Like, you are on the side of America.
Yeah.
You are on the side of the American people and upholding the rule of law and securing our country, going after the bad guys. Well, when the bad guys now become your neighbor down the street, we're in a very different realm, a dangerous one.
It's just how it is with people. Red Sox fans hate Yankee fans. It's just like, they're in the same country. You're going to have conflict even inside the FBI. You're going to have conflict in every group. You're going to have power struggles. You know, you're either with Bob or you're not.
Right.
If you want to make it in this business, you want to get to the top of this agency, you got to stay with Bob. And Bob's fucking calling the shots. I'm on Team Bob.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck Mike.
Yeah.
And then that's what happens with people. It happens in everything. And you have people they go in with good intentions and they get corrupted by systems that are corrupt.
That's where for the, you know, across, whether it's the FBI, the Department of Justice, all of these, it matters, you know, who's in charge.
Yeah.
These are all civilian-led organizations. They are political appointees. And, you know, in theory, they are the people who should be held accountable, but they are setting that tone.
Did you hear what AOC said? She said the people that are coming in to this country, most of them, is because of climate change.
I didn't hear that one.
It's amazing. It is straight out of South
Oh
Park.
my gosh.
It's straight out of South Park.
Wow.
Like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's
like
the only
waiting, like,
reason. That's the
is there
reason.
more?
Is the climate change more than I know? Do you know something I don't know? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
What's going on down
The
there?
best are those clips. I just saw one on Instagram the other day from like 1985, where a newscaster is, I think it might have even been black and white, but she's saying the climate change scientists tell us that we may only have 10 years before the Earth is destroyed. 1992 is going to be the year. And then whoever made this clip, they juxtaposed her clip with one from Bernie Sanders saying the exact same thing with a different date, you know, how many decades
But
later.
the problem is, when you fearmonger, you distract people from the real issue.
Yes.
Like, what is really going on? Like, how bad are we fucking up the planet? You know, here's one that doesn't get discussed enough. We've killed everything in the ocean. The ocean is depleted. What was the number, Jamie? Like 90% of the big fish are gone?
Yeah.
Some crazy number like that. Because of just imagine how psychotic it is to have a species
What did you say?
that goes into another dimension that it's not a resident of, and uses nets and just takes everything it can get and catches a bunch of dolphins and shit
Right,
there that doesn't
exactly.
want anyway, and they all die.
Exactly.
A new global study concludes that 90% of all large fishes have disappeared from the world's oceans in the past half century, in 50 years. So that's a cataclysm. That's a disaster of epic proportion when it comes to like ecology and when it comes to the environment of the world itself. We're
Exactly.
killing most because we like sushi. We're killing most of what's in the ocean. It's bananas. And so that is getting ignored because everyone is talking about fossil fuels. And I wonder how much of this is pushed by foreign countries through social media. Because there is a thing that you can do and nudge conversations in a certain way with bots and with fake statistics and with fear mongering.
Yeah.
And, China is opening hundreds of new coal power plants. They're doubling down on coal. And I think through TikTok and through probably Facebook and YouTube and all these different things, and Instagram, I'm sure, there's countless bots that are putting out videos, pushing narratives, find their way into your algorithm, and they affect the way people think about things. And guess what? If you go to Chinese TikTok, it's all academic accomplishments, martial arts demonstrations, science
Right.
achievements, and you can't go on after 10 p.m.
Right.
And even America, it's dudes with fake eyelashes
So wild
reading
west.
stories to toddlers. And
Exactly.
it's everybody telling you the ocean's going to boil.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's Osama bin Laden's letter to America.
Yeah.
The letter to America thing was wild, too. Everybody's like, wow, he knew his head was in my head. Look at
Gosh, that's I had a dinner the other night with a family. It was during the holiday of Passover, and this question came up about what would happen if another 9/11 style terrorist attack or some major incident like that came up in our country today. Would it have that same kind of unifying effect that occurred after that attack on 9/11? And when you look at things like that, like the Osama bin Laden letter, and you look at how there is, there's not an entire generation, but there's a lot of people now who I wouldn't be surprised if they said, well, such an attack was justified. And not have that same kind of sense of unity of like, hey, no matter our differences, we got to stand together as Americans. And that should be a serious concern.
It should be a serious concern also when you really take into consideration how many genuinely dumb people there are. And when you have a situation like October 7th in Israel, I saw within days, before Israel did what they did in Palestine, within days, I saw people justifying the attacks on October 7th because of the treatment that Israel has given to the Palestinians. I'm like, hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy to say that you think people should be indiscriminately shot and killed and just en masse at a fucking rave, like paratrooping, and you think that's okay because of what Israel done. But guess what? Those people didn't do that.
Right.
Those people at the rave and those people that are on the border, those are apparently, according to Ari, those are the hippies.
Right.
They're the ones who want to be. They're the ones who don't believe that we should be.
Don't believe in borders.
Yeah, they don't believe in borders.
Exactly.
They want to be close to the Palestinians.
Right. Exactly. And that's where, some of the things that they're chanting at that these protesters are chanting at Columbia University and some of the other ones, we hope that October 7th happens 10,000 times over. They say, celebrating Hamas, this Islamist terrorist organization. I don't think we can just dismiss them as just being stupid. You know what I mean? Like, these kids are going to Ivy League schools. They are being absolutely manipulated, and there is a very intentional ideological war that is being waged in this example by these radical Islamist groups like Hamas, and they had planned this. They've been doing this for hundreds of years, and they're using technology and they're using other means to be able to achieve that end.
No doubt, as is Russia, as is China. They've infiltrated universities. The famous Yuri Bezmenov speech from 1984, which is crazy when you hear it today because he called it. He knew it was going to happen, and it's happening. And it's happening from college campuses outward. So the most radical of these ideologies are being promoted on colleges because the kids are the youngest. They don't have jobs and real world experience. They're young. They have ideologies.
Right.
They're a little bit unrealistic, and they're all captured by this status game that's going on campus, where you're trying to be the most radical, like, oh, he's so radically pro-Palestine, he's so hot.
Mhm.
You know, and then
Yeah.
that really becomes a thing. You become virtuous, and you become attractive. You become interesting without actually being interesting, just because you have this rabid adherence to an ideology that's right now in vogue. And that's really what it is. And I think a lot of that is funded by foreign governments. And there's a lot of evidence that points to it, and we should consider it as a possibility. Don't dismiss it as a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Consider it as a possibility. And so this is the question about things like TikTok, like and Twitter and all of them. Because I guarantee you, it's not just foreign countries' kids.
No
I
advertising.
guarantee you, there are people in this country that are using it.
Yes.
I know businesses do it.
Yes.
I guarantee you, people do it to try to influence the way people think about things. And when you see posts, I've seen posts multiple times saying outrageous things. Then I'll just, okay, let me click on this guy. And it's usually some letters and the numbers and the name maybe and a bunch of numbers. And then I click and I'm really, fake person.
Yeah.
Just go through all this
Zero
stuff.
posts.
Yeah, it's all just retweeting inflammatory stuff, and it's nutty, fucking crazy politic takes and like really aggressive takes on things. And like, wow, how many of them are there?
Yeah, there's no question that this is happening, and the social media algorithms are feeding it and playing right into it, and in our attention and our minds are the commodity.
100%. And if they can just trick you into buying some stuff along the way, that's
Exactly.
great. Who
Exactly.
never thought that your data would be so valuable?
Yeah.
That's the thing about when like you and I were younger. It meant nothing. Your data meant nothing. What are you talking about? Data?
Exactly.
You don't know data.
Right.
What is that?
Why would anybody be interested in that?
I remember my first inclination that data meant something was I bought Dianetics. I bought that book in like 1994. When I first went to Hollywood. They did Scientology. We have like stop sending me things.
Like we got one.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
And then you get to join. I guess you have to give them a piece, give them a taste. What you doing? You turn the group. Yeah, and so data now is responsible for the largest corporations in terms of like the amount of money.
Yeah.
Like think about Apple, how big Apple is, how much data Apple has. And Apple's better with data than Android systems are. Google's terrible with it.
Yeah.
But it's just like they're just siphoning data.
Yes, and that's the fallacy, and that's this kind of the falsehood of the argument for people who are pushing that TikTok ban bill, is if they're claiming they're concerned about data security and privacy and making sure that our data is protected, you got to do it across the board.
Yeah.
Because every single one of these social media or big tech companies is collecting as much as they possibly can, and if you think they're not selling it to the highest bidder, whether they be an American company or a foreign company, of course they are. This is their business model.
Wasn't there some controversy about one of the DNA companies, whether it's Ancestry or one of the other ones?
There was.
Where they
remember
sold their data to China.
I think so.
Wait,
I don't remember which one.
You sold everybody's genes?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know you could do that. I wouldn't have signed up for that.
Yeah.
You could sell my genes to China. Like, if China was, like, offering free DNA tests,
They got
was it? What did they sell to?
dollars only.
Big pharma.
Ooh, that's even
5
scary.
years.
Yeah, what do they sell it to? They could sell it to anybody else, too, right?
5 years.
Yeah.
$1.
Oh,
It's not that
anonymous,
much.
guys.
Maybe they're making it so it's an automatic
Wasn't there one in
5-minute
China, though, with
only.
Ancestry?
Oh man, that would
Yeah,
suck.
this is 23andMe. This is Ancestry as well. Interesting.
$20 million.
Like, see, I remember something about China.
Nope.
I might be on the wrong forums here. I might be on some conspiracy forums. I might have gone too deep on the JFK rabbit hole the other night. Oh, okay, China. There it goes. Groundbreaking move that has sent shockwaves through the biotech industry. 23andMe, the leading personal genomics and biotechnology company, has officially announced the sale of its entire DNA database to the Chinese government for an astonishing $10 billion. Wow. Yeah, so that's the one I was looking for.
I'll just add that that's only coming from a Medium article, not any other article.
Jimmy, why did you fuck it up?
Jamie is on it.
Yeah, who knows? But your data is extremely valuable.
Yeah.
That's weird, and it's also valuable to humans. It's humans selling other humans' data. Whether you call them Facebook or Google or the DEA, it's just a bunch of people. And if they don't have to follow the same rules that you follow, then we have real problems. And when you have entire groups of people that are dependent upon technology that's controlled almost entirely by one ideology, and then you let the government get involved like they did with Twitter, and
Exactly.
you see the Twitter files, like, oh, Jesus, like,
Exactly.
this is bad.
Right.
Like, you let the government have a back door, and they started sneaking around and telling you what to do, what not to do, and you were complying?
Right.
People were telling other people that they couldn't have experts from Harvard and Stanford talk about medical problems.
Yes.
You gotta stop this. Stop
Yes.
those experts from talking. Remove those posts. Ban those people. Like, the government is saying that.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
even if they're not saying, hey, do this or else, even if they're not making an explicit threat.
Just the fact you're getting requests from the government.
Exactly. Like, what would you like? What are you gonna do? The FBI is calling and saying, like, hey, we'd really like you to do X, Y, or Z. In my mind, I'd be like, okay, like, what am I going to be investigated for outside of this if I say no?
Also,
What are the consequences going to be?
if you're a person working at Twitter, right, this is not you. They're not investigating you. They're investigating someone else, right? So if they're going in, they're talking about these posts like, hey, this expert is spreading misinformation. And this is, like, they're causing vaccine hesitancy or whatever it's called. We need to stop this, put a stop to this. Like, why is the government being involved in a dispute between doctors and the pharmaceutical drug companies?
Yes.
Like, what are you doing? And how do you know? Did you guys adjudicate this? Did you guys get in front of a court? Did you guys get in front of experts? Did people testify? Did you have someone who's pro and con this? Someone who lays out this argument? Did you examine this? No, you didn't. They just contacted Twitter?
Yeah.
And Twitter said, okay. Because what are they going to do? They're fucking executives. If you're working at Twitter, and this old Twitter, and you're like super woke,
Right.
and you know, you just been drinking lattes and going into the meditation room, and then all of a sudden you get an email from the FBI, you're like, I don't want to fuck up this job. I got a cushy job. And you're like, okay, what do I have to do? Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
And so you do that. And that's not good. It's not good to have that kind of power being wielded by other people. They're just people. You could call them the FBI, you can call the DNI. They're human beings. And human beings that have that kind of power over other human beings in a country that's supposed to value freedom,
That's the thing.
in and of itself is un-American.
And that's where this isn't just like some rogue FBI agent doing this or some rogue, bureaucrat in an agency who's going and doing this. This is an expressed policy coming from the Biden administration in this example to go and use big tech to silence certain people's voices and to decide who does the government want to be heard and who needs to be silenced. And obviously, we could talk all day about the cozy relationship that many politicians have with big pharma, and it's not a surprise that they're going to act in favor of big pharma rather than in favor of the truth or free speech or people's health and well-being. But the fact that this was and is the Biden administration's policy to decide that they are the arbiter of what is misinformation, disinformation, what is information, what is true and what is not, and that they will use the tools available to them both within the government as well as outside of the government in the case of big tech and social media to be able to enforce that. And that's really the, for people who aren't paying attention to this stuff at home and they're just trying to live their lives and, go to work and take care of their kids and just live their life, it's easy to fall victim to like, well, the government wants what's best for us and they don't want us to be manipulated by misinformation and disinformation. And so this is the line that they use, like, we're doing this for you, we're trying to protect you. So once again, we're going to take away some of your freedom and some of your privacy, and tell you what who you should be listening to and what information you should be getting.
The king knows.
Yes.
The king will tell the people how to live.
Yes.
This is
And
how
this
you
is-
wash.
This is coming from the
Yeah.
same people who are telling us that boys can become girls on any day of the week because they feel like it.
Yeah, Rachel
Just-
Levine is the first female admiral.
Exactly.
Yay,
Exactly.
win.
Which is insane. And then they stand there and say, well, we are the champions for women.
Mm.
If they cannot even accept objective truth.
We're living in the strangest of strange times.
It
And
really is.
I also think that a lot of that stuff is being accentuated by social media, manipulated intentionally. Because I think if you can just get those narratives out there enough, that affects the gullible people, that affects sensitive people, that affects people on the spectrum, it affects a lot of people. And then they start getting rewarded for leaning into one type of ideology or another. And then it's affecting people. We are affected by our environment. And to pretend otherwise is just silly, especially when you talk about young people. Young people are particularly susceptible to propaganda, which is why they have young people wear suicide vests. That's why. You can't get a 50-year-old agnostic dude to wear a fucking suicide vest. You know, he's going to go, what am I going to get when I blow up? I'm going to go to heaven? Can you show me? You got a video? Is there a YouTube video I can watch? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
You can talk a 5-year-old into it, and that's what they do, and that's sick.
Yes.
And it's just as sick to try to, like, indoctrinate them into these crazy ideologies. Because it's just people want other people to join their fucking team. And it's a common thing that people do.
That's what's so concerning about, we're seeing the fruits of the shift in our education system away from actually teaching about the Constitution and, the founding documents and the Federalist Papers and the thought process behind that went into forming the Constitution and the Bill of Rights in our schools. Basic government, basic 101 on what is this country really about? What is the foundation that we were built upon, and what does it mean to you in your everyday life? And talking about the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment, and going down the list, because that has been absent largely from our education system for so long, it creates again this vulnerability of young people being susceptible. They're not rooted in an ideology of freedom and what that means in our lives and why it's important, why we will fight to defend and protect it. And so then they're like, well, I don't know. Maybe what Hamas is offering is a superior ideology or a superior value system than what we have here in America, which a lot of these kids are saying. Whether they realize fully what it is or not, they are falling victim to that ideology, that radicalism, this ideology, which would be completely oppressive in the lives that they are trying to live here.
Yeah, the whole proposal behind it is best highlighted by the meme "Queers for Palestine,"
Yes,
and then
exactly.
Palestine for queers.
Exactly.
The difference between that idea is so crazy. Like
Yes.
what you're saying is so nuts,
Yes.
and it's just this fuck the system, fuck the government, fuck the patriarchy. It's this ideology that gets promoted it's like frivolously wanting to destroy the foundation of this country.
Yes.
And they'll say it openly. We want to just stop colonialism. Okay, and then what? Then what happens? What do you have? What do you have? You have warlords? What do you have? What's going to run the country? How are you going to run it? We can do it all together.
Well, that's where, this again, Hamas had this whole thing planned, like, gaining the compassion and the sympathy of the world.
How did they plan that? How did they think that they were going to do that?
That they knew how Israel would react, and they were ready with social media and then all of the means of communication to play on the sympathies of people, the compassion and kind-hearted people around the world, and turn people's attention away from the 1,200 people that were murdered and killed and the people that were raped on that attack on October 7th. Their goal being ultimately to influence populations around the world towards this Islamist ideology that they want to govern the world under Islamic rule, under Sharia law. And we've seen already how it's been successful in some parts of the world, even in Europe, in France. Somebody was saying that I think it's 25% of France is already living under Sharia law. And so this ideological war that's being waged is not, it's being waged by one side, and there's not a counter narrative, there's not a counter war being waged on the other side to defeat it with a superior ideology of freedom and what we value as a society. And that puts this mission and this effort, and it's not just Hamas, obviously Al Qaeda and ISIS and other terrorist organizations around the world, they all have that same objective, which poses this great, the greatest short and long term threat to people who value freedom and to civilization.
We're also so uniquely vulnerable in that we do have this sort of democracy. You know, it's obviously heavily influenced by money, and then with the open borders, so you have all these people funneling into the country, and so you have an erosion of confidence in our entire system, because people are very aware of that, and the more people are let out of jail after they commit violent crimes, the more people are aware of that. If you looked at the whole picture, all the things that are in play right now, particularly like with the open borders and giving people plane tickets and flying them to all these different cities, like, if I was going to try to destroy the country, that's how I would do it. If I was going to try to destroy the country, I would radicalize the kids. I would give them the stupidest ideas and run them in their head. Boys can be girls, girls can be boys, boys can compete against girls in sports if they think they're a girl. Queers for Palestine, the death to the Jews, yell it out unironically on campuses. And to have the presidents of those colleges and universities defend it, which was wild. With cameras on them.
Yeah, it shows how scared they are. It shows how afraid they are of actually calling out what is right and what is wrong.
I think it also shows how they live in a bubble, and I don't think they interact with the real world. I think when they did, the shock was probably horrifying to just to realize how most people feel about what they said. Like, it's not harassment unless it's actionable. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Exactly.
You're saying death to the Jews, so
Right.
you have to kill Jews,
Right.
and then it's harassment.
Exactly.
Isn't that a little late?
I was shocked like everyone else at not only their statements, but how every one of them sitting at that table on that day said almost the exact same thing. And knowing how much preparation, because when people come, I don't care who you are, but when you come and testify before Congress, you go through preparation. And if you're the president of an Ivy League university, you're going to have a whole team of people sitting there telling you, okay, well, here are the questions you should probably be prepared to answer. The question that Elise Stefanik asked was not outside of the realm of like, here's what the frequently asked questions would be.
Yeah.
And the fact that their answers were all the same and how they were smirking as they were giving that answer, I was very surprised by it. Maybe I shouldn't have been as surprised given what they're doing.
I think we're sending our kids to cult camps. That's what I think. I think they get indoctrinated into this. They don't all. Some of them skate through. Some of them are wise. Some of them realize this is crazy.
Right.
Can't wait to fuck out of here, get my degree, and then go to work. But some of them just get locked in, and then it becomes their identity. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous also because, look, kids don't want to listen, okay? And if you have kids, they don't want to listen to you. They want to rebel. And when they finally get to go away somewhere and be on their own, and your dad's a banker, you're like, fuck that asshole. Capitalism is bullshit. Like, you're wearing a Che Guevara t-shirt. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Exactly.
Use ChatGPT to answer your homework. The whole thing is nuts. And then you're allowing those young people to just trying out being an adult with a voice and an opinion and trying to be profound.
Yeah. And there's no consequences to actions.
It's weird. It's weird that people can't see it, and I'm glad that some people are pulling funding.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of people that are donors, like, hey, fuck you.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
And so that's fortunate that there's some sort of a blowback. But, you know, even that woman from Harvard, you know, she was caught plagiarizing
Exactly.
many times. Like,
Yeah.
if you were a grad student and you got caught plagiarizing, that would be a wrap for you. But meanwhile, she keeps making the same amount of money. They just gave her a different job.
Yeah.
They didn't even fire her.
No,
The whole thing's crazy.
it is.
The whole thing's crazy. It's like, that's supposed to be Harvard.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the smartest people amongst us. And when you heard that lady talk, like, hey, how did she get to the top? That seems bananas.
Mhm.
It seems like you probably had some better choices. Like,
Yeah.
was there any other considerations into how she got that gig?
Exactly.
The plagiarism doesn't freak you guys out?
Right.
Like, isn't that like opposed to everything that you stand for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what are you doing? You're not the best and the brightest anymore. You guys are doing nonsense.
Right.
This is a cult camp. You got a cult camp. You're indoctrinating people, and where are you getting your money? Like, and how much of that money is coming from China, and how much of the influence is coming from Russia? How much of the influence, like in the past, has shaped these people? So you have this system where academics go to school, they learn, they get indoctrinated, and they start teaching, and they never enter into the real world. And they make this cycle, and those are the people that keep indoctrinating more people, and now they're infesting these social media apps, and they're infesting all of these tech companies, and everybody else is like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
But it's all coming from universities. It's coming from the kids that get indoctrinated in these ideologies. And I remember when I first started talking about this in like 2015 or 16, whenever the Jordan Peterson thing was happening, first was Brett Weinstein and Evergreen College. And people were like, why do you care what's happening in these obscure colleges? They go, hey, they're going to graduate.
Yes.
Like, when I see fire and it's 5 miles away, I don't go, oh, it's 5 miles away. I go, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here now. Like, get out of here now.
Yeah.
Fire's coming.
Yeah.
Get out. Like, this is, like, you don't see that these kids are going to leave school. They're so crazy. They believe that you should have a day where you tell white people they have to stay home. When it used to be that it was an appreciation of people of color. So they could take the day off and they would get paid. And you go, oh, I really miss Mike. You know, I really miss Tanya. It'd be great if she was here. And boy, it's hard not working with her, you know, and doing her job and my job at the same time.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But telling people, white people, they have to stay home, and then threatening them with baseball bats if they don't, have people roaming the parking lot with that. When I saw that, I was like, this is crazy. And so many people were saying, why do you care? Well, they're going to go out in the world. If this is happening there, it's not an isolated situation. It's happening to other people. And then the Jordan Peterson thing in Toronto. I'm like, okay, guys. And now everyone is sort of realizing, like, oh, this is a real problem. This is infesting the world. This ideology is pervasive. And it's not well thought out.
No.
This is not just like fact-based, objective assessment, being kind and understanding and taking into account all the variables.
Yeah.
No, it's like a cult.
You know, the problem is not everyone is seeing what's really happening. You still have the AOCs of the world and many people within the leadership of the Democratic Party who this is the direction we are headed.
Yeah.
And that's a very dangerous thing for so many reasons. But obviously because they're in a position of power and how they're using that power and how they're undermining the rule of law and choosing, again, who gets to speak freely and who gets to go and do whatever they want, break the law, disturb the peace, acts of violence, because what you think that their cause is justified.
Right.
But meanwhile, others who would do the very same thing be charged with a crime.
Imagine if AOC got to write history books. And they said, why do people sneak into America in 2024? Oh, climate change. It's like 20 years from now. Climate change was so bad that people were walking from Guatemala to get plane tickets to fly to Michigan. Like, for real? Are you sure?
Oh my
Are you sure that happened? Maybe there's other variables. What do you think? Maybe it's encouraged.
Perhaps.
Maybe there's a whole Red Cross map that they can follow. Hey guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some of the stops along the way, they only speak Chinese and they have Chinese signs. And it seems like there's like a concerted effort to get people in from China. Hey, something going on?
Yeah.
No, just climate change. Oh, it's so simple. So nice to be able to just
That's just
Write
that's
something
just
else.
as bad as the people who break into stores in New York City. They're just hungry and trying to steal bread for their starving kids.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lady.
Forget like the guys who go in and like steal 50 Apple iPhones from the store and run out and jump in their car, or all of these other things. It's hard to believe that a person who's a member of Congress can say that with a straight face.
Well, the best one was, did you ever see the conversation that she had with the news reporter, where the reporter was asking her to clarify her thoughts on Israel and Palestine?
Yes, I did.
That one's wonderful.
She had nothing to say.
But it seemed like she didn't even know like where they were. Like if you gave her a map and this has no names on it, like which one of these is Israel?
Yeah.
Like what do you know about the history?
Right.
What do you know about what happened in 1947? Anything? Like, what was going on before that?
Yeah.
Who lived there first?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
what's Judea?
Right.
What's that place?
Yeah.
Exactly. What's the biblical significance of these locations? Any? You know? How long has this dispute been going on?
Yeah.
You know? What's
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah.
How much are they funding this?
There are these girls who, again, I don't know where this video is. I'm sure it's everywhere now, but they were left Columbia to go and stand with the students protesting at NYU. And somebody said, well, why are you here? They're like, oh, we're here to stand in solidarity with the protesters. What is NYU doing that you're protesting? Oh, I don't really know. And then she turned to her friend. She's like, why are we here? What are they doing that's wrong? And the friend said, I wish I was more educated because I don't really know either. Well,
They just out there being virtuous.
somebody asked us to come, so we're just coming to stand in solidarity.
Well, there's this thing that you can do now where if you just yell out the thing that's popular, now you become cooler than you really are.
Yeah.
It's a new thing you can do. And if you're like really rabid about it, then you can demand other people do that on their social media. Like, how come you're not putting a black square up on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
I mean, this all of these things,
Good, yeah,
these were
good.
major drivers for me in leading the insanity of what has become today's Democratic Party, and where I've seen and heard directly from so many people who
Did they
who
fall asleep? Are they just letting you fucking
woken up
terrorize
to
them?
that fact of literally just being common sense minded Americans who are just, there's no explanation, there's no logic, there's no rationale that you can give for these kinds of things happening, and not just by some rogue member of Congress. I mean, it's happening from the very top.
yeah, and it's the consequence of money being involved in politics, and that seems like that web is so deep, and those roots run so deep that to try to stop that now is almost impossible. It's almost like the only way to solve this is to give corporations a conscience. It's like the only way to solve this is you've got to figure out like who is funding what and why. Why is so much money being spent on this versus that? And one of the things about AI is that if AI is asked at a certain point in time, when it becomes like sentient or really super powerful, like what is the solution between the conflict between Ukraine and Russia? What's the cause of it? And AI gives like a real comprehensive analysis of the U.S. government-funded coup from 2014 and how NATO's been moving arms closer to Russia and like lays it all out. And like this is the definitive objective. No ideology, no bullshit reason why this is happening. And these are the companies that are pushing the conflict, and this is the amount of money they're making from it. And here's the amount of money that's missing because there's corruption involved in Ukraine. As much as people don't want to admit, one of the wildest ones was Candace Owens on Twitter, where the New York Times, they tweeted her, like, what evidence do you have of corruption in Ukraine? And she's like, from your own fucking newspaper? And she starts posting links. And it's like, do you guys not even check before you tweet out?
Do you not do journalism?
Well, they were also the ones that said, the New York Times said that bomb landed in the hospital and killed 500 people, and it apparently it landed in the parking lot and killed a small number of people.
Yeah.
And it probably was not from Israel, but was actually one of the Islamic terrorists had launched a bomb and it accidentally landed in the protest.
Yeah, and no effort to actually, truly, not in the fine print on the back page of the paper, but actually make sure that they got the facts right.
Well, and certainly no equivalent coverage
Yeah.
of the actual true story versus the original story,
Yeah.
which you should do. It's like, yeah, maybe you got that information. Explain how you got that information. Same people read the newspaper, read this, and now they know. Like, let them know. Don't just fucking hide it. Don't pretend you didn't fuck up.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's the same reason why with Julian Assange, back when, his criminal charges were first coming up, they were saying, hey, this is a threat to journalism, that you can't suppress the free press. It is a violation of the First Amendment. And if you go after Julian Assange today, they could go after a New York Times journalist tomorrow. I think we were seeing it from the Washington Post and some of the other mainstream traditional news sources. But the script was totally flipped and they shut up real quick and turned their sights against Julian Assange after he released Hillary Clinton's emails. Why? They have become, unfortunately, a political arm of the Democrat elite. And it's the same reason why they stopped reporting on actual corruption in Ukraine, because they get, okay, what's the narrative that we've got to push?
Yeah.
And they're not going to go against it. Not allow facts and journalism to get in the way of that.
it's spooky. It's spooky for people that count on them for the news.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now who do I have to trust? Who can I listen to? And it turns out it's like a lot of independent people. Those are the only ones that they're free. They're free to actually report for now. They've used laws. Did that TikTok thing pass?
It did pass.
So
It's done.
That's it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you know Adam Curry?
It will be challenged. I'm sure it'll be challenged in court. I don't know by who or what the next steps will be, but I'm sure it will be challenged.
Right now?
I believe that President Biden signed it into law. Actually, I know he did, but the timeline of execution, I think what they gave something like 180 days for TikTok to be sold to an American company.
Oh, great. Give it to Bill Gates.
But even if that that's a pretty tight turnaround when you look at that. But that doesn't negate all of the other provisions within that law that further violate our civil liberties.
Do you know Adam Curry?
I don't.
Adam Curry used to be an MTV DJ. He's the original podcaster. He's the podfather, the real number one. Brilliant guy. But I had him on the podcast quite a while ago, and he said that all this uproar over TikTok is total bullshit. He said what it is the Chinese are eating our lunch. Like, they've developed an app that is more addictive and collects data just like our apps do, and we don't like it. We don't like it because their one is way better. And so they're trying to do something to shut it down because they're using it to influence us. And like, hey, we're the only ones allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he thinks. And when he said that, I was like, I never really considered that. Because I always was like, oh, this TikTok is like really bad. Really fine print.
Right.
And it is bad. I mean, if you look at just the terms of service, like when you're agreeing, the conditions that you agree to, like they get to monitor your keystrokes. So that means they can probably monitor your passwords. They can probably check out all your emails. They get to monitor other computers that are connected to the network, even if they don't have TikTok on them. Like, it's bananas.
Yeah.
But who else is doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
I hate it. Like,
That's the point.
when you and I are having a conversation, and then all of a sudden we talk about Toyota trucks, and there's an ad for a Toyota truck. Like, hey, did you guys know that we were talking about? Are you listening, Google?
Exactly.
What are you doing? Like, how do you?
Google, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, all of it.
How do you know what I'm interested in?
Right. Exactly.
They're trying to sell you things.
And
They're all
so
trying to sell you things.
Of course.
Yeah, and the best way to sell people things is find out what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. Of course, like Elon and X Elon specifically was the only one who stood up amongst our American big tech companies to say, this is a very bad bill. The others, to my knowledge, were very, very silent, or they were actually coming out in support of it. Competition makes sense. The other piece of that is, other than X and TikTok, the Biden administration has been very successful at working with Google and Meta, Facebook, Instagram, in being able to control quote unquote disinformation and information. So when you look at it from a government standpoint, why if you're concerned about data security and privacy, why aren't you doing it across the board and treating every social media company that Americans use with that same standard? So maybe they're just going after the ones that they can't actually control and intimidate into doing their work for them, which is why it makes sense why Elon Musk and others would say, well, of course, if today is TikTok, then why wouldn't it be X tomorrow?
It's interesting to me that people don't seem to understand the value and importance of a guy like Elon.
Yeah.
Who's this wild billionaire character who likes to dunk on people. Like that guy being like, did you see that thing that he posted the other day? Because there's one of the guys who was like from Facebook, I believe, said that what Elon is doing is corruption on like an Enron level, I think he compared it to. So Elon posted a photo of a dog laying its balls on another dog's head.
I did not see this.
It was like dunking on this dude. I'm like, how wild is this guy? And then someone said, did you really spend $44 billion on Twitter so you can dunk on people? And he writes 100%.
I don't know how he has time for this. I mean,
I don't understand this. It doesn't make any sense to me. But he
do
does.
everything else that he's doing.
He's a fascinating guy.
Yeah.
I mean, his brain is a fucking tornado of information just flying around all the time. I think it helps him to be able to just fuck around.
Yeah.
He's silly.
Yeah.
But he was the only one that recognized that this was a problem, that you have the entire narrative being controlled by one ideology through all the social media apps, and that's what's going on.
Exactly.
They're all tech companies. Tech companies have hire people that are coming from universities, and they're all infected by this ideology, and it's nuts that that's the case.
Yeah.
And then they've done a really good job of, if you go to like Gab or any of those, especially initially, like it was so nuts. Like, I'm not gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
It was like going to a Nazi party. Like, oh. Like, even if you're not a Nazi, like, they're sea piling in the corner, like, shit, I gotta get out of here. Like, I don't know how
I never been in those rooms.
I don't know how it is now, but I guarantee some of that was fake, too. I guarantee when they came up with these alternative platforms that people wanted to squash the idea of having people that were free outside of Twitter and Facebook, that were reasonable people that just wanted objective conversation. So I guarantee most of them were. Most of them were tired of being censored on Twitter and shadow ban and all that shit. So they try these other, whether it's Gab or Truth Social or any of them.
Right.
I guarantee you, if I was intentionally, and I was inclined to do it, I would get in there and start Steve Hyland. I'd go crazy. I'd post the most racist memes and have everybody salute. I'd go nutty. I'd have fake accounts liking those things and getting excited about it, reposting it, because that's how you make a place toxic, and that's how you kill the competition. Right. I would do that. I would do that if I was running Twitter. Right. Like if you're just a cat, obviously
of course.
But if I was a evil fuck, I would go, this is the way to do it.
No, it makes sense.
Let's take that.
How do you make it a place where people don't want to be?
How hard is that to do? You hire a bunch of people to do it. You get algorithms, you develop them. You start posting memes and shit.
Yeah.
Easy. Now you make it toxic.
Yeah.
Now I look and I go, ugh, you gotta get out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so
Makes
then
sense.
you don't have an alternative. You go back to Twitter and you just deal with the fact that you're being censored. And you deal with the fact that if you're a left-wing person, you can say the most outrageous shit, even call for violence against people. Twitter caught selling data to government spies while complaining about surveillance. In for a penny, in for a data mine. Is this recently? What is this saying now? And what is data mining? Uses AI technology to constantly monitor public activity on social media and other parts of the web. In doing so, its clients, often law enforcement, can receive customized real-time alerts of what's brewing online, which helps them to respond to natural disasters or, more ominously, spy on protests. Knows the Intercept. Okay. But also does allow them real-time alerts of what's brewing online. So you're not saying they're censoring people. You're saying that they're allowing them to look at data. So that data could be like how many people are posting about some sort of a protest where they want to burn down a church or whatever the fuck it is. You're talking about a different thing than banning people from posting things, especially these people that are experts from Harvard and MIT, and this is a different thing.
I've seen, I mean, there's a data miner app. I've seen how the information flows through. I don't know what it says the story revealed the surveillance firm pays for special access to a fire hose of data from Twitter. I'd be curious about what that fire hose of data is.
This data miner has a unique contractual relationship with Twitter, whereby they have real-time access to the full stream of all publicly available tweets. So, but it's just publicly available tweets that are already available. So it's like a very high-level search function. A company representative said in an email to the government agency for the report. So is that like a search function? Like, because it's all public tweets. So they have access to the stream of all publicly available tweets. But doesn't everybody have access to the publicly available tweets? Yeah. Right. Right, but if you did have an AI, say if you had an AI, whether it's Google's AI or any AI, you said, hey, go look at Twitter. Tell me who's talking about Nazis.
Right, yeah. Curating the tweets that are coming into your feed.
That's part of what you've been complaining about, honestly. People have blocked access to many programs that did have access to the API because it costs money for them every time someone's taking that to this kind of all. Like I used to use TweetDeck to look at Twitter all the time.
That doesn't work anymore?
To pay for it.
Interesting.
How come?
I honestly don't know. Arguably, it would just be like, it was a good feature, so like, might as well make people pay for it. Make money.
How much TweetDeck cost?
It's part of the Pro. So
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's the other thing, though, like Apple takes a slice of that to get it off of your iPhone, right? If you get it from the App Store.
That's where if you pay for it on like Twitter on the website, no. But if you use the phone app on your phone,
That's what I'm saying. Apple's got the wildest thing going.
They
They
do.
have 30% of everything. They have so much money. They have more money than countries. There's a lot of countries that don't have as much money as Apple.
Yeah, I believe that. It's pretty funny. That's being challenged, I feel like, in a lawsuit too.
Yes. Well, there's certain things that Apple does that are thought to be anti-competitive in a kind of a creepy way. And one of them that they just recently got rid of is the Lightning connection, right? So up until iPhone 15 or 16, what are we on now? 16? We're on 15 now? So up until 15, you used to have to use a Lightning connector, which only works on Apple devices. Right. Now you can use USB-C, which is way better. It's better for data it's better for connectivity. It's better for charging. You get faster charging. Like the Android phones, like particularly like Samsung Galaxy, you go to full charge is like an hour less time because it takes faster watt charging than the iPhone does. And for the longest time, it was much better transfer of data because of USB-C. It's just a better, more efficient system. But Apple's like, you gotta use iPhone. So the European Union, I think that was the problem. They couldn't sell them over there.
Right.
It is illegal. So then they had to switch it over to USB-C. So now everybody at least has a universal thing.
Yeah.
And then there's the problem with text messaging. So if you have an Android, you send me a text message, it comes out green. And I send you one that comes green. Because it's text, it's SMS. And so now they're going to adopt RCS. So the idea is, since you can't have iMessage on everything, at least you'll have encryption and you'll be able to send large file sizes. And that's what RCS is, which is like a higher level of text messaging that's been enjoyed by people who use Androids, but not when they communicate with iPhones. iPhones were forcing people to use SMS.
Right.
It's shitty. It's inferior. You get like blurry images and videos, not the same resolution.
Yep.
It cuts it all down
Compresses them.
because it has to fit in the SMS format. So now you'll be able to share photos just like you will with an iPhone, with an iPhone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So no more green text messages?
The text message was still green.
Oh, interesting.
So now they want to invite you to feel like shit. They want you to feel like shit for having a different device.
I think exactly.
It works,
It
kids.
does work.
The thing with kids, I think with teenagers, see if this is true. I believe I read that it was something like 86% of all teenagers, there's some high number of all teenagers use iPhones. Like you're shunned for using Android.
Damn,
It's
kid.
just crazy.
It is crazy.
Weird.
Yeah.
But that's how tribal people are. We're tribal about our cell phones.
It's nuts.
We're tribal about the kind of computers we use, kind of sneakers. I'm gonna use guys. You know, like people are crazy.
Yeah.
87% of teens in the USA have an iPhone, while 88% expect an iPhone to be their next phone, according to a survey from investment firm Piper Sandler. That is a monopoly.
It's a huge monopoly.
That is wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And how they control their apps and how much money they make off of the apps.
Well, also, their whole ecosystem is amazing. It's really good. Like, they figured out a lot of really good things.
Yeah.
Like, it's so convenient that I can write on my computer, and then I can transfer it to my notes, and it's automatically on my phone.
Exactly.
I don't have to do
I
anything
use it
else.
all the time.
It's so good.
Yep.
That's so good. You can do that with Samsung. You can do that with Android. You can do that. It's just, you'd have to switch systems and learn how to. It's not hard to do. They're pretty intuitive. I have a Samsung. I have a Galaxy, one of the Ultras that I used to think took a clear photo of the moon, but it's actually bullshit.
Yeah.
Do you know that story?
No.
You don't know that?
No.
They got me. There was a feature that's still a feature. It's kind of amazing. It's called moonshine. And so you could be looking at the moon. If you look at the moon with your iPhone, right, take a photo, it looks like dog shit. It looks terrible. Because it's just like a blurry thing.
Yeah.
You zoom, it looks terrible. But with Samsungs, when you zoom in, it holds a square over the moon and it enhances it. And it gives you like 100x zoom. So you get this crazy digital zoom. You zoom in on the moon, and it looks really clear, and you take a photo. But it turned out it was AI. Because,
No.
yes, because some clever internet people, because you can't fool the internet, what they did is they took a blurry image of the moon, and they put it on a desktop computer, and then took a photo with the camera of the blurry image on the desktop computer, and it filled it in and made it pretty.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's kind of smart.
frauds.
That's a smart hack to figure it out.
I've seen people try to argue away it and say, well, it's actually no different than how AI enhances normal photos.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Now you take a picture.
No. We're talking about the moon.
Yeah.
There's a lot of detail there.
Yeah, what if there's a UFO I missed?
Right.
There's a UFO
Exactly.
that you're trying to tell me
Yeah.
the mothership is circling around the moon, and you're lying to me. You guys are liars. But
Oh man.
the technology is actually superior on this phone.
The Samsungs.
Oh yeah, it's quite a bit better. The
Yeah.
screens are quite a bit better. The screens have an anti-reflective coating on the new S24 Ultra, so even in bright sunlight when you're outside, you can read your screen perfect. It doesn't. You don't have the glare.
Yeah,
That
right.
you try to look at your phone like this.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. It's
Interesting.
You also have superior battery life. You only have like a tiny little circle that's missing from the screen for the camera. You don't have that big ass stupid bar that's in the front for Face ID. There's a lot of things. It has a pen you can write on it. Like it has AI features. Lets you translate in real time. You and I could be having a conversation. You could be speaking Spanish, and it would show me in English in real time, and then I could speak to you in English and show you in Spanish. So the phone gets split down the middle. So this side faces you, and that side faces me, and we could have a conversation, and I could read what you're saying. And then you could wear these earbuds, and it'll translate it in real time.
Oh wow.
Which is crazy.
That's incredible.
It's crazy.
I tried using the Google Translate app when I was down at the border and talking to different people from different parts of the world, and it sucked. It like the intent I think was for that to happen is like you just turn on the microphone and then I could speak and they could see in the screen like it's translating into their language, and but then they could respond in their language and you're just seeing it play out real time, but it didn't work. It just didn't work. The thing froze or it didn't translate, and then you got to push all these buttons, and then even then.
Well, the Samsung one is using AI, and I think it's the most advanced version. It also has a thing where it lets you organize your notes in AI. So, and also it'll change the tone of your text messages. Like it'll suggest things that are more polite and more friendly. Yeah, there's like modes that you can do. So you can use AI for that. You could also
That might piss me off sometime if I don't really want to write a polite text message.
right. Well, then you don't have to. You
Right.
can write it in your own language. I mean, you can write it however you
In
want.
your own
But
voice.
then you can also ask it to make this more polite.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's what it is. So it's not as
Crazy.
hey Tulsi, how about you be a little nicer?
You're right. Exactly.
It doesn't do
Okay.
that.
It's not policing me.
It also
Am I
will
rude?
summarize web pages. So if you go to a web page, you're like, I don't know your shit.
Yeah.
Give me a summary.
Yeah.
And it'll
Oh, wow.
instantly
Yeah.
say, this is what's going on, this is the problem, here's what's the dilemma.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh. It'll break things down to you. So it's using AI on the
In
phone.
constructive
Yeah.
ways.
But 86% of kids
Yeah.
don't have it.
Yeah.
Weird.
The have you heard of this unplugged phone that Eric Prince is
Yes.
doing?
Yeah, I have heard of it.
It's interesting. I just got one. I haven't set it up yet, but it is what they're saying is the most secure means of communication. Obviously, technology is never 100% secure, but the fact that it does not have the same ad ID numbers that every one of our other phones has, Apple, Samsung, whatever, makes it so that we are able to protect more of our information than we would otherwise.
Right, but do you get to use apps with that? Like,
Yeah.
Can you use
Yeah.
Instagram?
They have their own operating system and their own apps, but you can also download whatever apps you want to download.
But if you download
And they're the
Instagram,
settings. The settings you are able to actually make it so that Instagram is not able to collect the kind of data that they would otherwise.
Really?
Yes.
so what is it operating on? Like is it like graphene? Like what is the
I
operating system?
haven't set it up yet. It is an operating system. They got the guy who, as their CTO, who created the Pegasus system.
Oh great, you can trust him.
That was my question.
If you're gonna make, well first of all, if you're gonna
There's
make
two sides of that.
honeypot phone,
Yeah, there's two sides of that. Is if you created it, then ideally you would know how to protect against it, right?
yes, for sure. Or you would say, look, the kind of people that want a phone like this, these rah, fuck the government people, like these type of people that might get visited by the FBI. Give them a phone, call it like the Patriot phone or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
So
And they get a nice little honeypot.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it is.
No. Well, that's why I asked them. Like, it sounds like this is the perfect kind of phone for people in the military or people who are conducting different kinds of operations because of all of these protections and so on and so forth. And they said they're intentionally not selling to the U.S. government because they don't want that doubt to be in people's minds that this is some kind of op that's happening that will allow some kind of surveillance to take place. Anyway, it's interesting.
That is interesting. There are other phones that do that. There's phones that operate on an operating system called Graphene OS. You take a phone like a Google phone and they de-Google it. So they remove all the Google stuff, and then there's a bunch of detailed instructions of how to do it.
Right.
And then they put this new operating system on. When the new operating system works, all your shit doesn't work. Like all the normal Google
Okay.
services
Yeah,
and all
see,
that
that's
stuff. It's a completely different operating system.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get, like,
Theirs, they
text
have figured
messages.
out how to do both. You can toggle on and off what mode you want to be in, and it's got the VPNs and everything else.
And that's suspicious hippo face.
Yeah.
Yeah, skeptical.
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone did figure something like out, that would be great. I asked Elon about that once because I read this story about the Tesla phones. He's like, oh God, I hope we don't have to make phones. But it's the way he said it. I hope we don't have to make phones.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when you look at the interconnectedness between, Tesla, and you look at obviously the power element and then the car element, and then you look at the content platform that they are building X into, like the vision that they have for it to be the one-stop shop, not only for all different kinds of media, but for payment and interaction and business and commerce and everything else. It's interesting when you look at that direction of
It is also interesting
connectivity.
that if you have a Tesla, and I have one, I love it, you can't get Apple CarPlay. Doesn't come, no Apple CarPlay. Fuck off. Fuck off, stupid. Use our shit.
So what can you use then? just their organic.
Well, you can Bluetooth your phone.
Okay.
Like you can play music. Like you have
Okay.
Spotify hooked up to your phone on Bluetooth. You play a song on Spotify. It's like on that.
Yeah.
And you also have like there's a lot of options. Like Spotify's built into the system. Spotify, so you can just like tell it.
Okay.
You can like press it, play Notorious B.I.G. and it just start playing a random song. You can tell it what song to play.
Interesting.
You press a button. You say, "Hey, navigate to Eddie V's Steakhouse."
Okay.
Bam, it'll take you there.
Okay.
So and it's got this big ass, huge screen. So
I've
it
seen
has
the
this
screen, yeah.
giant, like I don't know how long it is. How long is this screen on the car? It's like 18 inches. Looks like it's about 18 inches, right? And it's just massive map.
Yeah.
So like for the navigation, everything's great.
Yeah.
But if I was gonna take a phone, I wouldn't allow Android or Apple to like have CarPlay.
Right. Right.
Fuck off.
Exactly.
Use my shit. And then once you develop an X phone,
Yep.
I wouldn't be
I could
surprised.
see it. I could see it.
I'm sure he's thought of it. I'm sure he's thought of it other than me saying that to him. I'm
Yeah.
sure that's not the first time he thought of it.
Yeah.
Because if anybody could pull it off, it's probably Elon. It's probably Twitter, with X, whatever.
Yeah.
If they came up with a SpaceX phone, all the nerds would be like,
Oh.
gimme.
Come on.
Especially if it was good.
Yeah.
And especially if people move to more secure messaging systems that are end-to-end encrypted, like Signal, which also I was skeptical about. Like, I read something on one of them forums where they're saying that Signal was funded by CIA money. Is that true? That's not good. And then there's WhatsApp, which is owned by Facebook.
Yeah. But WhatsApp is not a secure form of communication.
It's not?
No.
Is it sus?
No. It's
Super
more
sus?
than sus.
Super sus?
Yes.
I just want to hear you say super sus.
It's confirmed sus. How about that?
Freedom of the Press Foundation acted as Signal's fiscal sponsor between 2013 and 2016. The project received grants from the Knight Foundation, the Shuttleworth Foundation, and almost $3 million from the U.S. government. Sponsored Open Technology Fund. Yeah. What does that say down there on Reddit? Article claims Signal's origins as a U.S. government asset are public record, and a lack of funding is because of the CIA. From this article that makes it claim that Signal's origins as a U.S. government asset are a matter of extensive public record, even if the scope and scale of the funding provided has until now. Does anyone here know what public records they're referring to here? It says, if so, does anyone have links to these public records? This means Signal is a honeypot. They also say that Signal handed people over to the CIA. I'd like to know what actually evidence that exists, if it's true. That kind of sense. That's what it says there. But Tucker said that he was communicating through Signal, and that the government contacted him and said, "We know that you're setting up a meeting with Putin because we're at your Signal." And he was like, "I didn't know you could even do that."
Well, this connects directly back to the FISA Section 702 law. Because if they are surveilling certain foreign entities in Russia, then an American citizen like Tucker Carlson communicating with them, the government is then able to just immediately go in, again, without a warrant and saying, okay, we got to go before a judge. And even if they do go before a judge, it is a secret court. There is only one side that's presented, which is the government saying, we need to go and capture all of Tucker's data. For example, I have no idea if this actually happened, but let's say that's the scenario. That court, and this is public information, that court approves 99.9999999% of all requests that the government makes to go in and surveil American citizens. It's essentially a rubber stamp, which is exactly the problem. But that's where I could foresee, okay, well, Tucker's communicating on Signal. This surveillance law that just was strengthened recently when Congress passed it and Biden signed it into law allows that to happen.
So it's all bullshit then. So Signal, unplugged phone, all that stuff. If that's the case, if they have the ability to read Signal, don't you think they have the ability to read every single piece of information that gets sent from your phone? They can intercept it and read it. It just makes sense.
I believe it.
I don't know how you're going to protect that. Maybe I'm ignorant. But I don't understand how you can protect that with a different operating system as long as it's using the same cell phone signals. It's like, I understand that you're saying it's encrypted, but is that encryption impossible to crack? Like, isn't that, is there a source of that encryption? Couldn't someone just get the phone and just figure it out and back engineer it? Seems like it could.
An interesting thing about, I asked the same question about this unplugged phone. And if you're using, which I hadn't heard before about any other app, but if you're using their version of Signal, the texting app that you can do calls and FaceTime and whatever through, with another app on another unplugged phone, every time you connect a call or you send a text message, it generates a new encryption key. Versus Signal, which is when you download it and you set up your account or whatever, that is your key.
So, but would you have to have an unplugged phone for me to talk to you in that encrypted app?
That's what yes, I believe so.
So you would have to have it, and I would have to have it.
I believe so, because I don't know that their app is available on Apple, for example.
Right. See, that would be interesting if someone developed something that did that developed
the generation of a new encrypted key every time you're using it.
Yeah.
And starting a conversation. That's. But it's true. Yeah.
It just seems like the boundaries between people and privacy. Signal facing collapse after CIA cuts.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
She
Jesus.
thought this is an investigative journalist on our website. I then looked up his account. His account is suspended on Twitter or X. I don't know why, but this is an article that says. But I don't know how much this is fact. That's almost like
A friend of mine, so hold on a second, never acknowledged in any serious way by the mainstream media Signal's origins as U.S. government asset or a matter of extensive public record, even if the scope and the scale of the funding provided has until now been secret. The app, brainchild of shadowy tech guru Moxie Marlinspike, by the way.
That's quite
He came on a podcast. It's not shadowy.
Did he really?
Yeah, it's on a podcast.
Wow.
Not shadowy at all.
Interesting.
Yeah, like regular guy.
Yeah.
But some of this is probably horseshit. Real name Matthew Rosenfeld. How dare you, Moxie? You have a fake name? Was launched in 2013 by his now defunct Open Whisper Systems. The company never published financial statements or disclosed the identities of its funders at any point during its operation. Sums involved in developing, launching, and running a message app used by countless people globally were nonetheless surely significant. The newly published financial records indicate Signal's operating costs for 2023 alone are $40 million and projected to rise to $50 million by 2025. Rosenfeld boasted in 2018 that OWS never took VC venture capital funding or sought investment at any point, though mysteriously failed to mention millions were provided by the Open Technology Fund. Yeah, that's the money. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Open Technology Fund was launched in 2012 as a pilot program of Radio Free Asia, an asset of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which is funded by U.S. Congress to the tune of over $1 billion annually. In 2018, the then CEO openly acknowledged the agency's global priorities reflect U.S. national security and public diplomacy interests. That sounds sus. Is that super sus?
That is super sus.
I just like you say it, super sus. Yeah.
That's
That's a little iffy.
that's very.
If it's true,
So.
if it's all, or
I would
if
say
it's
so.
not true, it's a disinformation campaign designed to cripple Signal and to lose people's trust in Signal.
Yeah, perhaps. That last thing there, though, is a separate issue of concern of the United States government funding U.S. propaganda, essentially, in different parts of the world.
I would like to talk to real nerds about this phone, this unplugged phone.
Yeah.
The real nerds.
Yeah.
I would like to have the real nerds look at this and go, yes or no.
Yeah.
Like, what do you
Absolutely.
think is going
I'm
on
curious
there?
as well. Yeah.
Is there reviews of the unplugged phone by any of them super smart people? But they have them. Brian Callen has one. Tulsi, you have one.
Yeah.
It says by now.
Oh, so it's not real. it used to be pre-order, like till recently. Right. This is the positive one. Just go to the actual.
I did. And that's where like
Oh, so maybe it used to be. Maybe that was the link at one point in time. Said pre-order. Okay. Be interesting if people use this, but it's like, I need something. Is it $1,900? What are you buying? Oh, psycho.
it's a little bit of shit.
Psycho.
If it's shipping in 3 months, I mean, it's not available.
Right.
Yeah, it is very interesting because there are other phones that I've seen in the past who have tried this and not succeeded. And I don't know whether it was a virtue of, the time in our country where people maybe just weren't that interested in having a secure means of communication or a secure phone.
But people don't want the inconvenience, and most people don't have to think about this, right? So they're not thinking about the government looking at everything they do. What are they doing?
Right.
Just trying to get laid, trying to have fun. They're just trying to do normal stuff.
Yeah.
They don't care. But if 86 or whatever the number was % of kids use iPhones, they are locked into that ecosystem.
Yeah.
You're locked in with your photographs. You're locked in with everything. And
Yeah, you've got Apple Pay, and you've got the whole thing.
everything.
All you need is your phone.
You use your phone. I use my phone as a remote control to control Apple TV. It's crazy. It's actually better than the real remote control because you can type on the keyboard instead of doing that stupid thing where you have to go.
Oh gosh, yeah, letter by letter.
I'm
scrolling.
trying to find a movie. Like it takes 5 minutes to type it out. You just type it on your phone.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Apple remote control thing is fucking great. It's better. The problem is when you have these walled gardens like Apple's ecosystem, it's very difficult to have everything over there. All your stuff.
Exactly.
Email, your
To
this,
jump off of that.
It's hard.
Yeah.
And most people don't ever do it. It's
Yes.
too much work.
Yeah.
Like, whatever you're on. Whether you're
Yes.
on Android or if you're on Apple. But they try to make it easy. They try to lure you over. They try to get you to switch.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do it.
I think that's where it is interesting to me that more and more people are paying attention to government surveillance, their ability to reach into our private information, and who is allowing that to happen.
I think they count on the majority of us not being aware.
Yeah.
And I think that is the case today. The majority of people are not aware and they don't think of it as a primary concern. The majority of people are way more concerned about climate change. Because that's what gets.
Do you think it's a majority of people?
I think it's a lot of people. They'll say it at least. How much they know about it is weird. I've had conversations with people where they talk about like, hey, we got to act now about the climate. And I go, what did you hear? Like, tell me what you hear.
Yeah.
Because like have a conversation, let them just spill it all out.
Yeah.
Like don't even challenge them, just let them spill it all out. And it's like AOC talking about Palestine and Israel. It's like, not really.
Like a centimeter deep.
Not exactly. I'm not sure something's happening. They don't know what they're talking about. And if you say, have you ever looked at a video of the difference in the shoreline from like 1987 to today? Have you ever done that?
Have I done it?
Yeah.
I've seen for Hawaii.
What's the difference? Bigger.
It is.
Hawaii keeps
Much
getting bigger. Because Hawaii grows because it's a volcano.
Yeah.
But when you look at the shoreline, a lot of places are kind of insane. And also these like fucking psycho rich people are buying houses like on the beach. Do they know something we don't know?
Right.
Like, don't you think if they really thought that the oceans were going to rise 100 feet in the next week, that the fucking insurance companies would go, hey,
Yeah.
you can't buy that.
Or even the next 5 years. I mean,
Well, people are having a hard time getting homeowners insurance in California because of the wildfires.
that's true.
That's a real one.
That's a very good issue.
That's a real one.
Yeah.
That's a real one. And, people are having a hard time getting renters.
Yeah.
Like, no one's getting it. It's not like tsunami insurance.
It's like
They didn't have that.
tsunami insurance. I want to say yes.
I bet that's like carved out.
I want to say yes.
I want to say no. I think if you're a dumbass that buys a $50 million house in Malibu, like right on the water, I want it all in the water. Like, hey, bitch, you know how much water's out there? There's a lot of
We
water.
had, the active volcano that we've had on the Big Island for so long, but the actual flow that happened through neighborhoods when the floor of the volcanic shelf within the crater fell through, the lava went down and started flowing through all these lava tubes that were running beneath fully occupied neighborhoods. People had bought land and built houses in those neighborhoods, knowing it was I think it was a lava 3 zone, which is like you're building on top of an active volcano's lava tubes. You have to know that you're assuming that risk. Well, when that happened, there were lava spouts and little mini craters that were formed within so many of these different communities. We were going around there. I was with the head of the roads division for Hawaii County, and we would go and look. And like as soon as there was a crack in the pavement, you're like, okay, we got to mark that one down on the map, because that is the next day you see the steam coming up as though it's a lava vent, and then within the next day or two you would have an active 20, 30, 40 feet in the air lava spewing up right in the middle of like a normal kind of suburbia-ish neighborhood. And this happened
20, 30 feet.
It happened in over 20 different locations within this particular area. And it was mind-blowing to go there one day after the other and see how quickly a beautiful little neighborhood turned into a complete bed of lava. So this then begs the question, well, is your home insured?
Right.
There was one insurance company in the entire world that would insure homes that were built in a lava-free zone.
Did they go under?
Well, I don't think they went under because it's so freaking expensive. Most people just didn't have it. Most people couldn't afford it.
It's a gamble, right?
It is a gamble, and
It's a crazy gamble.
it was amazing to see how so many residents there recognized, okay, yeah, we knew we were getting this land. It was pretty cheap. Built a beautiful house, knowing that this possibility could occur, and frankly, it was amazing to see their respect for Mother Nature, and knowing we chose to live here. Madame Pele is doing her thing, and we're gonna have to figure out something else.
So, what is going on right now in Maui?
Can I take a quick bathroom break?
Yeah. This is a good one to talk about, right?
It's very important.
We're back. So, we were just about to talk about Maui.
Yes.
So, what is going on right now post-fire?
No one is rebuilding homes yet. The remediation effort is still underway. And the biggest challenge for the families who are directly impacted by that, who were left homeless, is the fact that they still don't have anywhere to go. They've been put up in Airbnbs or in hotel rooms for a period of time. On Maui, the hotels are like, hey, we need to be able to start welcoming in tourists back into the island. And so the governor is trying to work out a plan to be able to provide some form of semi-permanent housing for people. If they were to try to go out and rent a house on the market, it is purely unaffordable. And there are a number of families who are now faced with the tough decision of, do we just pick up and go and live our life out of Hawaii and to the mainland? Which is heartbreaking, given how many of those families, they've been in that community in West Maui or in Lahaina for generations.
What is happening with the people that have mortgages? So if they had a mortgage and their home was burnt down and they haven't gotten money from the insurance company and they haven't been able to rebuild, do they still have to pay that mortgage while this is all going on?
I haven't heard that raised as an issue. I would hope that the mortgage company would recognize what's going on, but that's a good question. I haven't heard it raised as an issue from either residents or as part of the conversation around housing for them.
Why has no one been able to rebuild?
There has to be. There are so many layers of toxins in the ground that have to be cleaned up and removed before people can go in and actually start to rebuild. But to speak of just the inspection and the permitting process and so forth.
So the layers of toxins just from the fire?
From the fire, and you had a gas station with underground fuel tanks that burned completely to ash on the ground. The toxins that came from all different construction and everything else that exists in the environment.
So all that stuff burns. It gets in the soil. It gets rained on. So the ground is contaminated.
Right.
this is the reason why they can't rebuild?
Yeah, and they knew from the outset, it was a known fact that it would take, I mean, if it only takes a year, that is an expedited timeline, is what I've been told.
How long has it been now?
August will be 1 year, August 8th.
The most insulting thing is the $700 one-time payment from the government. Like,
Yeah.
that is, who said yes to that? Who allowed that? At the same time, releasing this number where they accidentally had sent Ukraine $6 billion. Remember that?
Yeah, they said, oh, well, we lost track of this $6 billion, and so now that we've found it because of some accounting error, now we can go and send it to Ukraine.
And they were automatically assuming they were going to send that anyway.
Of course.
But no consideration at all.
No, I remember specifically when the fires had just happened, the White House brought in the director of FEMA to talk to the White House press corps, and someone asked the question, what are you, FEMA, what are you actually doing for the people who've been impacted by this tragedy? And the director stood there with a straight face and proudly said, well, we have provided a one-time payment of $700 to everyone who has been impacted by this fire or displaced by this fire. And that was her big announcement that she was there to make. One single one-time payment of $700.
So that means you have 700 servings of ramen.
Basically. I mean, you can't even rent a bedroom in someone's house for $700. It
certainly can't for 8 months.
No.
That's what's crazy.
No.
$700 is so crazy. It's just such an insulting and ridiculous number. And the fact that they haven't given more. But yet they're flying people around on airplanes that come in illegally through the border. Like, how much does that cost?
Yeah,
What does that program cost?
Exactly.
Like, what does that cost?
Multi-billions of dollars, if I had to guess. It's FEMA has other services. It's a lot of bureaucracy. It's a lot of paperwork. And residents on Maui, they were being told, like, okay, well, hey, if you accept this kind of aid from FEMA, you are ceding some sense of your sovereignty or decision-making ability with regard to your land or your property, and all of the red tape essentially that caused a community who were rightfully skeptical about government coming in and saying, okay, well, we're going to help you, when that same government said, oh yeah, hey, we may at that time, and the governor said this, and then he corrected himself later on, but he's like, oh yeah, we're talking about how we can turn this entire place, have the government take ownership of it and turn it into some kind of memorial or some kind of workforce housing, which obviously made people really freaking mad to say, like, well, who the hell are you to come in here and say you're just going to take our land, you're just going to take it and do what you want with it? So they're obviously very skeptical and rightfully so about the fine print. What does it mean if I accept a few bucks here or there from the federal government? What power am I ceding to you to determine my future, the future of my family and our home?
And unfortunately, the rest of the country has forgotten about it.
By and large, yeah.
There's always a new thing in the news. There's always a new thing to pay attention to. There's always a new fear.
One of the things that has just recently come out, first of all, the Maui Police Department, they did an audit of what went wrong, what did we do wrong, what should we have done better, and kudos to them for actually doing this. And I think they came up with like 92 recommendations on things that needed to be fixed. They shared that with municipalities all across the country as like, hey, here are the hard lessons that we learned. You guys should take note and try to protect yourselves from having to go through what we went through. Other agencies at the county level and at the state level have not been so honest or transparent about their shortcomings. And the most egregious one recently that our local news in Hawaii exposed was the head of Maui's emergency response division. He was off island that day. He was at of all places, a FEMA conference on Oahu when the fires happened. And instead of doing what any compassionate and responsible person and leader would do, you immediately get on the first plane out. You get a notification there of this fire's happening on Maui. I got to be there with my people and I got to lead my teams to respond to this emergency. It took him a few days to go back to Maui, first of all. But the thing that was, and I don't know if you can find this, Jamie, but they released his text exchanges that he had with his assistant, who was telling him, he's like, what's going on with the fire? LOL. And the assistant responding saying, ha ha ha, this place is like a circus. Their exchange was so disturbing, doesn't even put it lightly, when you know there are people who are being burned to ash, burned alive in their community, and their text exchange is like, oh, ha ha ha, is the fire still going? LOL, yup, now it's going in another place. I couldn't believe it when I read it. And this is the same guy, Herman Andaya is his name. He didn't show up and show his face publicly until like 7 days after the fire. Then he went and he did one press conference and then he quit and resigned. But there has not yet, and I hope investigations are ongoing, there has not been any kind of accountability at the various failure points that existed in this response.
If the government wanted to take over that land, the best way to do it is to drag this out. And say people
Exactly. You have no other
have
choice.
nothing to do. They can't do anything. And they just tell stories about it. We used to own that land.
Right? There's a Native Hawaiian leader, famous surfer, navigator for the Hokulea traditional Hawaiian navigation, Archie Kalepa. He has been one of the most stalwart leaders for the community during this whole period in time, organizing emergency response and food and shelter and, community gatherings. People come and play music at the end of the day throughout this whole crisis period, and has been leading the charge. He's very well respected in the community in holding that line and saying we're not giving up our land. But as you said, it becomes a much more difficult argument to make when people, you gotta live.
Yeah.
You gotta be able to make sure your kids have what they need to go back to school and all of it. And how can you do that when you're in a constant state of transition with no real timeline, where they're not coming in and saying, okay, hey, you can go and start rebuilding on this date.
So they're going to have to do
Let's
some
speak of
sort
the cost. I mean, building a house from scratch.
Right. Crazy. Most people don't have that money. And then also like, how long is this cleanup going to take? And like, when does it start? What do they have to do?
It is ongoing. It is ongoing, but it is massive excavation, and
so it's ongoing.
It is
Do
ongoing.
they have an anticipated timeline?
I heard from one guy they were looking at, well, hopefully maybe it might be September, it might be October, but it's one of those things that one of the guys who's out there actually doing this is just saying, well, you don't know what you're going to deal with until you're actually dealing with it. It might take longer, it might not take as long, but it's one of those things that they're not figuring out as they go, but they are being confronted with things as they go.
Is this one of those issues where you wish that maybe you still were in Congress?
Yeah.
Yeah, because at least you could be talking about it. 'Cause
That was my hope, and I talked with leaders in Congress and people who I still know there, just calling for oversight and accountability from the federal government, because we saw many points of failure, everything from the immediate response to the whole water issue and the fact that there wasn't any water coming through people's hoses during that time.
Now, why was that?
The history of water on Maui is complicated, and it's largely attributed to that, of the fact that the water is a privately owned utility, and how that water is controlled. There is limited use of water at different times, how it's controlled and where it goes, and there was a state water management official apparently who had some say in this, of saying, well, I don't think that we should turn the water on for this period of time because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But my point is, all of these things need to be very clearly investigated, because people's lives and property were absolutely destroyed because of this.
So was it because that water is a valuable commodity, they didn't allow it to be used by the people that were experiencing the fire?
There was some implication of I don't know. It was like, well, we want to make sure that the water is being distributed equitably, And so we don't want to give it to one group of people and over another group of it really didn't make any sense what the argument was, but it was like, hey, you missed that critical juncture in that window because you were trying to ruminate. It was something to do with equity and some theoretical argument rather than this is a community in crisis. There are fires burning in various different places. We need to get water to people who need it.
It's also the thing about having above ground wires,
Yes,
right? Which is
Yes,
crazy.
it
In a place
is.
that experiences storms.
In a place that experiences storms, but also on West Maui is traditionally a drier part of the island that also experiences wildfires, even small ones on a regular basis, that if they're not immediately controlled, you end up with what happened.
It's just so disheartening that it's not receiving more attention.
This is you look at all of the things that we've talked about. What are they actually focusing on?
Yeah.
And that's where the opportunity and it is such a dire picture. You know, it's a time where we're surrounded by literally insane people who are making decisions that further their own interests and their desire to either hold on to power or grow their power at the cost of the well-being of the people and at the cost of our fundamental freedoms. And that's where, you know, this election, our using our voice, our defending our freedom of speech by speaking the truth and speaking freely, all of these things and our engagement with them as Americans, as citizens, it matters more than anything else. Because if we continue to go down this track, we will continue to see our freedoms undermined until we wake up one day and this will no longer be the America that we know and that we love.
That's a scary thought. And
It is.
Until the last few years, I never really thought that was the case.
Same.
We're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, because I mean, we've gone through, you know, the political power switch from one side to the other and back again, and you know, you figure like, okay, well, I disagree with this person or this issue or whatever, but being grounded in and having the confidence in the Constitution and these fundamental rights and freedoms is kind of like, okay, well, you know, we'll figure out the rest. But all of that effort for everything that we've talked about, censorship and control, and big government overreach, and all of the government surveillance, all of these different things point to the very real risk and domestic threat that we face.
Yeah, there's just so many factors that are simultaneously taking place. There's surveillance, there's the invasion, just kind of an invasion. You can call
The
it
open borders.
You can call it whatever you want,
Yeah.
but it's people coming here that aren't supposed to be here. And I'm for immigration, just for them figuring out who's criminal.
Oh, legal.
Yeah,
And this is the thing. I've got a friend of mine who's about to retire, Special Forces Green Beret, served over 30 years in uniform. Great American who's dedicated his life to service. He's about to retire. His wife is from a European country. And they want to invite her sister and her sister's family to come to the retirement ceremony. They're residents of Italy. They have been denied a tourist visa to come to America for 2 weeks to attend the Special Forces warrant officers' retirement. How is that? And these are like, hey, they got a family, they got young kids, they got school, they got jobs, and they were denied saying, well, we don't think that you have, we don't have confidence that you will come back to your life in Italy. And yet, again, people are coming through the border every day, being picked up. Border Patrol has become like this Uber drivers for people who are breaking our laws from the moment they step across the border into our country illegally. And okay, so then they go out in the country, nobody knows where they are, who they are. Are they really going to show up for a court date in 2 years or 3 years? And nothing is really
Some of them
truly
are
been done
7
about this.
Yeah, some of them 7 years. 7 years between that and the 14. Okay.
It's
What?
infuriating. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It almost seems like it's all designed to erode our faith and to make this whole thing something that's way easier to control. Because the way our system is set up right now, if you can express the freedom of speech, if you actually can do that, it makes it very difficult to really to control a narrative.
That's it right there. That's it right there. Control and power. And they're terrified of a truly free society where we can have a truly free open marketplace of ideas. They're terrified of people being able to, and I saw this when I ran for president in 2020. We're seeing it again and in different ways in 2024, where they want to control what information you get about certain candidates, what information you're not allowed to see, who is being pushed forward and who is not, and undermining our basic responsibility as citizens, which is to cast an informed vote and engage in our democracy and actually have a government of, by, and for the people. They're terrified of us doing that and making what they believe is the wrong choice. So they're trying to take away our right to do it so they can remain in power. And in their minds, I know many of these people, and they feel justified in what they're doing, that they are the righteous ones, that they are standing up for America and standing up for democracy. So much so that they are willing to destroy our democracy to save it in their minds, which is a dangerous, dangerous mindset that you can see in foreign dictators in different parts of the world and throughout history.
It really is. And it's astonishing how few people are willing to accept that it still takes place today.
Right.
They almost have this thought that those things have been sorted out and that, that wasn't the case in the past. And even though history is filled with it, and there's actually no instances of it not taking place.
Right.
But now, don't be silly.
Right.
Now we've got it. We gotta leave hands there. Like, we had Jan Werner on here from Rolling Stone. Jan Werner.
Yeah.
He was trying to tell me that the government should regulate the internet. I'm like, government? The same people that lied about the weapons of mass destruction, those people? No, not those ones.
Yeah.
Everybody wants daddy.
Right.
They want daddy to come along. No one is gonna save you.
No, exactly.
Gonna save you.
That's
And people in Maui know that. They know that now.
Yes.
And no one's gonna save you.
Yes.
And we have to be aware of how fucking crooked this system is.
Yes.
And I don't know how we're gonna get out of it. I don't. But I'm very happy that people like you, at least, you have the courage to talk about it. And so few people do. And it's a strange time to be alive. It's wonderful in a lot of ways. It's amazing in a lot of ways, but it's like treacherous. There's a lot going on right now. It's like, it really makes you wonder. There's so much fucking subterfuge and shenanigans. And so much money being thrown around and moved around. It's just like, whew.
I think that's where there is, there is a silver lining in what we have been through COVID and through everything that's happened since. Is I think more and more people are waking up and at a minimum just questioning what they're being told. Is this actually true? Looking for information and news from other sources than maybe they had been before. And just what you said, no one's coming to save us. I think that is the message I'm carrying. I'm on the road constantly, and I'm talking to people, whoever will listen at events and on different media platforms. It's what I focused on in my book, For Love of Country. The truth about what is happening in our country, the experiences that I had in the Democratic Party that caused me to leave the party, and understanding that in this situation, and there's a lot to be fixed across both parties and the government, but in my experience and in the situation we're in right now with the Biden-Harris administration, they cannot be allowed to remain in power. We can agree or disagree on different issues, and it's good, and we should have those conversations. But when you look at the unprecedented abuse of power that they are engaging in, undermining the rule of law, politicizing our government entities, targeting Americans who happen to be their political opposition, whether it's Donald Trump or the mom who's protesting at a Board of Education meeting to have a say in what kind of education her child is getting. This is happening across the country. And if we, the American people, don't do something about this and stop them and hold them accountable, what happens in these elections? If they're allowed to remain in power, they will tell us, hey, you gave us a mandate. You said, hey, good job, thumbs up, keep at it. And we'll see everything that's happened just continue to escalate to a point where I have no doubt that our freedoms will be eroded to a point where it will be virtually impossible to get them back. And where do we go from there? America no longer becomes the land of the free and the home of the brave. It becomes the land of people who are controlled by the government and forced to comply or else. And if you dare to have the courage to speak up and speak the truth or say, hey, look, guys, the emperor has no clothes on. Boys are boys and girls are girls, and that's just how it is, then you will experience the retaliation or the consequences of that action.
Well said. Thank you, Tulsi. Show your book, The Love of Country.
Love of Country.
It's out now. Did you do the audio?
It is. I did. I recorded the audio. There's a little line on the top of the cover there. You might recognize.
Oh, it's me.
I appreciate
Oh,
your words, your friendship, your support, and your being such an incredible stalwart voice of truth and providing a platform for real discussion where people can come and listen to those who have different viewpoints, different backgrounds, different experiences, and maybe they walk away agreeing or disagreeing. It doesn't really even matter. But having this kind of platform is such a powerful thing for everyone to
crazy
benefit
things
from.
that happen by accident.
Yes. So I went and I was invited to speak at this Passover event a couple of days ago. But the guy who picked me up at the airport, his name is Avi, works in New York. Their family hosted me, and he's like, "Oh, where are you going next?" I said, "Oh, I'm gonna go to Austin. I'm gonna see Joe Rogan." He's like, he's like, I'm kind of pissed off about how popular he's gotten because I was one of the OGs, like from the very beginning. He's like, I know the roots of the Joe Rogan experience. Anyway, it was you got a lot of fans, but he was particularly owning the fact that he knew Joe Rogan before Joe Rogan was, the Joe Rogan experience.
Isn't it funny that people get upset when things get popular and other people find out something?
Exactly.
But people do that with bands all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's like your thing.
Yeah. They went
Yeah.
mainstream. Now everybody likes them. It's like everybody likes the thing I like. It sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the beauty though of what you've done. It's like you've been you the whole time. And there's no like, oh, Joe Rogan's gone mainstream and he's different or whatever. It's like you're you, and I think that's what people are attracted to. Is just you are who you are.
I think that's what people are attracted to as well. And I'm very happy you're out there, and I'm very happy that you created this book. I'm really happy you did the audio of it.
Yeah.
I don't really
It was before I recorded it. I do more audiobooks as well than I do.
I read it every now and then, but most of the time I'm actually, if I'm on planes,
Yeah.
most of the time I'm sitting there listening to stuff in the song or listening to something when I'm
Yeah.
driving. For me, it's the use of time.
Exactly.
It's much more efficient.
Exactly. It was. I poured my heart into writing this book, and I care very much about the issues that we were talking about, and I care very much about our country. And so in some parts of the audiobook, it was emotional, talking about some of the experiences that I've had while I was deployed and really truly conveying what's at stake and the responsibility. And so I go through a lot of the problems. It's important, obviously, to talk about the solutions and the call to action for every one of us as Americans. I don't care what your party affiliation is. That's not the point here. I'm urging people to leave this Democrat Party behind because they are abusing their power and undermining our Constitution. Just as our founding fathers did when they created these founding documents, they disagreed heavily on a lot of different things. They had fierce arguments and debates, but they came together around the most fundamental principles of our country that are centered around freedom, our ability to live in peace and pursue prosperity, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. now is the time that we have to come together as Americans around those foundational principles and get our country back on track. That is the most important task before us as Americans. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Great to see you.
All right. Bye, everybody.
This is Jocko Podcast number 261 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willick. Good evening. Being in the teens is the best job. We heard me say that before, the best job in the world. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Well, first of all, the job itself, which consists of shooting machine guns, jumping out of airplanes, blowing things up, scuba diving, running around in the woods. It's just a freaking awesome job. So you got that. On top of that, you got this mission. The mission that you're focused on. You're on a mission to protect America, to protect democracy, to protect freedom, to protect people. And in order to do that, kill bad guys. Because you're supposed to do all that protecting. In order to do all that protecting, you got to kill bad guys, which as a kid, and really as a man for that matter, that's what me and my friends always wanted to do. And I'm sorry if that doesn't sit right with you, or if you think I'm some kind of a monster because of it, but that's the reality. So that's another reason why the job is awesome. But the last thing, and certainly not the least thing, in fact, the best thing about the job, by far, is the boys. The boys, the guys you get to work with. They're awesome. And contrary to popular belief, there's no cookie cutter format that represents a guy in the SEAL teams. The guys come in all shapes and sizes. They come from all different backgrounds. And it should be noted that not all of them are good guys. There are some knuckleheads for sure. There's some egomaniacs. There's some guys that really aren't part of the team. There's some guys that look out for themselves. There's guys that don't help out. There's some guys that don't care about the mission. There's guys that put themselves above the team. So there's some of those types running around, and that's true in any organization. But as a whole, the boys are pretty legit. They're hardworking, they're tough, they put the team first. They get the mission done. They have fun while they're doing it, and you can count on it. Which is an underrated thing, right? You can count on them. And I was lucky enough to work with a ton of those guys during my career. I was leaving Ramadi, so it was the end of my last deployment, and I was leaving Ramadi, and another task unit came in to take our place, and they were coming into a complete and utter firestorm of sustained combat. And look, we'd all been deployed a bunch over the years since 9/11, and this was 2006, sort of the end of 2006. And so guys knew what it was like to go on combat deployments, but this particular combat deployment that we had been on in the Battle of Ramadi was significant. We had a lot of casualties. And these guys that were coming to replace us, I mean, I knew that they were coming into something that SEALs hadn't deployed into in a long time. And look, I'm not saying that SEALs weren't deploying into dangerous places, they were, but kind of a known scenario like that, it'd been a while. And so I felt horrible, actually. I felt horrible for the new task unit that was showing up to replace us because I felt like we had learned so much there. We had gotten good at our jobs. And I felt like we were leaving this other task unit in a bad spot. And I was worried about them and worried how they would survive. Well, I knew a few of the guys. A few of the guys I knew, and that gave me a level of comfort. One of the guys that I knew was the senior enlisted guy of the task unit, a guy named Steve Ward. One of the good guys. And I kind of knew him tangentially over the years because I turned over with him in Baghdad a couple of years earlier. He'd been in the leadership position in the platoon at Team 5 and run a bunch of operations and done a great job. And I'd gotten a solid turnover from him, so that was awesome. And it just made my comfort level go up that someone was coming in that was humble enough to listen and learn, not just from me, not just from task unit Boozer, but also from the Army and the Marine Corps, and who was also smart enough and knowledgeable enough to mix in that knowledge and that experience with humility and make sense of the whole crazy situation, which is what he did. And when Steve came back from that deployment, which was a hard deployment for them, we ended up working together. Actually truly working together for the first time at TRADET, the training command. He took over the land warfare training cell as the senior enlisted advisor in that training block. And we ended up spending a lot of time together, training and preparing SEALs for combat deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. And it was it's hard for me to even say it was a challenging job. Yeah, it was a challenging job, but it was so critical and it was so rewarding to be able to work with the young frogmen and pass on the lessons learned to the next generation so that they could go out there and take the fight to the enemy and keep themselves safe as they possibly could. And I eventually retired out of that job, and Steve carried on in his career. He went on to more senior positions of leadership and continued to deploy over and over again in support of the war on terror until a few months ago when he finally retired. And since then, we've been working together again. Still actually training leaders, this time for leadership in the business world. But we're back at it, and it is an honor to be working with Steve again, and it is an honor to have Steve here on the podcast to tell us about his life, his experiences, and his lessons learned. Steve, thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, Jocko.
You were one of the guys in the beginning when this podcast kind of kicked off that was giving me reports from the field that you were in the game listening to it.
Yeah, me and Gardner were going back and forth. You know, some of the books you covered early on, like the last 100 yards, and I was like, damn, how can you not get on the net listen to that for a couple hours? So it was good.
Yeah, and here you are sitting in the chair. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Yeah. Let's talk about where Steve Ward came from.
Yep. So I grew up in Sacramento, California, small town. My mom and dad were divorced, so I'd go see my dad in the summer months, and my sister and my mom and I all lived together in Sacramento. I graduated high school in '91.
Slow your roll, bro.
Yeah. I got a list to cover, man. Come on.
So what'd your mom do? What'd your mom do for a living?
So she worked at Davis College. She was like an administrator there.
And then what about your dad? Where was your dad?
So my dad, he was an air traffic controller, so he kind of bounced around the U.S. Spent a lot of time in Florida, Puerto Rico, Washington.
So did you see much of your dad growing up?
Yeah, in the summertime, me and my sister go out and see him for anywhere from 2 weeks to 30 days at a time. So it's good.
Yeah. So you just breeze through like, oh, went to high school and then graduated. You were about to like be in the Navy. Well, did you play sports?
Yes, so played baseball, soccer, and football coming up.
Any good?
I'd say I was an average athlete, nothing special. I wasn't consistent. I had good, like for baseball, I had times when I was doing good, and then I'd get in the slump and wouldn't do so good.
Slump due to bad attitude?
Slump from, I'm trying to think of a good way to word this here. Slump from not, I guess, being good enough. You know, like so I was a pitcher. I played baseball, I played pitcher, and I played outfield. And I'd have some times where I'd get up there and, my friends would be cracking jokes at me. You're going to beat the first batter. You're going to beat the first batter. You're going to beat the first batter. First pitch, I beat the first batter. I'm like, damn. You can't crack jokes up on the mound because you just hit somebody with a baseball. So it didn't pan out too good for me. So my junior year, I kind of quit baseball. And my freshman year, I started playing football. And I really enjoyed football. Contact sport, hard, like a lot of hard work goes into that. So I enjoyed football, finished that up my senior year. I played all 4 years. In soccer, I kind of quit playing that when I was probably like around 13, 14 years old.
What were your friends doing when you weren't playing sports?
Getting in trouble. So sports, I was probably like, I wouldn't say a bad kid, but I was definitely off the top. 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, not good things for me. I was picking up trash on the side of the road. I was on probation, just doing stupid shit.
For what?
Just nothing. Care repeating the bad.
Just what do they call that? Delinquent.
I was a delinquent, and it wasn't my friends; it was me. I was the guy that was like when my friends came around. I was the guy instigating and kind of leaving charge on doing.
What kind of music were you listening to?
I was whatever, like country, rap, rock, and just. And we had the old King of FM radios. There ain't nothing going on.
It's a different time.
Yeah,
you were limited to what you could actually do.
Yeah.
Was it a small town?
Yeah, so I grew up actually in West Side, definitely a small town. Okay, small town, smaller high school. I went to high school called River City. Really small.
Did they have wrestling there?
They started a wrestling program, I think when I was in about 10th grade. I didn't wrestle. I played football, and I stayed away from basketball.
How was your grades? I'm feeling eventually.
Not good. They were not good. I passed high school by barely passed high school. So it wasn't good for me. I didn't pay attention. Had good teachers, always giving me good advice. I was just not on the learn.
So you were a little bit of a troublemaker, right? Do you think when you were being a troublemaker, do you think you were doing it for attention? Do you think you were doing it for the thrill? Do you think you were doing it for adrenaline? Like, why do you think you were doing it? I think when I was a which I was, I think of a lot of it what I was doing to sort of prove to myself and my friends that I was like tough, like type things. Like, I don't care. I'll do this, like that kind of thing. When I think back as to why I did dumb shit, which I did plenty of, I think that's why. A lot of it was like to prove that I was a quote, and I'm putting big air quotes here, tough, because the stuff I was doing was by no stretch of the imagination tough.
Yeah, I'd say I fall in that same category. Trying to prove something, just doing. And I got a adrenaline rush out of doing those dumb things. And it took a long time to get out of my system.
So you said that was mostly 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th grade?
7th, 8th, and 9th, yeah.
By 10th grade, were you kind of a little bit more squared away?
Turning the corner, yes. Yep.
Did you have some run-ins with the law that kind of straightened you back out?
Probation and picking up trash on the side of the road kind of squared me where you got to wear the little orange vest. You're in the van with all the rest of the delinquents. You're on the road on Saturday and Sundays. Not a good situation. Not a good situation.
So then you graduate. You barely graduate high school. At what point did you think about joining the Navy, or did you think about joining the Marine Corps, the Army? What was the situation with enlisting in the military?
So I remember one of my high school teachers told me, hey, you got 3 choices when you get out of high school. He's kind of mentoring us. None of us know it at the time, but he's like, hey, you can go to college, which I highly recommend. You can get a job, or you can join the military. Or you can do a combination of 1 and 2. And that kind of always stuck with me, And then as I started going to college, like, man, I don't want to learn. I wasn't ready to learn.
Wait a second. So you just skipped right till you're in college. So when you were still in high school, you didn't join the Navy or join the military while you were in high school.
Correct.
He gave you the three options: job, college, military. You chose college.
Yes.
First.
Yep.
You thought, all right. Did you have any freaking vision of any kind whatsoever? You just like, no, sign up for whatever classes they sign me up for.
Yeah. So I just signed up for the basic general education stuff. Went for a full semester and then dove into the second semester. And that's where, like at one point, I don't even know how the recruiter wound up at our door, but the recruiter wound up on our doorstep. And I started talking to him. And
where's the doorstep of what?
The house. Of the house. And so, you go through and I was like, yeah, this is something I think I might be interested in.
Your mom called the damn recruiter and said,
oh, she was kicking him out of there.
Oh, really?
She was not having any other recruiter. She told him to get the hell out of here.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Was your mom a hippie or something?
No. She's a farm girl.
Oh,
Yeah, she just didn't. She didn't enjoy the military.
But you talked to him.
I talked to him, and
was he a Navy recruiter?
Navy guy, yeah, Navy recruiter.
Did you have any inkling? Did you have any parents, grandparents, anything about the military?
Yep.
You understood?
Yeah. So my grandfather was in the Army, and he never went. He was around the World War II era, but he never went and served. He got stationed out in Alaska somewhere. And then my dad was in the Air Force. So I had some small touch points there with some cool stories of, grandfather being in the military. Always talking about throwing this grenade, and the sergeant was telling him that was the best throw ever type thing. And my dad was in the Air Force.
Your grandfather was getting told, you're going to beat the batter with that grenade.
Yeah, whack it.
So the guy, the recruiter talks to you, and at this point you realize college is like a waste of your time.
Yes, I'm done with school. I didn't enjoy high school, and I definitely wasn't enjoying college at that point.
Which college was it?
I was just called Sac City Community College.
So you were living at home during this time?
Yes, yep, living at home, working part-time, going to college.
What was your part-time job?
Man, I don't remember what it was. I had a couple jobs growing up. I worked in a bunch of different little restaurants, being a busboy, being a dishwasher, built furniture with a guy named Craig, who's a great family guy. And so we'd get on the road, he worked for Allied Furniture. We'd be trucking on down to LA with furniture in the back of this big old 18-wheeler. It was actually a good job. It was hard work, but it paid good money. I was paying $10 an hour back then. That was good money.
You got my man with $10 an
I
hour.
was the man with $10 an hour. Yeah, that was a lot better pay than the Navy paid you, I'll tell you that, back then.
So how did the Navy recruiter convince you?
He was just like, hey, come in and give us a go, man. And, so I went through, did all the ASVAB testing. He's like, all right, we can get you in June timeframe.
And what job were you signing up for? Because you didn't listen. Did you know about the SEALs at this point?
No, I didn't know what SEAL was. So I was signing up to go to the regular Navy, to go on a ship.
Dang.
To figure life out. Yep. Little did I know I was about to get after some bathroom cleaning.
So what like job did he sell you?
He didn't sell it. It was just like, so I grew up with some friends, and they, a lot of people were getting in trouble. People were doing drugs, all that kind of dumb stuff. So I just knew I had the best option for me at that point in my life was to get out of Sacramento and go try something different. So the job, I didn't know what I wanted to do.
Did you go to UP undesignated?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So I was in.
So for people that don't know, like in the Navy, you have a job. It's called your rating, and your job is, you might be a welder, you might be a technician or an engineer that's going to work on engines, or you might run a weapon system. They have names for all these different jobs. But if you don't have a job, they call it, and I remember this from boot camp, it was a threat. They'd say, you keep this up, you're going to go to the fleet UP, undesignated. It means you have no job, no skill. You're just going to go in there. So that threat that I got told was actually what you got signed up for. Go to the fleet UD, undesignated.
Sign me up. I'm ready to roll.
Get me out of SAC.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you rolled into boot camp?
Yep. Rolled into boot camp, finished up in, I want to say right around October timeframe. So went to boot camp.
When did you go to boot camp?
In July 1991.
Okay. And then, did you go to Orlando?
No, here in San Diego.
Oh, you went to San Diego. That's right, West Coast. So you went to boot camp, and you just went to boot camp 8 weeks. So you went to 8 weeks of boot camp, and then to the fleet.
Oh, yeah, 8 weeks of boot camp. Then I went to seaman training because I was going to work in deck ship sometime in, I think, November, December timeframe of 91.
Bro.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
Jocko,
insane,
it's not
dude.
that funny.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You must have done good on your ASVABs. That guy didn't try and make you into like whatever some other rate so we could get more. That's crazy, dude.
Well, that's it. So that was probably my first lesson in my life. Pay attention in school, so you score good on your ASVAB, so you have options, right? Hey, when you're in high school, I didn't ever really thought about that. I just had to make it through. In life, you're going to be given some tests, whether you're going to go work in the fire department or police department, you're going to go in the military. And so the better educated you are, the more options you're going to have available to you. And I didn't do so good, so my options were limited.
Yeah, that's the one thing I always try to explain when parents ask me about kids and like and I think one of the biggest things you can do for a kid, besides giving them jiu-jitsu, is making them realize that their actions today have impact on the rest of their life. Absolutely. Little kids, and when I say little kids, I'm talking me when I was 23, right? What I'm doing right now is going to impact where I'm going to be, right? And so how can you expect a 13-year-old or a 15-year-old, and girls are a little bit smarter than boys. It seems, judging from my own children. Anyways, let me rephrase that because I don't want to generalize. In my personal family, it seems like my daughters are a little better at connecting what they're doing right now with the future than my son, who just doesn't do it as much. So yeah, that's a good point. When you realize that what I'm doing right now as a kid, it's not just kids, what I'm doing right now as a human is going to impact the way my life goes. And you might end up in the fleet UD.
Getting after it.
So you do 8 weeks of boot camp, 3 weeks of prep school, seaman prep school, and then boom, you go to a ship. And what was that wake-up call like?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was probably one of the best things I ever done.
In what way?
Yeah, it was a lot of hard work. So when you show up at deck department and you're E2, you're getting every, you're getting all the assignments that are not fun to do. You're cleaning bathrooms, you're painting the ship, you're chipping paint off the ship, you're just doing all the things on ship maintenance. And so you're eating some humble pie for breakfast, lunch, and dinner while you're doing this. It gave me a chance to kind of grow up a little bit. It was good. It was hard work. I mean, roll the sleeves up and get dirty.
Yeah, you got time to reflect.
Yeah, time to reflect.
What were you thinking about when you reflected?
So when I'm reflecting on it, I'm just like, hey man, make the best out of this situation. So I had one of my buddies that I went through boot camp with, we wound up on the same ship, Chris. And me and him just always had a competition. We got put in the same deck department, and every assignment they gave us, we were like running up and down them stairway ladders, just completing assignments, coming back like, hey, what else you got for me? Like, hey, knuckleheads, I'm supposed to take you to lunchtime. We're like, we're done. Give us more. That's awesome. So it was fun. We made the best of it. And we had some good leadership on the ship and some bad leadership. That was my first exposure to kind of what right looks like, what bad leadership looks like. So it was good. And you're taking down all these data points and you're storing it in your head. And probably one of the biggest things I took out of that assignment is we had guys that were super knowledgeable, just very good. Like we had a BM2, and he was super good at being a bosun. He knew everything, how to tie all the ropes, all the maintenance. He knew everything. And he was squared away, hard worker, looked out for his guys. You're like, that's a dude I want to be like. You always talk about Echelon front, modeling the correct behaviors. That dude was modeling all the right behaviors, busted his ass, did good things, and he was getting promoted while I was on that ship. So you're like, that's what that looks like. Same thing with the handful of chiefs that were on that ship. Just good, solid dudes. They weren't afraid to roll their sleeves up, get in there with the guys, and get to work. Like, oh, shit. Never heard on that.
So then how long was it when you were in the fleet until you heard about the dudes?
Yeah, so we had a couple guys that did make it through SEAL training. They showed up, became friends with those guys at some point. They told me all about, basic underwater demolition SEAL training. I was like, damn, that's something I'm interested in. So I started training up. They told me kind of all the things you need to do to be successful. They took me over the obstacle course, showed me all the tricks on how to navigate that thing, a lot of technique. In the the meantime, I was getting my application together and submitting everything. So when I hit the 2-year mark on the ship, I'd had my application back. I was approved to go to SEAL training, and everything was valid and as tight as it could be. No matter what, I was going to have to do 2 years on that ship.
So you weren't even close to your 2 years yet, and you already had your application in?
I would say I had it in right around the probably 13, 14 months out of it.
So you owed whatever the month was, the other year or something like that, 10 months left.
Yep, something like that.
Before they release you.
Yeah, the cool thing was, you know, we had two, my division master chief was D9, obviously, he was a good dude, and then our CMC, the command master chief of the ship, was a good guy. And they're like, hey man, you work hard, you stay out of trouble, we'll make some phone calls, we'll make sure that you get a shot at going to Buds. And they didn't have to do that, you know, they could have been like, hey, pack sand, Jack, you want to get off the ship, get out of the fleet, go to some other program, that's not helping us out. They didn't do that. They looked out for me, you know, working hard, staying out of trouble, being a good person, all those three things were good. You know? So again, it was kind of like reinforcing good behaviors. So I always be thankful for those guys.
And then the guys that showed up that had been to Buds, what kind of impression did that give you? Because there's a weird thing that somehow you have to think that you can actually do it, right? Yeah. Or, you know, like for me, I was like, oh, I can do this, which is a really arrogant thing to think, right? It's arrogant to think most people quit, but I'm going to be able to do it.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where I was going to shake out on the whole thing, to be honest with you. I didn't like run long distance and growing out. You know, we did a lot of sprints in football, and I wasn't good with pull-ups. So pull-ups, I definitely sucked at, and I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to do the amount of pull-ups that was done. So I just started working hard on my pull-ups, got on a good running program, got on a good swimming program. Those guys taught me how to do the side stroke. So, you know, I just get up early in the morning, knock all this stuff out, go in, either do a weightlifting program and then do my cardio at lunchtime or vice versa. And every now and then those guys in the morning was like, hey, dial this in, work on this, look at that. So I was mentally and physically prepared for first phase on what to expect. These guys have given me so much information.
Did those guys talk about what happened to them?
Yeah, so one of the guys made it past that week. Another guy was in second phase, and the guy dropped for a full comp, and the other guy, he got up right around the third week in first phase. He got injured and got rolled out.
Guy got dropped for full comp
In second phase.
and then what'd you say the other one was?
One guy made it past hell week, and something happened when he was waiting in class after second phase, and they dropped him. And then the third guy, he made it, I think, to like week 3 or 4.
And then got hurt or quit?
He said he got hurt.
No one ever quits. So you had a pretty good idea of what you're going into. Because like I can tell you, I didn't have anybody that I didn't know anyone that went to SEAL training at all. You know, because I was in the civilian world. So for me, I didn't know what full comp was. I didn't understand anything. It was just like blank, open, nothing. I knew nothing. But you had a decent idea of what was going to be done.
I was physically and mentally prepared for first phase.
Did you get your pull-up squared away?
I did. I actually went in a little better with my pull-ups. And you know, when your shoulders start classing up, you're starting from scratch again. So now from where I came in, I was coming back down. With my run times and swim times.
Meaning you were in better shape than what was required.
Yes.
Which is the way you freaking should try and get there.
Yep. Right.
So you showed up to Buds. Did you get what you expected?
Yes. Yeah, it was full run fit. So it was good times. I was in 194. So we classed up, I want to say, right around January of 1994.
What did you have problems with anything?
In Buds?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So first phase and third phase those came a lot more natural for me. I grew up hunting, fishing, and shooting guns and doing all that fun stuff. So third phase wasn't bad. First phase I was mentally prepared for. Second phase, I never scuba dived. I never did any diving. And for me, that was the hardest phase. You know, I actually failed a couple of events in there. Like I failed pool comp the first go around. You know, when I did my retest, I passed it. And like every little thing, you know, you're doing ditch and dawn, you're doing all these little things with scuba tanks and going down and doing stuff. Like I was jacking it all up. And for me, my learning style, I really have to digest, what it is I need to do and kind of like visualize it. And things were on a quick tempo for Guy's face. So it wasn't, it wasn't good.
Did you feel like you were on the bubble the whole time? Like
When I felt pool comp, I was like, all right, damn, I'm not going to make it through this. You're on the wall of shame. That doesn't help you. You're looking at the direction like, geez.
I felt pool comp too. I had our ops guy from TradeNet, our officer from TradeNet, put me through pool comp.
Savage. Yeah. Well, you know what's crazy with pool comp? Like I'm going through, in my head, I had the procedures down, and I thought I did good. I'm like, I'm down there, tying the landing, not doing all the shit. I'm like, I'm cool, calm, collect. I'm going through the procedures. The instructor just yanks me up by the tank. She's like, you failed, get on the wall. I was like, damn, seriously? Like I'm going through trying to think of what I did wrong. I'm like, I thought I was good, but I didn't know if they were playing games with me or what, but I don't know what wrong with shit.
That guy that failed me, he's a great guy, but he same thing. He had me down there. I was down there. Pool comp was 30 minutes when I went through it. I know they showed it at some point 20 minutes, but when I went through it was 30 minutes. And what he did was he just he ripped my mask off, and then he just started doing like a bob, and he would bob down, and he'd come down, and he would just knock the regulator out of my mouth, and then he'd go back up, and I would grab the regulator, put it back in, I'd clear it, and then he'd knock it out again, and he did that for 19 minutes. And I just kept replacing it, and every one of those breaths was a nightmare because you're trying to get the water out of there, swallow some of the water, then get a breath, and then boom, you knock it out again. You can't defend yourself, you can't protect yourself, and you can't panic. So I just kept doing it. And then at 19 minutes, he just comes down and gives me the thumbs up, come to the surface. And I come up and I'm like, I feel fine. And he goes, you didn't look comfortable down there, you fail. I was like, okay, so I guess that's that.
After that,
Yeah.
that's over. It's tightness complex. It's like a multiple nonsense.
Oh, okay, so it's not like a specific like methodology, or is it just like a generally speaking general?
So during this evolution called pool competency, also known as pool comp, they want to make sure that you are beyond fully comfortable with water. You will not pass this if you're not comfortable with water. 0% chance. So what they do is they cause problems. You have these old school scuba gear on, like Jacques Cousteau style stuff. These big hoses. One hose goes in and one hose comes out. They're just like rubber hoses, and they start taking these things. And first they start off, they knock off your mask, they rip off your fins, they pull your regulator out, and then they start pulling your regulator out, and then like undoing your thing, and eventually they pull it out and put it behind you, pull your regulator behind you, and tie it in the knot. You gotta take your gear off, pull the rig over your back, untie the knot, start breathing again, put everything back on in order, following the procedures. As soon as you get it back on, boom, they hit you again. And so they keep doing this. And eventually, they give you what's called a whammy knot, which is a knot that you cannot get out. You won't come out. So now what you have to do is ditch your rig, which means you have to take it off. You have to lay it on the bottom of the pool. You have to take your weight belt off and place it on top of the tank so they don't float. And you have to kiss your kiss your manifold. You kiss your manifold. Oh no, you request permission to go up. They give you permission. You give them a thumbs up. They give you like an okay thumbs up. Then you kiss your manifold, and then you blow and go to the surface. And kiss your manifold. You literally, the part of the scuba tank is called a manifold. It's where the regulator kind of comes out of. You kiss that.
It's like, why?
Because those are the procedures.
Oh, that's the deal. Okay, like you gotta follow these directions.
You kiss your manifold, right? Did you have to kiss your manifold?
Yes.
Yeah. So you kiss your manifold, and then you blow and go, which means you're not gonna give yourself an air embolism by the air expanding your lungs. When you go to the surface, you blow and go to the surface. When you get to the surface, you give a thumbs up and you say, "I feel fine." And they either say, "Good job, you passed," or they say, "You looked uncomfortable, you failed." Which for me, they said, "You looked uncomfortable, you failed." And then for Steve, they said, "You looked uncomfortable, you failed." I would say, though, one thing that's different about me was I did good on everything else. So when I failed pool comp, I was like, "Oh God, like this is it. I'm gonna fail." I was super sketched out.
And not me, that wasn't my first time failing.
So you like failed like ditch and dawn, buddy breathe.
I was good on the buddy breathe, ditch and dawn. And There was like three things. It was good.
My buddy Bree's partner was a freaking wrestler from Iowa. He was a beast of a guy, but he was a total freaking panic in the water. This dude would take the freaking buddy breathe from me, because you're using one set of scuba tanks. He would take it and just breathe off of it for like a long time. And then I'd be like, hey, like give him a signal, like, hey, bro, I need that right now, and so he'd give it back to me. And as soon as I took one breath, he'd be like, give me the signal, he needs more. But you passed the second time.
Yep, passed it, made it out, made it in the third phase, and the third phase was uneventful. You're just doing a lot of running, swimming, and shooting. So that was a lot easier than 7 days for me.
And running, you were good?
Running good. I had all my run times down before I went on the boat, so I wasn't so concerned about running. I was just worried about kind of getting injured.
Swim? What about the open ocean swims?
Good to go.
No factor.
No factor.
Did you were honor man?
Yeah. So
and you were firing the gut?
Yeah. So the way they
impressive, dude.
Yeah, the way they worked it is, I think we voted the fire in the gut before the honor man results came out. The class voted that for me, and I was like, all right, that's awesome. And they're like, hey, Ward, you got honor man too, and I was like, all right, check, roger that.
Well, the reason I say that's impressive is the honor man is usually somebody that's like does really well in all the events, like running, swimming, boat course. And the fire in the gut is usually a guy that like doesn't. It's a guy that had to kind of groove through it, gut through it to pass.
Yeah.
Like in my class, it was Jeff Higgs, who had hypothermia multiple times, like 5 or 6 times. And he showed back up to Buds. He really kicked him out. He showed up to class in his dungarees and just kept doing it. So he got fire and gut, like, of course. And then honor man was Keith Carroll, was a total stud athlete. But for you to get both those, that's pretty freaking.
Yeah. So
how did you even get that?
It didn't feel like it.
Were you one of the leading guys? Were you an E4 at this point?
So yeah, I played E4 off the ship before I went to Buds. So I showed up to Buds and I was an E4.
Were you the class leading petty officer?
No,
or was it second class?
No, we had a second class, and then I think eventually, we got the guy, our original LPO got stress fractures and had rolled out shin splints, so we got rolled out. Another guy came in, we took over class LPOs.
What was Hell Week like?
I'll tell you what, Hell Week wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It sucks for everyone. I had enough gas in my tank. I think I did one more day, but it was manageable. Yeah, it was manageable.
We just had a guy on who ended up in SF, but he went to Buds. Maybe he didn't make it to Buds, but he said Buds was really, really hard. He's like, he goes, if you're thinking you're going to go there, or you can get what you ask for. Yeah, for me, Hell Week was kind of cool because I wasn't the best runner, I wasn't the best swimmer. And so it was like hard for me. Like I had to put out super hard to pass those evolutions, and I had the fear of failing. And Hell Week, there's no time limit. There's no time limit on the evolutions. Just keep going. I'm pretty good at keeping going. That's a good thing I'm good at. Just keep going no matter what.
The one thing I remember about Hell Week is, you remember when we were doing still here? That was one of the coldest points I'd had in my life. They were hosing us off on that thing, and it felt like my damn hip flexors were going to pop off. We were doing flutter kicks, and then they pop us in the ocean. And the ocean had to have been around 60 degrees, but the ocean was way warmer than it's still here. So you're in there, and you're like, oh man, this is great. Keep us in the ocean for a little longer, and they pop you back up there, back and forth. And I could barely walk when we got off that damn pier. So the pier evolution and how we was horrible, and then the instructors just wrenching down that rope when you're carrying the boats to and from Chow. That shit sucks.
You wrenching down on the rope so that the thing is pulling down on your head.
Yeah, come on, little back was snap off.
Were they jumping from boat to boat when you were in?
We had instructors in our boat. I don't remember jumping to another boat, but we were carrying around.
Instructors were jumping from boat to boat. And like I remember like freaking neck bones just grinding. This doesn't seem like it's good for me, but oh well. So honor man and fire in the gut guy, and of course you checking the team 5. No one cares about it.
No one cares. We're like, hey, you got to grab and go clean the shitters. And you're like, damn, I thought I got away from these shitters. They're following me everywhere.
And you checked into team 5?
Yeah, I'm checking into team 5 in August 1994. Then back then, we started doing the STT, so they pop you in a platoon and you start doing your platoon work, but you also got to detach from your platoon and go there go through SEAL tactical training.
Oh, no kidding. So but your platoon workup started.
Our platoon workup, we were a couple months before starting workup, but we were broken off and going to STT, and the platoon had just started some things when we had finished up.
You went to the group of STT, didn't you?
No, team. No, it's just a team.
Just your team. Okay.
Just our team. Yeah.
I think they were combined because eventually you combined.
Yep.
Where every guy went directly to, well, not directly, but everyone went through STT together for a while. Well, they still be down, but there was a time when they started. I thought they started around that time. So with you, was just guys from Team 5?
Yep. Yep.
Was it run by Team 5?
So it was run by Team 5, our training.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I did. And did you have any idea what your job was going to be?
I got, put in the platoon, and initially I was an A-dub guy, and I worked in prayer. The problem I had with A-dub was I was left-handed. And we had one of our guys in training, and he's like, hey man, the dude's left-handed, why do you guys have him shooting an A-dub? Because all the rounds with the brass and the link going out to the right, and just going right across the field of fire, and then facing stuff. So like, hey, put him on rear screw. So got on rear screw for that first platoon, and worked there, and dabbled around with first lieutenant and ordnance.
What kind of platoon was it? Just a spec ops platoon?
Spec ops platoon, yeah. So we were deploying on to the Little Island outcome.
Did you, how was like your platoon leadership?
No, the first platoon was not good. So I got to see what Rome looks like, And it was kind of funny, like it was a classic case of, our OIC was a good dude, but I think he was too smart for his own good. And he was a little more concerned with PT and being in good shape. He was a phenomenal athlete, one of the triathlete guys. But it came at the cost of showing up to dive evolutions on time. It came at the cost of being a good tactical leader down on the ground, which is what everyone's hungry for. So I think he kind of lost a lot of our guys' respect. He was kind of hard-headed, that classic smart than everyone else type thing. So it didn't go over good. It was just it was weird. It was weird, and I didn't realize how. I'm trying to find a good way to word this. It wasn't an ideal platoon,
Right.
And you don't realize that until you get into a really good platoon.
Yeah, for you didn't know anything different.
Correct.
So for you, that's just the way a platoon was.
Yep.
And the scary thing about that is you get such a big impression made on you by your first platoon that if you're not careful, you can think that other platoons are jacked up because they're not like your first platoon.
Yeah.
You're so impressionable.
Yeah. So it was interesting. So there was a huge difference between my first platoon and third platoon. The third platoon I did, we were like the best platoon of the team. And it felt good. Like the leadership was dialed in, they were balanced out. Our platoon chief was squared away, well respected. He was good tactically, he was good administratively. Like that's the dude I want to be like.
That was in your third platoon.
That was my third platoon. My second platoon was better than my first. Still a lot of room for improvement.
And were you rear security? Did you move up to point man or something?
Yeah. Moved up to point man at some point in my second platoon. Third platoon, I was on point.
Really? You're tall for a point man. How tall are you?
6'2".
Yeah, because you have A-dub written all over you till they find out you're left-handed. And what were you, just to give people a reminder, this is the 90s, so we don't have a lot of assets. We don't have a lot of money. We're not really doing any real missions, barely. Some guys like Gardner went to Somalia, but that was a real rare occurrence. So what we would do is train, get ready, go on deployment, kind of party. It's kind of like what the scene was.
It was kind of funny because when I showed up to the team, Gardner was already in there. He had a couple of platoons on the I'm on the damn quarterdeck watch, and this dude has a long name. He still doesn't, so I won't say his name, but he had a long name, and I'm like, attention to the Team 5 compound, so-and-so, reports to the quarterdeck, and I butchered his name. What do you think's calling me on the damn phone? Gardner. He was a hard case, man. Hey, you let the new guy say his name right. And I was like, shit, man.
That's a pretty good Gardner invitation.
Yeah, it was. And I was like, damn, I'm not getting out of the compound tonight without getting taped up and thrown in the damn building.
Yeah.
So
that time, actually, at those years, we were starting to get a migration to Team 5 from, like, for instance, from Team 1. People wanted to leave Team 1 if they didn't like the Stalag. So there was a whole, like, gang of guys that went down to Team 5.
I remember that.
To just to have some freedom.
No fun one.
Yeah,
they were migrating down the street.
Yep, they were coming on down the street.
Migrating north.
Gardner was always at Team 5, so he was just like, why would I want to be over there where there's a bunch of rules that you have to follow?
You always find Gardner out when we're doing work in the desert. You just look for some smoke.
Or look for fire.
Look for fire. There's Gardner. He's lighting some shit on fire. Gardner guy.
So you do your third platoon, and then what? What are you thinking? What do you think about your life at that point? So what year is it?
So this is I finished my third platoon in '99, and so I was going through a divorce, had a kid, and I was like, yeah, I got to get the reset button. So I talked to our master chief, our CMC, and I was like, he's like, hey, we want to bring you in here and be the training cell LPO. And I was like, hey, man, I got a lot of baggage right now. I need to break contact here, go reset. So I got orders over to our special boat team at the headquarters element, and I got put in their training cell. We were basically setting up operational readiness exercises, just like we used to run.
Yeah. So you went, just so everyone understands, you went from, instead of being a team training cell, which you're going to be gone all the time doing training trips, you go to the boat training and then the ORE training, so you're going to be home a lot more.
Yes. Yeah. And so at that point, I was ready to go back to school. So as soon as I got there, I was already enrolled back in college on like a 1 year, I don't know what you call it, but you know, they have a military program. So I was going to school Saturday and Sunday to knock out all my upper level units from my bachelor's degree, and then I was working on my lower level units at the same time. So I wanted to finish up my degree in about 3 years. And so I'm there going into the training. We're home, away trips every now and again, and it was good, man. I had good leadership in there. These, the special warfare come back and craft crewmen, and the dudes are squared away. And so I got to learn a lot about the boats, and that played off, or it helped me out later on, because you're really learning, hey, how far can these things go, low capacity, all those key tactical things that matter when it comes into a mission planning process for training or for a mission.
Yeah, and what's good is you start to relate those to helicopters, aircraft, and vehicles, and so it gives you a better sense. Because as a young team guy, I was really lucky. I was a communicator, I was a comm guy, so I was always involved in the planning more than my peers, right? The point man might plan the route, but like I was like, okay, here's what we're gonna do for communications during the insert, and then once we're on target. So I was more involved in planning, which was super lucky. And then I did ARMS, where I was working with the Marine Corps and working with the Big Navy. So once again, what's the distance that this helicopter can take us to insert us? What's the distance that we can get with our boats? What's the distance that our ribs, once again, the boats, how far can they take us? What's their capacity? So I was very lucky that I got that opportunity, because once you realize how to plan with assets, it's a big, it transfers to all different assets. It makes you smarter across the board.
Yep. So all that was good. So while I was there at the boat deck, I was like, hey, not much going on tonight. I was kind of like ready to punch out of the military. And so I started putting in my application for the CHP, California Highway Patrol. Went in through all the interview process, all the testing, got my letter of acceptance, and I was kind of just on standby. I was going to transition out. And then in August of that year, 2001, I made chief. I don't know why I made chief that. I wasn't expecting to put it on. It was like a total shocker, And then in September 2001, 9/11 happened. I thought, shit, I'm staying in, man. We've been waiting a long time to get into this.
I've been training for what had it been 7 years.
7 years. Yeah. So from there I worked with the CMC over Team 5 to get back there. He's like, hey, I got a platoon chief slot over in one. I was like, hell yeah.
You go right into a platoon chief slot. Yeah. After September 11th.
Yes. So I went back to the team. I left like a few months early TAD to go back to Team 5 till my orders could catch up. And then got over there, like I think right around February timeframe, we started forming up our platoon, getting ready for a 12-month work cycle.
So you called the CMC at Team 5.
Yep.
Said, hey, bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was saying, hey, bro. The other master chief I had with me at the boat deck, he was my second platoon chief. He was like, hey, I'm working with with Jimmy over here at Team 5. They got a spot open. You want? I was like, oh yeah, I want it.
Dude, my point is like, man, build some good relationships with people. Build some good relationships with people because that pays off, And that means how do you build good relationships? Not by kissing ass, by working hard, by doing a good job. That's how you build good relationships. When I checked into Team 7 after September 11th, it was actually 2 years after September 11th, the CEO there, which, first of all, the detailer who I was friends with sent me to the next deploying team. So when I left, I had to go to college for a student animal program. When I left college, I went to the next deploying team. That's not luck, bro. And then when I got to the team, the commanding officer, who I had also worked for in the past, fired a platoon commander and put me in as a platoon commander, 3 months before deployment. That's just, that's based on my past performance and relationships for sure, but the relationships are built on the fact that I worked hard and was trustworthy to get the job done. So you never, plus you just never know who you're going to be working with. Don't burn any bridges, man. Don't burn any bridges.
Yeah, it just going back to what you're saying, that your credibility in the team is everything. Your reputation. You don't want to have a reputation to be
A jackass.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You don't want to be that.
Yeah. And your reputation is I don't know what the word to describe it. It is a heavy thing that sticks with you. I should say it's a sticky thing. It's a sticky thing. And if you have good reputation, it'll stick with you. If you have a bad reputation, it'll stick with you. It can take people years to overturn a bad reputation. And interestingly, it can also take people years to ruin a good reputation. Like a person with a good reputation can make mistakes and people are like, oh yeah, don't worry about it, it's Fred, that's good to go. Or a person with a bad reputation can make one little slip up and people are like, God, you kidding me, you need to get rid of this guy. Polish trident, get him out of here. Yeah, I hate to say that because right, that's like political and all this stuff. But it's just the reality of the situation, and there's a reason for that. Because look, human beings are going to mess up. But I guess the difference is you have a good person with a good reputation. They earn that reputation by consistent good performance, and eventually that reputation stands on its own. And therefore, if they make a mistake, which everyone's going to make mistakes, when they make a mistake, which they will, people go, ooh, guess what? You know what? They've done 100 good things. That's how they built that reputation. Now here comes a bad one. All right, we'll carry on. Whereas if you've done a bunch of bad things, and now you do something bad, you're good. You don't have any leg to stand on. You're screwed. So that reputation thing, it's everywhere. It's everywhere, but man, the teams, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. It's damn near everything. It's damn near everything. So you roll in, now you're a platoon chief at Team 5, getting ready to deploy. Yes. Yep. At what point do you realize you guys are going to Iraq?
We didn't know until probably January 2003. So I get there in October 2001, January, February 2002, we start our 12-month long cycle. And it's going through, and it looks like they were going into Iraq. No one really understood the scale of that thing, how big it would wind up being, how many years it would wind up being, So when they told us, hey, you're going over, we were like, oh yeah, this is awesome.
Because you, like everybody else in the teams, was worried that there would be a 3-month war and you'd miss the whole thing.
Exactly.
Which is so hard to explain to people, especially now that we've been at war for almost 20 years straight. It's hard to explain to people how much it meant to go to war when there was no war going on.
Yeah, it was everything. You were just like, man, this is going to be awesome. And everyone's getting prepped, I don't know what to expect. Everyone was thinking they had chemical weapons. Going through all kinds of mock drills with their CBR gear and just going through everything. You guys were getting everything tuned up, so you were dialed in.
And you're looking at the freaking mob uniforms, and it's like got a elastic drawstring at the waist, and you're thinking, wait a second, this is supposed to keep me alive? Ain't happening. Whatever. Let's rock and ever think that? You ever take that charcoal freaking light laden suit and be like, wait, you're saying this thing's gonna save me? It's got some elastic drawstring around the ankles, and that's supposed to keep me good to go?
That mob suit didn't have a good reputation, for sure. It was lacking.
I don't know what the U.S. government paid for those mob suits and what level of security they provided us, but I don't have a lot of confidence.
I guarantee it was a lot.
And the gas masks, dude, like, what are the chances? But that's what we were getting told we were going to do, and not one single guy said no, because we did more op where we mopped up because we thought we were hitting a target that had allegedly some whatever chemical weapons. But you know what everyone did? Everyone got jacked up, everyone put those gas masks on, everyone put those stupid freaking uniforms on.
I'll tell you what, we had quite a few missions when we got over to Iraq where we were going around with some of those 3 letter agencies, looking all over the place, seeing what was around. And everything we saw was old. It was like you'd been there, left, nothing new at all,
As far as CBR,
yeah.
shit.
Like all the facilities and everything was like, nothing's been here for a long time.
So, all right, well, listen, so you get done with your workup, you find out you're going to Iraq in January, and you guys are going on deployment in like April or something?
Yep, April timeframe. So Team 3 was already over there, and just going back to your relationships piece, we had a couple guys on the teams that were dialed in with some Team 3 guys, and they started sharing information, back and forth. Hey, here's what's going on, here's what to expect. So that gave us a really good idea on what we needed to prep for. And so right around April timeframe, we deploy over to Kuwait, and we're staged in Kuwait, waiting to go into Iraq. Team 3's, I think, wrapping things up at that point. We might have already turned over there. And we're actually in Kuwait for a handful of weeks now. I want to say right around 3 weeks. And we actually did our first hop out of Kuwait into Iraq on 53s.
Yeah, that sounded like a crazy op.
It was good. It was a good shakeout. Nothing happened. But we planned for 96 hours. We went through all of our helicopter rehearsals. It was a big op. We loaded up those our DPVs, Desert Patrol vehicles, and we went in with a big package. So
what was your mission?
To go take down the dam. Get
control.
To get control of it. It wasn't in deep. It was somewhere up north.
Okay.
So we went up there. It was a long ass flight in there. We're all jacked up on the cat. You think you're going to get the shit. We're flying. We're got our plan laid out in case a helicopter gets shot down. We got our bomb gear with us. And we're roping down all 53s on the dam. With our CBR gear, you look like, Michelin snowman.
Were you masked up when you fast roped?
We were not. The game plan was secure the dam, get everything set up, get everything cleared, and then they had some tunneling systems in there because it was a dam. They wanted us to go inside the tunneling system, see if there's any weapons of mass destruction or chemical weapons in there. So once we secured the dam, which took a little while because you don't really care about how big a dam is on the inside. There's a lot of shit going on in there.
This is a 1 platoon op?
So we had our
platoon plus.
No, we had platoon plus. We had our platoon, our mobility element, and we also brought in some STD with us, which is good. They'd already been there. They cleared a ton of ships, small, we call it little boats out there. Dows. They cleared a ton of dows. So these guys already had some reps on the belt. So we were excited to get money off of this. But yeah, we went in there uneventful, cleared it, checked the tunnels, nothing there. And we, waited there a couple of days when we pulled out.
But that's the big mesh that we were planning for in the 90s, like that type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, here it is.
Yeah.
You're a hero in. This is the big mesh. And plus, that was your first combat operation?
Yes. Yeah. It was a big deal. It was like it felt good to get that under our belt. And it was a good shakeout for planning. You're over here going through the 96-hour planning cycle. A lot of good lessons learned. First time using 53 on a mission like that. So it's good. And one of the things I jacked up is me and another guy, squarely stayed with the team for a while. But we roped down and we had our CBR gear strapped on our sides. And so as we're coming down, we got that damn volley pack. You got to weave it in and out of the nylon. I didn't weave mine in and out like I was supposed to. So I went through a couple that I left like the bottom undone. And I don't know if I hit the wheel or the skin of the aircraft, but that damn thing came popping off. Of course, put that Miami cheese in there. Ooh. If you go, in the backpack goes over the side. Same thing with the other cat that was with me. We think the river washed, put it in the river and stuff. And everyone was talking about, hey, it's not a big deal. You get, write it off as a combat loss. That's what everyone was talking about. Like, all right, I guess it's not a big deal. Combat loss. I was like, dude, the skipper was not happy. The combat loss write-off was not a thing.
Well, what's really not a thing is trying to do a night clearance without knots. Night vision.
We white lighted everything. So back then we're coming up on the day of the white lightning and then clearance on the inside.
So you were lucky in that respect.
What do you mean?
But saying if you said you lost your knots, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm saying you're lucky that you didn't.
Yes,
that you didn't need it.
Yes, that is accurate.
Because that would have you'd have just been blind walking around, waiting to walk into a wall.
Yeah, it was
his buddy along with somebody.
It was a good lesson, especially for the chief.
Did you that little Molly weave? How many Molly weaves did you make? Like 2?
I think I had about 3 in there. I think there was around 5, and I just left out the last 2 and snapped her in.
Snapped her in.
Yeah, snapped her in. Get her going. She's good. That's so good.
And the skipper was pissed.
Oh, he was hot, man. I was on the back of that. On the task on that one.
Yeah, luckily, like I said, you had a good reputation. Like if you had a bad reputation at that point, that would have really sucked.
Yeah.
Would have really sucked. Yeah. So that was your first big mish, and then what? But that was out of Kuwait.
I was out of Kuwait, yeah.
Then what happened?
Then we moved up into Baghdad. There was a camp set up out there called Camp Posey. We had Posey good Warren also beating on, dude.
Yeah.
Good stories.
The best.
And we had another guy we called him Ranger. Those 2 dudes came in. They helped build out the camp. We took a Ranger with us on quite a few missions. Good dude. And then we just started operating out of Posey into Baghdad.
Yep.
We were right there at the Baghdad International Airport.
And what I was impressed with, looking back, and what I am impressed with looking back, is you guys were freaking super proactive in getting missions started. Like you guys were super proactive in forming relationships and getting the intel that you needed from various sources and starting to do a lot of operations.
We set the foundation for you guys. You guys came in and did like 4 times more than Randy did, but we were definitely laying that foundation. And one of the things we had, our attached unit senior enlisted leader, he was dialed in and he came from Denver, and so he had a lot of good relationships. And Denver was over there at that point, and so he was tied in with a lot of the 3-letter agencies, which opened up the door with quite a few missions, shared intelligence. So that really helped set that foundation for us. And then from there, we were starting to get, some good missions. And hell, even if you're getting 1 mission, you're like, all right, we're good to go, because we all think we're going to be out of there within 6-7 months, like the whole thing shut down. But obviously, good.
Yeah, so you guys got in some gunfights too.
Yeah.
What was the first one like? What do you remember?
Our first shootout was kind of funny. We were dialing in our standard operating procedures for the shootout, which we had done. We went through training. Training was good, but it was nowhere near the level that we provided our guys once we got over the trailer. It wasn't anywhere near that. So we identified a few of the gaps we had, and we developed. We brought in a platoon. We brought in guys with experience, and we developed our standard operating procedure for what we're going to do inside a house if we get a shootout. And it was basically suppress fire, cover, crash maneuver. Using the cover and move, we're going to deploy some crashes. Someone's going to be suppressing fire while all that's happening. So on this particular mission, we went in and the house, the guy marked for us was the wrong house. We didn't know that. On imagery, everything looked dialed in tight. We mark it looks good. We go in, breach the door, so we got explosives. So now the neighborhood started to wake up. We clear the house. I kept everything on the clock. We cleared, 2-story house in under 2 minutes. And we get the call on the net, hey, reset. The actual target house is down the street. So we reset, reconsolidate, one's on the left, 2's on the right, gear check, sensitive equipment check, everyone's good. Come back out of the house, grab her with ladders, patrol back down the road, and the right house is marked. We go up there, and it was the right house. It had a double security screen door. So go explosive on it, we got a failed breach. So now it's turning into a big construction project. Guys are up.
And not to mention, just so everybody knows, like after you hit the first house, everybody in a 2 mile square radius knows what's happening. And if you're in that neighborhood, you know exactly what's happening. So if you're a bad guy in that neighborhood, you are now alert and ready to be attacked, and you're prepping.
Exactly. So now we've got a failed breach. We're on the outside of the structure. The breachers are working through, getting through that heavy security screen door. We're kind of raking windows. We're deploying crashes in there to keep people away from the front door. We finally get entry. Clear the first floor. Everything's good. We're dialed in. Back then, we always pressed into our guys. Hey, you make the call. You stack on the stairs. You're the number 2 guy. You got 3 or 4 more guys behind you. Make the call and go up the stairs. We don't want to just have this lag period where you're waiting for me or the OIC to make a decision, tell you what to do. Decentralized command. So the guys stack on the stairs. I'm right there. I just came out of the kitchen area. They start moving up the stairs. And there's a young kid upstairs with an AK-47. So he's like 10 feet away. He's just full auto. Our guys are on the stairs. Are trying to return fire, but the volleys just all around our dudes, man. I'm yelling at the guys, get back down there. They come back down the stairs, and then we go through our shootout procedures, which pay dividends. They work. We couldn't get at the guy because the guy's on the second deck, and now we're down below him. So there's no way to get the direct fire. So our guys are exposing themselves a little bit, trying to get an angle here. Guys are deploying crashes. We deployed about 5-6 crashes. There's no more gunfire. We're like, all right, check. We're going up. So, go up the stairs. The kid had actually dropped his gun and cleared the second deck. There's freaking smoke everywhere. So, we're gagging. There's so much smoke in the house. Go up there. The guy's not there. Like, where the hell did this guy go? And guys go out on the deck patio, and they're clearing it. Now we're looking really hard. Like, where is this guy? And the kid is a young kid, hide behind curtains. And, the guy's there, and then boom, our guys muzzle strike the guy, get him into the center room. We cuff him up, and that was it. So,
anyone get hit by the bad guy?
Our guy heading up the stairs the first guy up, he had a graze over his cheeks. It actually hit his mouth, but he didn't get hit. It was a total Pulp Fiction scenario. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, like he had angels on his, because that could have been a bad night. We had 2-3 guys hit that one ball, and one got hit. We were extremely lucky.
How many rounds do you think the guy shot? 1 mag or 2 mags? Did he get a reload?
No, he didn't get a reload. I think he got a full mag round, somewhere between 25 and 30 rounds.
Damn.
Yeah,
from 10 feet.
Yeah. Close. It was close. Yeah, I don't know how he probably missed because he was on full auto. You know how those things get. You're just bouncing all around and going full auto. And the dude, the guy was just a total douchebag and shot at us. He's like, I love George Bush, I love Coca-Cola. And we're like, shut up, man. So yeah, we cuffed him up, and that was emotional. When you get shot at that close, and you're dealing with a bad dude that just trying to kill you. Those emotions get jacked up pretty high. We had some good teammates there. I wanted to kill the dude, but we can't do that as much as you want to. It's not very good. But we got him cuffed up, took him over to our detention facility. And, the guys did good that night. And they did good because of the training, the talk-throughs that we did, going through the checklist, going through multiple rehearsals. Every time these missions came up, all that panned out, all that worked in our favor. Yeah. For that one event, for that one shootout, that all worked for us.
Having contingency plans, which is that's what you guys had, and it's what we have all kinds of contingency plans. I mean, every IAD, every immediate action training we do is a contingency plan. If you get shot at from over there, is what we do. Get shot at from over there, is what we do. So having those contingency plans, it just makes it so that you don't really have to think. Decentralized command just works. Everyone knows what to do. They know what the objective is. They make it happen. And so you can make very little call. You can give very little direction, and things still will proceed the way they're supposed to. What about your next gunfight?
So our next one, I think, was our helicopter. So we gone in after this guy. He shot an RPG and killed an army guy. And so we were going in after him. So we came in, we did quite a bit of heel work that deployment. So we came in with our helicopters, and our game plan was to, land on the X, assault the building, and grab the guy and go. And he was out in this, it was actually out in Fallujah, Oman, so there were some palm groves out there. So on insertion, we come in, and the helicopters went to the wrong house. Our RPGs back then, they're not good. So we could see how that. So we sat down. We're like, this is not the right house. Get back up. We get back up. Do one more. We come back into the right house. Land us. We dump off. Clear the building. Everything's on the vehicle. We get the bad guy. Now as we're going through all the sensitive site exploitation, we're trying to grab as much as we can on this guy. We get a report as we're breaking out that, hey, there's 2 or 3 armed guys coming your way into this palm grove. So the helicopters were a ways out, but we had a gunship overhead. And so we set up a quick safety perimeter, little push up, and we're going to wait to see if these guys came into us. Well, they never came into us. They sent something wrong and they backed out. So we get set up in the palm grove and we're calling in the helicopters at this point to come pick us up. And as we're setting up the perimeter, someone calls out over the radio, hey man, there's a tracer fire that just went by. And no one else had seen it. One dude paying attention in his field of fire, sees one round come in. And so he calls it out, so we kind of go on hyper alert here. We're waiting, we're watching. And as the helos are coming in, this dude, they were probably like 300 yards from us. They start opening up the AAA fire over our LZ. Now, the only thing protecting us at that time was we had a palm grove. The LZ's here, and the house is somewhere over here. So this tracer fire is coming over the palm grove. And the issue we had is like communicating this back up the chain. We had our task unit commander on the ground with us on this one. And some people just didn't see the shit. Some people didn't see the tracer fire coming. And I picked it up pretty damn quick once the guy called it out. I'm like, holy shit, that's a good volley of fire. We're going to get a helicopter shot going from carefully. So anyways, the helicopter comes in, picks up the package, grabs our headquarters helmet, they bounce out, and then we just go to our secondary LZ, which was pretty easy. But it was very uncomfortable knowing that if you got AAA fire coming over the top of you, like I said, he was get shut down. It's going to be a long time, especially out here in this rural area. We have the backup.
And then, what was your op tempo like?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't like we were going out getting targets every night, but we got a point there where we were going out at least twice a week. I'd say once or twice a week. Yeah, more like twice a week. But in between that, we were doing other stuff. Like you're doing mobility stuff. You're going to do a little bit of sniper stuff around there, which was good. And then just going back on decentralized command for the other CQC, or close quarter combat shootout we had. Our guys were going up to this house, and there's freaking telephone wires everywhere. And you know how that is. You're like, there's no rhyme or reason. How do you guys live with this? There's wires dangling everywhere. And we got to hop over this damn gate, to get to this house. So
literally like 30 or 40 wires. Yeah, like you could be just total mayhem wires.
Yep. And we planned for it. We actually picked it up on the energy. We're going through our rehearsals, and we're like, hey, there's wires everywhere. As you're coming over at this spot right here, be careful. Get your nods, hit on them. But, we got to be quiet. So we start going up and over. We get the entry team over, and actually we had our full squad in the corridor because the distance from the gate to the actual house was a lot. It was a big house, so we needed a soldiers up front. So we get up front, the entry teams going through, breachers going through, laying the charge on the door, going through all the procedures, and the next thing you know, you get this bang, 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 rounds are coming through the door. And so, our breacher, we borrowed him from another platoon who was dialed in, good dude. But so he's laying the charge and he's using his cover right. If he's in the center of the door, the dude's getting shot with a 45 cal pistol. But he's off to the side using his cover like he's supposed to. Sets the charge. Our other guys holding security, they go through our standard operating procedures. They're awakening the windows, they're shooting in through the window to get the person away from it, and they're dumping crashes in to keep the person away, kick them out away from the doorway. So, boom, we blow it. Of course, there's a propane tank there, so the whole damn doorway catches on fire. So now we can't, we've got to fill a breach area. We can't get in. The door's open, but there's just this massive propane fire going on. So we got to go to our secondary door. You get over to the secondary door, and these dudes got a damn drop bar on there. So it took us forever to get in. It was a shit show. We get entry into the doorway, and there's like a family of 8 people sleeping in there. Like they're still sleeping. Like, how is it possible? You just blew in your door. There's gunshots going on, and you all are still like physically sleeping like zombies, So anyways, we got in there to clear the building.
That sounds so unbelievable if you haven't been to Iraq before. Like, you can't explain things like that. You can't explain things like that. To get an explosive breach, a failed breach, shotguns going off on fire, and the freaking family just racked out.
They're racked out. There was zombies.
Where did you ever catch the guy that was shooting through the door?
Yeah, it was actually I think it was one of the guy's wives shooting. She's like, hey, I thought you were looters. You're like coming in to rob our house. We're like, yeah, no, we're not looting. No. But anyways, we got that situation all squared away.
That's a rough. Well, when I say that's a rough one, that's the kind of mission where things can go really sideways. Like if you start fragging that room, which you could easily do, to say, hey, look, we just got shot at. I'm throwing some frag grenades into this room, and actually, we got a family, 8-person family, that get blown apart by frag grenades because the woman was trying to defend her house from looters. Which again may sound like a crazy story, and it could also be the absolute 100% truth. I don't know. I'm not going to try and replay the situation that you lived through, but that could be legit.
Yeah.
And you have no idea when you're out there.
And that would have been horrible.
Yeah, that'd been really nightmare. Were any other big missions that you guys did? Did you guys do like some like SA-7 recovery on or something?
Yeah. So I forgot about that one. So we went out there, with some other intel people out there, and they're like, they were going after some of this sensitive stuff there. Anyways, so we went and hit this farmhouse. We got good air coverage over ahead of us. No one's there. Place is a ghost town. We started going through our sensitive side exploitation. Man, it was like a gold mine. The perimeter around it was just this big, huge cache. And so we found a truckload of, SA-7 and SA-14 vessels with a ton of RPGs, rocket grenades, and launchers. And so things started getting a little spicy around there as we're calling it a little bit of a fire support. And we actually had to turn that over to an army. Came in the next day during daylight and started going through the field. And it was like, it was like radios. It was like enough shit to outfit the damn army. So that was a good nothing happened, but we found a lot of stuff. So we were feeling pretty good about it.
And that was a freaking great deployment for you guys, especially in like 2003. That deployment was pretty freaking epic.
Oh man, we left there and we're like, we're never coming back here again.
Yeah, because no one ever thought you'd be back there again.
No, it was good. So one thing we did that was really good with our platoon that we learned from the Team 3 guys when we shared information. When I was back with, your brother there at Team 1, communicating everything I had back to him. Hey, here's what we're doing, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, here's some things to think about with mobilities. And you just try to share as much information as possible. That way the next guys coming in, they know what to expect, and they can adjust training, come in at a high level, ready to rock and roll. I know when you guys came in, you guys did 4 or 5 times the amount of missions we did for that deployment.
Yeah, well, you guys were pushing a lot of information back to us. I know you guys were feeding my platoon chief, and my platoon chief was already like a mobility dude, and so he was just amped, bro. We were doing freaking tire change drills like NASCAR, like a pit crew. I mean, it was just like it was on. But here's the funny thing: we were on an ORE prior to that deployment. So like maybe 3 months before going on deployment, we were on an ORE. We did our ORE shipboard, and we were doing hydrographic reconnaissance of Red Beach at the Camp Pendleton, the Red Line and Slate, dude. Like it was, the world hadn't caught up, right? The world hadn't caught up yet, and thank God. Like after that, we found some Humvees. We borrowed Humvees from like the Seabees or something, and started running training ops down at like the old NTC, the old Naval Training Center, where they had a bunch of old buildings that were all dilapidated. And we started running little ops in there with our, and our task unit commander had actually been in Iraq on the push-up, so he had some experience. Our task unit SCA had also been in Iraq on the push-up, so he had some experience, which was awesome, and they're both great guys. So we were just going off of the reports of how you guys were doing stuff. And we were just like, okay, this is what they're doing, cool, this is what we're going to do. This is what they did, this is how they rigged their vehicles, okay, this is how we're going to rig our vehicles. So that's kind of what we did. And then I know you and I did a turnover. We did it like Bahrain, right?
Yeah, Bahrain, that's where I was at. We had a platoon left up there, and our mobility elements left up there.
Yeah.
And we came back a few weeks early out of Bahrain just because there wasn't enough room to bring everyone in. So,
so we sat down, did an awesome turnover with you guys, with you and your OIC, who's a freaking great dude. That was awesome. And I was kind of like, I knew who you were, just from, I guess, being around. But then that was when I was like, that's when I first really remember getting working, like, I might have seen you at the P's or something. But the first time I ever actually got a working, I think that was the first time I ever did some kind of working.
I think that was the first time I crossed paths with you.
Yeah.
So always hear the name out there. I mean, I was roommates with Paco and talking about nightmare stories with you and Chris. Those guys, man, they quit beating us up.
We were a little bit hospital. We had the gang mentality for sure. For sure. So then what'd you do when you got home from that deployment?
So got back off that deployment. There was another platoon chief slot open. So the CMG was like, hey man, the guy that was going to come doesn't look like he's going to come. You want to do another one? I was like, hell yeah, dude. So then, started forming up another platoon, got a bunch of new guys in, new OIC, and started another 12-month work on Saturday.
Dang, you got freaking 2 platoon chief slots.
Yep, it was awesome, man. That's the best job in the world. Detachment spot is good.
Yeah.
Platoon chief slot's a lot.
Oh yeah, platoon chief. I mean, I would say like E5 platoon. I was talking to some guys the other night that were E5s platoon. I was like, hey, you're good, man. E5 platoon is an awesome place to be, and it is. It's an awesome place to be, and hopefully you reach a point where you go, I can take care of those awesome guys. Yep. And that's when you go, okay, I'm going to be an LPO, or I'm going to be a platoon chief, or I'm going to be if you go the officer route, you can try and go that officer route. But at some point you realize the best thing I can do to be a good E5 is to take care of the other E5s. Means I got to get promoted. I got to take care of them. And the best way I can do that is to increase my rank a little bit, so I have a little bit more sway. We don't have to do dumb shit. I'm complaining about my boss. You can only complain so much before you got to actually do something about it.
Absolutely.
And it's rare that someone gets to do platoon chiefs back to back like that. I mean, it's rare that a guy even gets to do 2 platoon chiefs slots. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, we're getting better at it now.
That's good.
That's one of the things that I know with the headquarters level they're really looking at. Before our rating really took control over, hey, you can only do one, you got to move out, another guy's got to move in. They started looking at that because we were losing quite a few tactical leaders. Like guys are getting fired. Why are they getting fired? They need more seasoning. Yeah. Hey, let's keep 2-3 guys that are doing really good to keep that that's what I'm looking for. Continuity of the team. And these are dialed in people, you can count on them and moving forward. So we've gotten better with that over the last 10 years. So those guys, it's calming down for your top 2 or 3 guys to stay in the team. Even if they pick up senior chiefs, they're going to stay in that platoon chief.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yep, that's awesome. And so then you do another workup. You must have been freaking dialed now. You're doing the second platoon chief workup.
The second platoon chief was way easier than the first.
Hell yeah.
The first one, so I didn't do a platoon LPO, so I was sucking on fire those.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so setting up the platoon, there's just.
And you had never worked in training either.
Nope. Not a team. Yeah.
See, I'll tell you, man. My whole, that's probably, my first 3 platoons, the leadership strategy tactics we were talking about. My first 3 platoons, I learned these certain things, right? And I wrote about it in leadership strategy and tactics. But that was like where all these seeds got planted. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, you want to know where the fertilizer and the water came from on those seeds? It was working in training cell at SEAL Team 1, where I was a single enlisted E5. And you know what trip I went on? Every freaking trip there was. I taught everything. I would volunteer for every course. We go teach land warfare, then I teach diving, then I teach CQC. I just do, and I wasn't the main instructor on any of them. I was just a guy that was out there like, I was on that trip. Oh, I was on that trip. And that's where those little seeds started to come to fruition. And the biggest thing was when you're instructing, you know this now that we work in land warfare, when you're watching IADs or you're teaching IADs, you are de facto detached. So you're watching and you can see and you realize how easy it is when you're detached. And when you realize how easy it is when you're detached, you go, wait a second, if I'm in there, I just need to take a step back and see what the hell's going on, and I can make a good call. So that is where I learned so much. So for you, if to not done that, definitely had to make your first platoon chief go around a little rough.
It was hard. I got lucky, like our sister platoon, that platoon chief was dialed in. He'd done all those things. He was on like 7 platoons. I was doing my 4th at the time. And so I leaned on him. I'd ask him 100 million questions on him because he always gave me good guidance.
Yeah.
Dan, good dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So then you get done with that one. And now you're going through it again, and now you're kind of like,
I'm like, this is easy days. You're dealing with the same issues. I got all my standard operating procedures in place. So for every block of training we're doing,
plus you're a freaking combat vet.
I'm combat
You're
vet.
kind of the man.
I'm ready to get after it. Yeah. So it was way easier, man. It was way easier. And you're always going to have those same personnel issues, and now you know how to deal with them. You know what right looks like.
And then what was that? Then you were going back to Iraq again?
Yep. So we wound up back over. You guys came in late September 2003. We went back in September 2004. And the place was just a disaster. Roadside bombs all over the place. You know the drill. Foreign fighters all over the place. It was a shit show.
Yeah, that was the end of my first deployment. When we got Yakubi, which was Sauter's guy, that set the whole freaking thing into just total mayhem. Yep. And we saw that. Like it was a radical change because before that, like in March of 2004, it was kind of like, okay, we'll go do a mission in April. You could look out and you'd see smoke and fire, vehicles burning, and like it was a very different scenario in that 1 month period in April of 2004. And
Just got worse from there.
yeah, then by the time you guys showed up,
It was a disaster. I remember we were doing a PSD mission, so we weren't doing our typical direct action, but we got in there and in my platoon, we got split up, so we're in squads now supporting other platoons because you need X number of people to protect these guys. And one of the good things that the headquarters owner did is they rotated guys out for a sniper mission. So hey, if you're sniper qualified, come on in. And so we covered down within our PSD elements. Guys can go out and do sniper stuff. So I was lucky I got to get out there and hike the street a couple times.
were you a sniper?
Yeah, I was a sniper. Yes, I went through sniper school in '98. That was back when it was out in Cole and stuff. And I got back off of that deployment in '99. I went to work for Mark. He was running a sniper course, so I did a couple of instructor, courses with him. So it was good. And that helped me out for, the 2003 deployment, 2004, the 2006 deployment. But I remember getting out on Hiker Street, and it was the first time we're out. We did sniper work in 2003, but there wasn't nothing going on. Everything was under control. I remember going out there, we're supporting the Army unit, they're doing a clearance. So we come in, dump out of the Bradley, set up in the buildings. We got all our sectors covered. And there's this booge in an apartment building with an RPG, launching RPGs at Apaches that were in the area. And you know the deal, you don't shoot a rocket from a room. That's not good practice, right? You're going to jack yourself up. He's just sitting there getting after it. Boom, boom. And so the Apaches come in and they're just like, go, and they just take the dude out. And they're like, holy shit, man, this place is not good, totally different. Then you come out for extract, the Brads are coming in to pull us out, like there's rounds coming in at you. We didn't deal with that in 2003. 2003, we had the upper hand. We operated at nighttime, but we had the upper hand with what we were doing. So it was different. And at that same time in 2004, you had Found Fury out there in Fallujah going on. You had good dudes supporting that. That was just, I remember looking up on the jock screen, and the Marines are going through doing a clearance at nighttime. There's grenades getting chucked out, and the Marines are just going in and getting after it. I mean, they're carrying 25 mags in there and going building by building. I'm like, God bless the Marine Corps, man. These dudes are badasses. And we all wanted to be there. Like, hey, switch with us, man. Come do the PSD thing. We'll be out there doing what you're doing. But so anyway, Phantom Fury just died down. Like, hey, we want to send a sniper up to Samara. And so, Lake got chosen to be OIC, and I was like, hey, they selected me to come in there with Lake. I was like, cool, put our 10-man, 11-man team together, went up to Samara. We thought we were going to get after it, It was go time. It was go time. We were going to get something. It was nothing happened. We set up damn near, we were out in the streets every damn day, man. And it was just, the guys were going after their real cages, like civilians. You don't know what you're going to do. They come in, set an IED, they set it, and they'd be out of there.
How much time did you spend on Haifa Street?
Not much. I'd say I probably got out there about 6 or 7 times total for that. And I was only in Iraq for 90 days during that time period.
And then you rotated out to the Pacific?
Yep, over to PI. And
the PSD, was, look, it was a hard mission and everything, but relatively uneventful, because that's what we're supposed to. So at that time, SEAL would provide security for the top 7 something like that, authorities in Iraq. And you were in charge of keeping them safe. They did an awesome job. Yeah. But that doing an awesome job meant there wasn't action, thankfully, because the action probably would have been a giant 2,000-pound V-bid that would have killed everybody, or something crazy like that.
Yeah, in 2004, that was the first time I really started seeing the truck bombs, the car bombs they were building, and they built them. They put so much explosives in them that the damn springs and shocks would break on them. They'd be trying to get off base and they're like jacked up.
So, but that wrapped up another deployment for you.
Yep.
And then, so then what'd you do?
So then stayed at Team 5. I made senior chief in 2005. Picked up a task.
You're making up for going to the Fleet UD.
Yeah.
I mean, you're making rank quick.
Yeah.
Were you making rank quick for on average, above average? It seems like you are.
Yeah. So I would say probably above average up to chief. And then I got passed over the first time for senior chief, and then made it the second time referee. So you don't want guys to make rank too fast. You want guys to really understand what they're doing and why they're doing it, which takes time. It takes a lot of reading. It takes repetitions. And I think when I put on chief, I was underdone, with my training and my experience. So it was good that I got passed over my first time for senior chief. So anyway, so I made senior chief in 2005, and then picked up a task unit, and from there we started working up to relieve you guys.
When did you guys know that you were going to relieve us?
I would say right around March, April timeframe of 2006, right when you were
So
deploying
we
over.
got there.
Yeah, right around that same time. They're like, hey, you guys are going to come in and these guys were listening.
At what point did you guys start tracking like what was happening?
If you guys started getting hot and heavy in what, May, June timeframe?
Yeah,
April timeframe.
Yeah, like as soon as we got there, it was getting crazy.
It was right around there. All of us were just kind of thinking, hey, it's going to be like a Fallujah style cleanse. And Fallujah went pretty quick. It went pretty quick. There was a lot of good work being done. A lot of people getting killed, U.S. soldiers getting injured. We thought it was going to be like that. We didn't know it was going to be what it was. We had gone up against that type of
Yeah, well, we thought it was going to be a Fallujah type thing too. Yeah, and we talked about this on the Unraveling with Daryl Cooper. That's what we got told when we got there. They're like, hey, you guys are going to do Fallujah. We're like, thank you. This is going to be, because Fallujah at that point was a real high watermark for just awesome, crushing, kinetic operations by the Marine Corps, and there was SEALs in there supporting. They did a great job. So we were thinking, okay, like it's on, and it's going to be whatever. It's going to be 2 weeks or 3 weeks, maybe of fighting, and we'll get cleared through the city. But it ended up not going that way. It ended up being that there's a smart move by the Prime Minister, who was a Shia, to recognize that if the Shia army, which basically was a Shia army, went in there and did this type of crushing kinetic sweep through Ramadi, which was Sunni, we would have set up Sunni versus Shia civil war. And so he said, we're not doing that. We're going to find another way to do it. And the other way to do it was counterinsurgency, was going into the neighborhoods and trying to preserve the infrastructure and trying to keep the civilian populace as safe as you can as you do it, and yet at the same time do battle with these insurgents. So that's what we ended up doing. And I always wonder what it was like for you guys once we started taking a lot of casualties, or once we started losing guys. You guys must have been like a little nervous about coming.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. No one had been through, that amount of combat, like for us at that point, like heavy combat. We had our crew, Commodore, he was out there with us doing our, ORE, what they call it, final battle problem. He was like, hey man, you guys are going to Ramadi, stand by. There's a lot going on there. And it was like, a lot going on there. And things really hit home for us. I remember Calico guy when he was shot. Like you look at these things, you're like, okay, that's manageable. Like, hey, he's shot, he's coming in through. It looks like he's going to be okay. And then shit really hit the fan for us when Mark was killed. Like, holy shit, we're going into something that we have been in before. So we dialed in our training. You guys were giving us information, telling us everything you're doing, what's working, what's not working. We had some hard conversations with our operators. Hey man, like someone's going to get wounded. Someone might get killed. There's some of these things we can't control. What we can do is our rehearsals, train to this, make good decisions on the battlefield to reduce our casualty numbers. But we're going to be shot at. Someone's going to get hit. That's coming. And at the end of the day, it's going to be us standing here that's going to kind of get us out of this shit. So we gotta run a tight game. We gotta be tight with what we're doing. And the guys understood that. But it's different when you get on the ground and you got a lot of rounds coming at you.
Yeah, I try to think of a way to explain the difference that in my mind that you got. Like, it seems like, but prior to that point, most of the times when guys would go out, even when guys would go out and get wounded, or guys would go out and no one had been killed in Iraq yet, but even in Afghanistan, it was a mission, right? It was like a mission, an isolated mission where something had happened. And then once that isolated mission is over, it's like you reset the clock, and now, okay, we're in a different mission, and so it's almost like you do get to reset the clock. But in Ramadi, it was like you were in the same game, the clock was freaking ticking the whole time. And so you guys knew that you were just going to come and get in the game, and it wasn't going to be one mission, and it wasn't going to be 3 missions. It was going to be mission after mission after mission after mission after mission, and it was going to be as many days as you were there. And I remember you guys showing up, and I remember actually briefing your task unit and literally saying, you guys are going to take casualties, it was a thing I was thinking to myself, do I say that? Is that a bad attitude? Is that a negative attitude? Is that a self-fulfilling prophecy? Or is that just the fucking truth about what's going on? And I would rather have you guys thinking, okay, this is the truth, and if we can avoid it, great, but we have to be ready, and we can do everything we can, but we got to be ready for it.
Yeah. I remember you guys were telling us, man, we had our go bags ready, so if someone gets injured, or our standard operating procedure in place with who's going with the guy that's injured, all of our passports, IDs, everything in the bag. Someone gets injured, boom, we're getting on the helo with the injured guy, they're pushing out, at least getting them over to Germany. So we were definitely in the right mindset. At first off out there, you guys helped set that up out there at Firecracker. So that was a good one with the Marine Corps.
We set you guys up at Firecracker for your first time. What an assholes.
They're like, hey, you guys are going around a racetrack, and we'll just call this Operation Firecracker because there's going to be some shit going down up there. Yeah, it was a good first shakeout. And the Marine Corps up there. The colonel that was running the Marine Corps, I forget his name. He's just a good, outstanding, good leader. Just good lead, man. So we set that up, and our guys, our snipers killed a few guys on that one, which was good. They just remember that was a Humvee out in the street, and he's pulling security down from us, and the dude starts, gets a little bit of an RPG, and like the Marines are dumping out of it, they're doing cover move drills, getting back, and they're taking small arms fire. We're in a position where we can't, the enemy's in dead space, we can't even do anything to support them. Come back, and there's a couple like smaller birds that came in that day. They hit our building, but they were out in front of us there. It wasn't too bad, they were small. But it was a good shakeout for us. Like, hey, a little confidence builder, like a couple bad guys, no one got injured. These are all good things.
And then you guys started rolling.
Then we started rolling, and I was on that mission. The next mission we did, I was not on. And our guys went up down the street, I think, from Falcon, and they're setting up overwatch positions. And I think they're in the morning time, and grenades come in. I think we had 1 or 2 grenades come in. They yelled grenades. The guys were diving down the stairs, and we had 2 guys get fragged from those. And from that point, it was like, all right, we knew what we were getting into, but then it's like, now it's real. Now our guys are were getting injured. They were going to get winded. Now you got two guys with you with fries. And their injuries weren't bad enough. They had to get medevac out, so they stayed with us. You know, it took them about 3 weeks to heal up, and they were okay.
And that was like your second op.
Yep. That was like your second one. Yeah. And then, you know, throughout that thing, man, you know, one of the things I realized is this is further down the road, but we did this river out, and we're going to set up a combat outpost, and we're using the Marine River unit. And the guys are all, they're all, I think how funny that is. Like, hey, the Navy's supposed to deliver the Marines, and now the Marines are delivering us. And they were good dudes, man. They were down there. They were awesome. They were squared away. So they take us down the river. And we had all of our deconfliction out. Here's when we hit this point in the water, call it to the Army security checkpoint up ahead, make sure everything's dialed in. Went through all the procedures. And there was obviously a disconnect. So we get close to where we're going. And we can see the security position off to the right. It's on a 2-story building. And we get that. That's not good. That's a round coming over our head from the security position. And then we're like, hey, light your strobes, do your shit. And then the boat starts speeding up a little bit to get us to shore. Like, now we're all pissed because we just got shot at. And then we get the tracers are coming over us. We're like, get us to the shoreline, man. So we get to the shoreline, we're dumping out. At that point, it's a full on. I just got chills.
Just got chills because when you start talking about you receiving a fire from friendlies, it's fucking horrible.
And then it's a full on. No, we're not shooting back yet, but then it's full on. They think we're luge in boats coming down the river, and it's just we're dumping off the toolies, and I'm freaking hot, man. So I'm dumping in the side of the toolies. We learned from you guys, hey, deconflict that with your right star cluster. So that old trusty right here, you know, and as I'm going to the shoreline, I'm popping this thing out, my weapons flying all over the place, and I'm yelling at the AOIC. I was like, hey, freaking call back, dude. Get this shit deconflicted now. And I'm pissed. I'm yelling at him. He's like, what the F do you think I'm doing? I'm like, fucking hurry up, man. And so we're yelling back and forth. I'm popping up the white star cluster. And of course, as soon as you get the white star cluster up, the shit stops. But I couldn't get to that damn thing fast enough. By the time I got it, I had it out in probably like less than 30 seconds.
Dude, 30 seconds is a long time to be receiving fire from American machine gunners.
Yeah, we were all sucking by it, man. So it was a good lesson learned. And one of the things with Ramadi is when you go into a high stress environment, there's multiple units in the area. The likelihood of you having a blue on blue would just go up drastically. You know, you've done a lot of podcasts with the Vietnam shit, so when you're in those type of environments, you gotta have your deconfliction down. You can't do it enough, really.
You know, and you know, another thing I've been thinking about is from a leadership perspective. A thing that I've been talking about all the time is like if you work for me and I come to talk to you, I gotta understand what your perspective is. Like, I gotta understand that so that I can like, okay, he's reacting like this because of that, and even more in depth than that, I gotta kind of know what your freaking story is. So I can't just know your perspective. I gotta know what your story is. Like, oh, this is Steve. He's been here for 20 years. He's done a good job. He also is known for having a bad temper. He also has some trouble at home right now. So I gotta know this stuff. So that I can assess, like, okay, what approach am I going to take? What reaction am I going to get? Well, guess what? When you're in a combat situation, you better think about the perspective of the people that you're working with. Because guess what? You take a kid that's 18 years old, he's scared shitless, he's freaking sick of being on this post, he's afraid he's going to get killed, he's not being briefed by his seniors, he's tired, he's pissed off, he's got an itchy trigger finger, and what do you think this guy's going to do? He's going to shoot at you if you don't make it clear what's happening. So it's important to remember that. You have to understand other people's perspective and understand what their story is, and then you need to account for that somehow. Otherwise, bad things happen. And, like, that's a nightmare, man. Like, if there's no protection on those certain boats, I mean, if one iteration of fire hit those certain boats, you got 3-4 guys dead, wounded, whatever. Maybe more. You got 10 guys in a boat. Damn, it's a nightmare.
It wasn't good. I think just talking about perspective, I know all the guys, there were a couple units there that, they've been there for like 8 months. I want to say like 8 months. And then they get the call, hey,
their friends, three of their friends, four of their friends. They've seen VVIEDs go in. They've heard rumors about boats. I mean, yeah, and look, the Army guys and the Marines that were there are the most professional, badass dudes ever. But there's a lot of them. And if you have, look, you can have a platoon of 40 guys, and 39 of them can be the most squared away guys you've ever met and can understand everything and be calm, cool, and collected. But there's gonna be one person in there that's not. And once one person starts shooting, bro, it's a real problem to get. It's a real problem if you think other people aren't going to start shooting as well. That's what we literally get trained to do. Oh, if there's a contact, start shooting. Help your buddy.
Not good, understandable, but not a good situation. We definitely could have done a better job on that with us. We had one other blue on blue that I know about. I'm convinced there's probably quite a few blue on blues going on that you just don't know.
There was, because I was, we're talking about this with the brigade commander all the time. There was usually one blue on blue per day, but that wouldn't get reported. And there was one blue on blue per week that actually got reported of like, hey, we were taking fire from this unit at this time. Most of them was like, hey, get those guys, ceasefire. You know, it's friendly position. Like that happened. It happened once a day. Usually at night. But the most harrowing example of that was there was a blue on blue between Humvees. Like one Humvee at night saw another Humvee and started shooting at him. And there wasn't no moves that had Humvees. Like at least the boats weren't super common to be in the river. Even the Marine Corps boats, they weren't super common to be in the river. So if they rolled out, someone goes, oh, wait a second, I know what this is. This might be moose boats. Let's shoot them. But a Humvee, like that's how itchy the trigger fingers can get. And you got to understand people's perspective, man. We were so freaking paranoid about that stuff.
It wasn't a good feeling, that's for sure. Jeez.
There's nothing you can't shoot. Like, what are you going to do? Shoot back? Like, you can't do that. You grab that big old white star cluster and get fired off, boy. Damn.
We had one other blue on blue. We were out there, we were down there by the pool. And we went to the unit, deconflicted everything. And our guys went out there, we're getting set up on the rooftop.
Yeah.
That wasn't good, but those high stress level areas, people are getting really good shit, people want to see different things. It's out there, it's real.
Yeah, when Dave and I wrote Extreme Ownership, like we didn't plan to write. There's 3 chapters in there that are just blue on blue chapters. Out of 12 chapters. So a quarter of the chapters are about blue on blue. Like we didn't think about that, but that's what the reality of the situation was. Those are some of the scariest situations.
You know what's crazy is when we had the trade up and we incorporated our laser gear.
Oh yeah.
People found out how easy it is to have just to your point with perspective. Like we drew that out, and it was awesome to draw that out in training. Yeah. So after those handful of ops, we had November 19th, and so this is putting us right before Thanksgiving. We had the whole task unit out, and so we had our Kirkendall guys are up in the pop-up sectors. Our team was down. We're down past Grand. I think we're down past Grand in that area. We're about 8 blocks from those guys, half mile, something like that.
Maybe Juliet.
Yeah.
Juliet sector.
Yeah. I don't remember all the sectors, but we're out there. Things are going good at like 8 o'clock in the morning. We're set up. We've got mutually supporting positions with our platoon. They got mutually supporting positions with their platoon. Things are good. And I remember the first thing was like, all right, this is going to be a shit show. And, we had a car going around with the hazard zone. So they were signaling in the area. Hey, man, U.S. troops are there. But they didn't know where we were at. We didn't have any loopholes. We didn't pound out any brick or use explosives. So they had a hard time figuring out where we were throughout the whole day. But as we're sitting there, things start heating up. Hey, there's man's over 2 streets over, and they're all consolidating one area. Hey, they got weapons, and then it's coming. We're gonna get in the mix here. And so, like around 11 o'clock, we started calling in for our gimblers, guided multiple launch rocket system. And it we started getting that ready commensurate coordinates to bring in rockets because there's different requirements. That wasn't coming from off the rails from the air, so it was easier to get it approved. And so as we're doing that, we get a call over the radio, that our other unit from Korea was hit. And we didn't know how bad they were hit, but the NYC came over and was like, "Hey man, Elliot said he's in bad shape, and so is Joe." And we're like, "Shit, man." They were taking it down to the cash and shit, which wasn't good. We're like, everyone just got a sick feeling they were staying, but we didn't know what happened until after we got back. We were like, shit, is he going to make it? He's not going to make it. Those guys were in position. They started taking light fire. And as they're taking light fire, they had rooftop jumpers in their body. They get as close as they could. They dump grenades right on top of your position. So the first thing happened was they had a grenade dumped on the position. And Ellie gets sliced in the damn wrist pretty bad. So, they're collapsing down off the rooftop. And we had explosives up there, so the guys were clacking off explosives to, move the rooftop jumpers away from their guys. So as they collapse down into, on the bottom floor, everything's still under control. There's a light bulb with a fire. They're calling to the other sniper supporting element, hey, we're hit. We're going to call in an extract. As they're calling an extract, the Iraqis come out, and our unit comes out to get the Bradleys. And, they're hit with some type of white phosphorus explosive device. I did a lot of analysis on it. What was it, a roadside bomb? What was it? I can never determine what it was. But, it killed, I think, 3 Iraqis, wounded 2. Our 2 guys, our 2 SEALs were hit, critically injured. And so now they're pulling everyone back into the house. The Bradleys are getting out of there because it's just a total shit show. The other units fighting their way down the street to get in a position to help these guys out by this time. In long story short, everyone's in a bad position, and Elliot was such a good dude. He's sitting there telling dudes he's cool, calm, and collected. He's got shit burning on him, burning through his camis, and he's telling guys what to do, how to patch him up, and do all this shit. He's jacked up. Joey had his legs kind of blown backwards on his lower extremities, so it's a complex situation. Outside still heated up, injured guys on the inside, dead guys, our own dead guys, Iraqi troops out on the street. Guys find their ways back down. It's like as bad as the situation is that you can conjure up, right? But, they get things under control. They call in another quick reactionary force. They load these guys up. And, that's when you get the call over the radio to get those guys that get hit. Meanwhile, over in our sector, things are starting to heat up. And so we're spinning up aircraft. We're trying to get our killers in position to start launching it. Our guys are out there, laying down some AW fire and launching a few Carl Gustav rockets into some positions kind of like ours. But it was just a shitty day for us. Obviously the whole task unit was hit hard on that. Wasn't good.
Yeah, and I mean Elliot is probably one of the most severely wounded SEALs from the Iraq War.
Yeah,
he's freaking warrior. Yeah, but he took a heavy hit that day.
Yeah. In Elliot's story, that guy never quit. He never gave up on life. And, he's going through physical therapy. And him and his physical therapist fall in love. And Elliot marries him. They get married. They have kids, which is just awesome. I've seen Elliot a handful of times over the years, bus graduations and stuff like that. Just sucks that shit out doing that.
Yeah, and Leif was super good friends with Elliot, and obviously we had just all high-fived on the tarmac and said goodbye, and then the next thing Leif's doing, he's down at the Bird Center, trying to give support to Elliot. It was freaking rough, man.
That shit took the run out of himself. The little passionate. It was more than what the hell's going to happen. We got 2 guys. Wounded with frags. You got Joe and Elliot with what they got going on. And actually, the first week we were there, we had Jimmy up there with 2 guys. He got shot. He gets a grazer. Off his medical. So, things are starting to stack up, man. Elliot was we weren't sure if he was going to make it or not.
Yeah, and I left October 21st, and that was November 19th. So you guys had only been on the ground without us for under a month.
Yeah.
And he had all this already stacked up.
Yeah.
And not to mention, in a way, you are riding in already with the mental thought of all of our casualties and our lost guys. So you already know that this
things are starting to change at that point. I can't remember if it was November or December. But, you know, we had one of the tribes out there. They had Al Qaeda come in and they killed a couple of their tribes. And they were like, Al Qaeda wanted to come over to the U.S. side. And that was a big tipping point out there. Regularly. I think the name of the tribe out there. But the guys went out there and they're meeting up to shake and they're local guys. And it was a weird situation. Because at that point, those guys were dropping orders on curriculum. So there's this friction like, I'm freaking helping these dudes out. They want to join us now. They just, you know, the other day they're dropping orders on us. So that was interesting. And then December time frame, we set up. It was right before Christmas. We're up there around the racetrack, and the Marine Corps is doing a big, huge push to clear out that whole area. That area was still pretty much contested when you guys were there, and I was an area we'd operated in quite a bit. And so we're out there for like, I don't know, 3-4 days. And this is right before Christmas time. We think we're gonna be out there past Christmas. A couple of events there, like the loops, were so good at using dead space. I remember we're on a 2-story building. We got Marine Corps snipers in position. We're in position. We're spread out. And I go use the bathroom. I'm looking out this window, and there's a tank down in my corner. And a dude slips out of dead space with an RPG. And like, boom, he clacks that thing off in under 3 seconds, melts back away. And you're like, even if I was on the gun, I don't think I'd had enough time to shoot that guy. We had a couple close calls in that area. They had some snipers in vehicles. And so it muffled the sound. You couldn't tell where they were coming from. And, I took a damn shot it through our position right at 12 o'clock. So, we got a loophole set up in a round 7.62 by 54. Big one, punches all the way through the wall. Right at the 12 o'clock position. So the guy's dead center trying to get into our hole where we're at. And I was thinking, damn, man, that's whoever shot that's a good shot. That's not, some JV dude making that shot. I've got to tell the story. I forgot about this one, but we had a country boy with Charlie. He's out now, so I'll say his name on that. But Charlie, this is all of this 3-4 day period. And we're on the rooftop. It's the same day that I take that round in through the 12 o'clock position. And there's Booge doing a center field down the street. So, like, I'm here, Charlie's position is over here with his crew, and we got a pilot up overhead. He's like, hey, you got bad guys coming down the street towards you. And, Charlie's just a good old country boy. Roger that. He's like, frag out. He dumps a frag, and it I don't know how he does it. He throws the frag in the blind, throws it down on the street. It hits in between where these Booge are at. And the pilot's more excited than anyone. He's like, it's a direct hit. That's a direct hit. I'm like talking to Charlie. Charlie, what'd you do? I just popped my grenade, threw it out there.
You guys were getting aircraft overhead inside the city?
Yeah, on the day Elliot got hit, we had
Oh, okay. Fast movers. Yeah, fast. You weren't getting helos, were you?
No. I don't remember having any helos. They'd be too slow to get shut down.
Yeah, the helos would come in for us. Because that was the Black Hawk Down scenario. Which yeah, the Apaches came in one time and they left us and come back. They got lit up like it was crazy. It was a crazy amount of volume of fire. We were putting in a combat outpost. And they came in, they said they wanted to sport. They flew in. It was like, it was crazy. They flew away and didn't come back.
And things were so confusing. I remember being out there in positions and we had these two young ladies and they're doing clothes, they're hanging clothes, and then this other, what looks like a lady comes out there and she's like laying clothes on. But the third person that came out later just looking everywhere, looking for us. And it was a dude dressed like a woman. We got the garbo there, so you can't even tell. But he's constantly looking. The girls are giggling because it's kind of funny. It was like, it took me a long time to put that picture together, what transpired. And I couldn't do it while I was in the field. I was like, it was just weird. I'm like, all right, that had nothing to do trying to find our position, stress was alone. And these dudes were just, they were caging me. We were out there in the homicide on another mission. And it's me and another dude, and we're set up in the hole. And I remember I'm looking, and the guy's looking directly at us, but he's got like a 3 or 4 year old girl right next to him. But he's looking in our direction. I'm like, that shit ain't right. He's got no gun. He's like 200-300 yards away. I'm keeping my eye on him, watching watching. Nothing happens. Me and the other guy rotate out of the hole. He gets in there and shit. 5 minutes after he gets in the hole, he just started, into the hole, man. I'm yelling at him, roll out of there. He rolls out, but there's shit flying everywhere. And damn, that was close, but that dude didn't get hit.
But that guy was spotting with his daughter.
Yeah, if it even was his baby.
Yeah. Or yes, spotting with a child. Spotting grabbed out, said, hold my hand, come over here. Boom.
Yeah, if the guy had a gun, I'd felt comfortable taking a shot. He doesn't have it. So you're just like, is this just more weird shit going on over here? There's so many weird things going on. It's hard to see all the
weird, inexplicable things that are happening all the time. Yeah. And they all look freaking crazy suspicious. Yeah. I mean, we had a ISR asset one time where he was going flying overhead, like it was a fast mover or something. And he's like, hey, we got a vehicle pulling up. We got a vehicle. So everyone's looking at this vehicle. I'm looking at this vehicle on the ISR screen. And like, it just looks super suspect. They're stopping, they're looking around, they get out, open the trunk. All right, they're opening the trunk. Everyone's on this mode. And then, all right, they're reaching the pump, something out. They're pulling out an object right now. And sure enough, like, everyone's all excited and thinking this is like, we need to drop a bomb on this thing. And sure enough, they got out of the thing and jacked up their freaking car and changed the tire and put it all away and left. And like they tracked them, they left. They weren't. It wasn't like a setup, And man, it's so difficult to decipher what's really happening. And you get better at it, but it's a tough war to fight. It's a tough war to fight.
I know when we turned over to you guys, you always talked about hey, it was a good shoot battle. So hey, what they're doing is lined up with the enemy procedures. You build the story and you make the best decision you can with what you're looking at. And sometimes just your point, it's actually legitimate, but you don't know that.
Yeah, well, that was something I learned and stole from the first of the 506 because when we had, when we first got there, we were with them. They had one of their guys shot and killed somebody, and they were, like the person was out. I forget what suspicious activity they were doing, but it was like they were digging a hole in the side of the building, and they shot and killed the guy, and then they sent a team out there to inspect, and he was whatever, he was planting. I don't know what he was doing, but it was something that was not the activity that the shooter thought it was. And I was talking to their ops officer, and he was like, "Yeah, you know what? This is a good shot, bad result. Meaning our soldier was following the proper rules of engagement." And it turns out that the result of that shot is bad. Even though the shot was good, the result was bad. And it bothers me so much when I hear people talk about, the U.S. military, causing all these civilian casualties. Man, we go through such great lengths to prevent civilian casualties and put our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines at such risk to prevent those civilian casualties from happening. But it does happen. That's the reality. It's going to happen. And that's why if you're going to go to war, you better be ready for that. You can't go to war thinking, oh yeah, don't worry, we won't kill any civilians. But if you go to war, you're killing civilians.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. In the other deployments I did over there, we started doing a lot of collateral damage assessments before we did it. I don't remember doing that over there. Because we weren't really dropping bombs, and it was mostly just ground units, airman business, that became a factor later on, for sure. Everything was CDs.
Yeah, I mean, even when I relieved you at Baghdad, we started looking at collateral damage in terms of like breaching.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we're going to breach this building. What's the collateral damage? Could we hurt someone? Are we going to ruin this? How many windshields are we going to, or how many windows in this neighborhood are we going to blow out with this explosive breaching charge? And what good does that do for our overall strategic mission here if we're the assholes that come in every night and blow up everyone's house and windows, right? All of a sudden, we're not cool. So sometimes it was like, oh, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't explosively breach, but how are you going to execute the mission and what risk does it put the troops at? Because the safest way to do a direct action mission is to explosively breach the shit out. Shock everyone in the building and it's like, okay, cool. So there's other tactics that we had to develop to mitigate the risk. But what I'm saying is we were taking risks for sure to try and mitigate, and not just us, when I say we, I mean the U.S. military at large, mitigates risk of civilian casualties by risking our own casualties. That's what we do. And even as much as we mitigate them, we can't mitigate them all, and civilians are going to die. So you need to think about that. So when you guys had that horrific incident with Ellie and Joe, then what? How did the rest of the deployment? And I know that you guys, so one thing that's really positive is, and part of this transition, I don't even know if you knew this, so we were doing everything we could. We that whole Sons of Anbar, and that whole thing started when we were there, and then the other thing we were trying to do is we were trying to get the Iraqi police force built up, and we just started to get it built as we left. And so you guys got the benefit of the Iraqi police force. All of a sudden, the local Iraqi police force was respected. They were banned. They understood the neighborhoods. They were tribal. Most of the guys were tribal guys. And so all of a sudden, over a very quick period of time, the violence went down a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I remember the police became a huge factor. I think it was late January or February for us. They came in, they were setting up their own police stations and combat outposts. But man, them dudes were targeted by AQ. You know, he had the head police chief. They're trying to carve on him and his entire family. They eventually got him. But it was rough. And it definitely settled down everything. I would say by the mid-January to February, somewhere in there is where things really settled and good. Where maybe attacks are going way down. You know, we're still getting the occasional IED. They have an army, civil affairs. They're going down to freaking Falcon, and boom, they hit an IED, killed all 4 people.
Oh yeah, that was Travis Patrick. And he was a freaking epic guy. And that was a Major McClone, the female Marine Corps officer. It was just because they were there when I was there. They were both just freaking awesome people. Just awesome, unbelievable. That was such a freaking horrific situation.
Absolutely horrible. But things definitely died down there towards January, February time. It was in a good place.
Then you redeployed, came back to America.
Came back to America, and boom, I'm going over to Jocko with
training. Rolled into trade that, man. And that was awesome. That was awesome. Did you volunteer to come there, or what happened? How'd you?
Yeah, so before deployment, I know I was working with our group CMC, and they were doing the team level detailing. So he came in, he's like, "Hey man, we want to do it." I'm like, "Well, I want to stay out, I want to stay in the area." He's like, "Well, we think about going to trade. I'm like, keep me in the area." I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Hey, yeah, I'll do it." So roger that, man. And I was looking forward to the guy I always did it at BG, just a good dude, smart. I think you set up a good foundation with what he had. So I inherited a really good product. He was doing good shit.
Yeah, no, it was legit. And then when you showed up, it was awesome. And then, I mean, what was your experience at Trade Up like in terms of, see, now this is interesting. I told you that like the seeds of my experience and knowledge were watered heavily and fertilized heavily when I was young. So now you get to experience this in a much more powerful environment, because the training we were conducting was so much more advanced and also you were more advanced, and you were a combat veteran of multiple combat tours, and you were a senior enlisted guy. So man, it was awesome.
It was a good experience, but I'll tell you what, I went in there and I'm like, holy, it's different when you're responsible for a live fire range versus you're going through a live fire range. And so there was a lot to that. The most stressful thing for me during land warfare was doing all the live fire training, because there was definitely a lot of opportunity for someone to get injured. You know what I mean? And so it was good. And getting up there and teaching these things, you just learn so much more. I mean, the pipeline should be, we need guys in instructor positions, but you need them at Bud. You also need them over at our trade ed. If there was a way to split that to where they do 15 months at Bud's, 15 months at trade ed would be ideal. It's not practical, But going to trade ed was an eye-opener. I really started, I'd say around 2003, I started, 2003, 2004, I started reading quite a bit. I never heard of the last 100 yards. We didn't have libraries. We didn't have guys going around. If you went to training, so you might see it. But I really started building up a good reading block. And I remember talking to you when we were at Trade It, and we were reading. I think I just went through the Maneuver Warfare Handbook, and I was like, man, I'm thinking these things. And then you read it, and it reinforces what you were thinking. So now your confidence just goes through the roof. And I think one of the things we did good in NSW continues to do this is developing our future leaders. When you think about when you and I came up, there was no portal, there was none of this stuff. We've got stuff hanging. Hey, you want to be a good tactical leader, go read your doctrine, go read these books here, and that is going to boost you up. And the guys that are hungry, they're going to go in there and read it. The guys that are a little bit lackadaisical and they don't want to do it, they're going to meet the minimum standard. But you definitely need to have something out there where your high performers are hungry. Give it to them so that they can become a better leader. So I think we did that good. But just going back to land warfare, I think that the stress levels they were high during live fire training. The field training exercises we did were just badass. We built little wood huts all over the damn place on those ranges. And I think the guys. Shit, we had a whole camera out there at one point. We're videotaping the guys coming in so they come back and go through their debrief. We're going, this is what you all look like. Here's what we're telling you. Here's what you look like. And people see what they look like. Oh, damn, Chuck, after that, But I thought it was good. I was definitely learning a lot while I was there. I wish I had done that assignment early on, in at least the Team 5 training center. It boosted me up a lot.
What did you see? What did you notice from the crazy thing about it is you get to, it's the best line. I truly think this. I think that land warfare training is the best leadership laboratory in the world. I think that's it. I don't think there's a better leadership laboratory where you can see leadership in action. I really don't. Because you get the whole dynamic. And someone might say, well, in some business or in some, bureaucratic situation or some boardroom, you get that part too because you got the mission planning that's taking place. There's no gunfire going on during the mission planning, but you get the stress, then you get the people that have to make decisions, you get the team arguing with each other, and you get the different personalities that are coming out. And so you get to watch all this, and you get to learn, and you get to see how people react, and you get to see human nature over and over and over again. And you get to see one platoon do it, and then you see another platoon do the same thing. We had all those little pet nicknames for all the different maneuvers that we knew that our Rouge was going to do. And so you'd see a platoon go through the octopus. You'd see a platoon go through the corner of death, right? You'd see the trail of tears. You'd get to see how they would react. You'd see what a good leader would do. And you see how that would turn the platoon, and all of a sudden they'd be able to get things together and survive and make it happen and do a good job. And you'd see bad leadership, and you'd go, well, these guys are it's going to be a suffer fest. And so that leadership laboratory was just unbelievably powerful, and really it was powerful for us as instructors because we were detached and we got to watch it. Look, the troops obviously get a ton out of it too. But getting to see it over and over again was just ridiculous amount of learning.
One of the things I really respected about land warfare, you got to see people's true character. When they're coming through there, they're up late at night, you're under a lot of stress. Whatever you're thinking in your head, or whatever type of attitude you have, good or bad, that's coming out. And you really get to see what you're working with your platoon.
Yeah. And that's a good precursor. Because when you go to combat, if you end up going on deployment, you end up getting in real combat, you're going to see that. That's the only place it's going to come out even more. Because when you go into combat, people start acting crazy. And I'm not talking about, hey, in a gunfight, no, I'm talking about on a day-to-day basis, you start seeing what their character is. Do they want to operate? Do they want to hide? You get to start to see all that stuff. And you'll see it. You'll see it out in the desert in training. You'll see people start to crack. And you'll also see people step up. You'll see people start to lead. You see people that are tough. And when you see those good leaders coming through, and look, the good leader could be anyone in the platoon, from an E5 to the platoon or the task unit commander, or anyone in the team. You have one good leader or two good leaders in there, and they're going to do a good job. They can be countered by bad leadership. So you can have a good leader that gets countered by someone that's an ego jackass, and the ego jackass can actually ruin everything. Sometimes if you just have one good leader, that's the LPO of one platoon, and he's a really good solid leader, he can carry the whole task unit. Now if you put a jackass senior chief in there, or a jackass chief or a jackass lieutenant, he can override 2 or 3 squared away leaders because he's a knucklehead that doesn't want to listen and wants to do everything his way and wants to, let his ego run the show. The freaking disaster.
So that's funny. We saw quite a few good leaders come through. Probably the most rewarding thing having guys come through trainings. They're coming through. They're just starting out as a unit. They're figuring some things out if they haven't been through another block, and they come in and the growth that you see that you're providing as instructors, as a cadre, as a unit, and you see them start here. By the time they finish after that 3-4 weeks, they're up here 100%. The growth is tremendous, and guess what? The harder the training, the more the guys appreciate it, the more growth you have. Right? That's what I physically saw happening with our formation.
Yeah, because it was miserable.
Yes,
it was freaking miserable. It was freaking hard when you're carrying out. I mean, if a platoon did a bad job, they'd have 12 down men. They'd be carrying out 12 down men for 3 or 4 kilometers before they could finally get a helicopter in there to pick up and take the wounded. Then they still got to walk. The rest of them got to walk out. Like when you got your ass kicked, you got your ass kicked. And sometimes, that was another big difference. With the leadership and the task unit and the platoon would come back and say, "Hey, we screwed up. We better fix it." They would fix it. If they came back and said, "Oh, Tradet's cheating," or "Tradet, this training is unrealistic," if they said that, they wouldn't improve, and they just fall apart. But when they say, "Hey, we spent too much time on target," or "Hey, we didn't cover move," or "Hey, we didn't give the priorities correctly," or "We didn't," when they came back and said that, recognized and fixed it, they'd come out and a good task unit. By the end, our Tradet guys couldn't keep them under wraps. Like they would get the Tradet guys would get their asses kicked because there's 40 of the 40 of the platoon guys. So they could when they would do good cover move, you can't stop them. They're unstoppable.
Well, that's what I always tell people. Hey, man, the people that utilize the laws of combat did here. Cover and move, kept things simple, good communications across the board, prioritize and execute, stayed detached from what was going on. And the guys that utilize decentralized command are allowing fire team leaders and squad leaders to make decisions at their level, because you can't be everywhere as the boss making these decisions. You got to train your leaders up, put up some guardrails, get them to where they need to be, and then you let them start making decisions. And that's probably like one of the most beautiful things with playing warfare. Guys are going out there, they're learning these things, and they're slowly building their confidence. Where when they get to the field training exercise week and they start making some of these decisions, then it's even that much more of a confidence builder,
It's weird because you can. I mean, look, I would explain this stuff ad nauseum, right? Ad nauseum. I mean, I would explain it. I'd say, look, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. But sometimes, man, it would just take like it happening to someone, and me sitting there like literally running over to a fire team leader and saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Those guys are freaking running right now. You gotta get them down. You gotta put down cover fire for them." And them going, "Oh, wait a second, I get it." And then you'd see this light come on, or I'd run up to a freaking task unit commander and be like, "Where do you want everyone to go right now? What do you want everyone to do?" And he'd say, "We need to get out of here." "Okay, what direction?" I said, "Are you going to be able to move everyone out of here?" "No." "Can you think your fire teams can start moving?" "Yes." "Tell them where you want them to move. Just tell them all, and they'll start making it happen." And you can see the little, like, all of a sudden, the little light would come on. But sometimes it would just take that. Like, you have to live, you almost have to live through it. So in some cases, some guys would be like, "Yeah, got it, cover move, check, got it." Because you learn cover move day one, or day one of the teams, you learn to cover move. You better freaking cover move.
Yeah, sometimes it took the guys a little while to figure out how to utilize the terrain correctly. Because the terrain was a factor. Rockies, small wadis, uneven terrain, which was hard to do there, especially when you got it down there. was something there too.
Terrain is the next level, right? The next level is, oh, I don't just know how to cover and move. I just don't know simple. I just don't know prioritize and execute. I don't just know decentralized command. I know how to utilize the terrain to my advantage. That's the next level up. That's the next level up. When you realize, oh, I can get a little high ground. Oh, there's a little dead space. Oh, there's a ravine over here. I can get the guys out. That's the next level. And we try to teach it in that method. You start off doing IADs in a flat, spot, and then all of a sudden you start to get these terrain. But when the leadership, when the whole task unit, when a fire team leader knows how to use terrain, and then all the fire team leaders know how to use terrain, all of a sudden we're in a whole different spot. We're in a whole different spot. So yes, the terrain is so freaking critical. Give us a little bit of high ground.
You guys down on that micro terrain doing good things. Tough on the body.
And we had rangers out there helping us, which was awesome.
Dude, those guys, they brought a lot. The rangers we had out there, they had all kinds of, both of them came from leadership assignments within their ranger unit, and they had a lot of reps. They brought a lot to the table. They had all kinds of good info. Man, we were just like on standby, keep coming. It's one of the worst. One of the bad things, one of the worst things about the SEAL teams is we don't come from an infantry background. We're not soldiers. We're not infantry. So we don't have that skill set. And you can get lucky and you can get brushed up against it. I got at least brushed up against it doing ARGs with the Marines and being like, okay, I at least understand what an infantry platoon is. Because if you were a regular SEAL, new guy, you don't know what the hell an infantry platoon is. You have no idea. You think a platoon is 16 guys, in a platoon. But yeah, so in the Army, you have that infantry background. In the Marine Corps, you have that infantry background. It's so helpful. So having like Rangers out there with us, who are freaking great guys, by the way, and they bring that infantry background, and they were stoked too. They freaking loved our training. They were awesome. Both those guys had a lot of reps in Afghanistan, if I remember right. And I know the one guy came in and he was really tightening up our helicopter procedures. He covered so much, like, damn, I didn't think about that. All my deployments were to Iraq at that point. But yeah, good dudes, man.
Did you read about the face back then?
Oh, yeah. So I read it when I got to trade it. You had that as your Bible. What was the guy's name? I had it in here. There was another colonel. He's got a page on four something in that about face. The guy was just a beast.
Oh, Glover Jones.
That's him.
Yeah.
Man. That guy had so many good nuggets on that page and a half he had. Yeah. But I remember reading through that, page 402, and he just has some nuggets in there. He's got like 15 things that he covered. Strive to do small things well. Be a doer and a self-starter. The one that I always hit home with me, because I think it's so true, is the two. In order to be two good characteristics of a leader, you've got to be a good communicator, you've got to be a good writer. And the writing piece comes into play as you start moving up into upper level of leadership and management positions, because you're writing evals for the guys. And I remember being in trade, and you were kind of like, hey man, if you guys bring me an eval and the thing requires minor or requires major surgery, I'm only going to be able to do so much to it to make it better. But you bring me an eval that's dialed in pretty damn tight, I'm going to get it over the line. It's going to be a beautiful piece of work. It's going to be a piece of art. And you were getting into people's shit on it. You were not a happy camper, because there was like all these evals coming. Yeah. But it's so true when you think about it. Hey, how do we take care of people? A way is through our evaluation system, making sure the right people are getting promoted, and through awards. Those all require some type of writing skill.
One freaking series, 1 year of evaluations, probably the first year that you were there. The shit that you guys turned in, and I had no choice. I didn't get it till too late, and I just had to do 9 days in my office just rewriting every single one of them. And that's why the next year, early, I said, hey everyone, write me the eval for your best guy. And then I brought you guys, you were in this group, right? I brought you guys into into the conference room and posted them up on the screen. I made you guys read your sentences to me, and you guys were just like, like the very first sentence that each guy read, it would just be like, this blah blah, just a shit sentence, and I'd be like, all right, how does that sound? Like, not good, but that worked so well. Because then everyone realized, oh, I should actually read this stuff. I should actually read it aloud to myself. I should actually see if these sentences make sense. And it just helped everybody so much. It helped me because now you guys were all turning in squared away stuff, which then I could, what would you say, turn into a piece of art? I don't know if I could quite go that far.
I believe, in quotations, a piece of art. Chocolate rolling. We got an artist on the net over here.
Yeah, Glover Johns from Hackworth too. He wrote a book called The Clay Pigeons of St. Lo, which we covered on this podcast. And it's hard to tell because he wrote it in the third person, talking about himself as if he was a different person, but it's about him. And it's a great book, and it gives all kinds of leadership lessons as well.
Hey, one of the things I want to camp out real quick on Hackworth. One of the things is I was reading through that book, and it took me, I think, 6 months to get through. It's a big book. But it really reinforced, when you're coming in as a leader at any level, when you're new to that leadership assignment, you're always uncomfortable. So you're trying to figure out, am I making the right decision? And when you're going through and you're reading some nonfiction that pertains to your field craft, it just reinforces what you're thinking. And I remember after reading About Face, the Maneuver Warfare Handbook, I came out and I was like, damn, a lot of these decisions I was uncertain about, it reinforced that I was making the right decision. So how do you become better? You read that stuff before you get in those leadership positions. And who's responsible for just throwing that out? The leadership. If you're in a leadership position out there, what are you doing to develop your future leaders? You have people that want to take your job. What are you doing to develop them? You look across the world, like we got COVID everywhere. You can get in a car accident. Who's the next person in line that's going to take your job? Who is that person? And what are you doing to develop them? We've gotten way better over the years in the military than the stuff you do in this. Think about that, it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, dude, JP said, because I gave JP a copy of, at least I think I gave it to him. Anyways, he got a copy of the new edition of About Facebook, forwarded and everything. And so he's like sending me highlighted passages. And he's not happy. And he's like, bro, I cannot believe that you didn't make me read this when I was 23 or 22. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, like I'm a horrible leader because there's so much information in there. And I just ripped it off wholesale, just ripped it off. And it's like, why didn't I share that? And part of me was, I just didn't think team guys had any desire to read anything, because most team guys didn't. Most team guys were like, beer.
You know what I did with my About Face when I got over to Team 7? I gave it out to one of our younger tactical.
See, that's legit.
Like here, it's like, that's a good book. I'm like, yeah, you need to read that. And then when you're done with it, you need to pass it on to someone else.
Do you think you read it?
I don't know, man. It's
See,
such a big book.
Such a big book.
I don't know. It's good. And here's the thing. Always talk about making hard calls. You look at those decisions he made in there. He was going to be hated. He knew that going in. He didn't care. He knew what the right thing to do was. He made the right calls. And, wind up saving a lot of lives with his guys from it.
Yeah, see, there's a little nuance there in what you said. He had to make hard calls. He knew that he would be hated in the short term. He knew that there would be resistance. But he knew in the end he would be admired and he would be loved. Because he would be able to keep his guys alive, and he knew that what would shine through is the fact that he cared about his men. That's what would shine through. And believe me, when we had General Mukiyama on, I was so not really worried, but like going into it, here I'm going to meet a guy that worked for freaking Hack, and what is he gonna say? Like, is he gonna be like, well, Hack would make himself out to be a little bit more than he was, or Hack talked a good game, but that really wasn't the guy. He was arrogant. I didn't know what he was gonna say. But dude, he was just 100%. Hack was the man, and he was a company commander when Hack was a battalion commander. I mean, that's the leadership. So when I said, did you know who Hack was? He goes, everybody knew who Hack was. And like that attitude. And I said, how did you, what was it that made it was everything? Like the way he carried himself, the way he looked, the way he had his hair. He's like, he had his head shaved. It just looked like this guy's just freaking squared away from day one. But so you're gonna make, because one thing I don't like, and Leif and I have talked about this on the podcast, is someone thinking, well, you know, I'm in charge, so I'm going to be hated, and that's okay. It's like, no, that's actually not okay. If you're hated by your troops, that's a freaking problem. That means you're doing something wrong. For your troops to take over a unit, or take over a team, or take over a position, and say, all right, we're going to start making some adjustments. Now, one thing that's different too in Hack's case, when he took over the 439th, is he took over a disaster, a known disaster. He had to come in there and kind of swing the hammer a little bit. Oh, he had to bring out the flamethrower. Yeah, he had to do some barbecue. He had to do some barbecuing. But he also eventually, you know, anyone would do anything. You know, like Dr. General Luciano, those guys would do absolutely anything for Hack. Anything. And even the draftees would do anything for Hack. Like, they loved it. Well, and it's kind of like you said earlier, when people go through hard training, they appreciate it and they love the training more. When you are disciplined with your troops, when you're hard on your troops, they respect you and they respect themselves, and you start to get this camaraderie that you need.
You know, I think of Hackworth, I think of, like you said, a dude showing up, right haircut, right uniform. Just everything he's communicating lines up with his actions. And the guys just have been like, damn, does this guy do anything wrong? You know what I mean? Does he sleep? What's going on with this dude? And when you look at that, you're like, hey, my margin of error is going to be small. This dude's doing everything he's saying. You know, it's that leadership example.
That's how you got to roll.
Yeah, 100%.
Anything else from Trade at?
No,
Christmas in the desert?
Christmas in the desert. Oh, yeah. So I remember Island, man. We were wrapping up, and it was a good run. The troop came through, good energy levels. We're getting ready to go home. And you came and you said, that wasn't bad, guys. And I was like, all right, let me put that through my enlisted decryption device up here. What Jocko's saying is, good job, have a good Christmas. He loves you all. And you're like, oh, good. He gave a little chuckle out of there. So I got you kind of being huggy bear there right before Christmas. The spirits were good.
So I said that wasn't bad. That's as good of a compliment as you're going to get out of me.
Yeah. I had to translate for him. But
check. Maybe compliments weren't my strong point.
They were not.
I got some recordings of some of those debriefs. Somebody's hooking me up. One of my buddies, he just texted me a couple weeks ago saying, "Hey, somebody gave me recordings of your debriefs." He said,